Y'all in here. Who y'all think gonna be next president of the United States? Going for Donald Trump, guys. DT 2024, baby. How y'all feel about that? Huh? How y'all feel about that shit? DDT, baby. Y'all can't handle Donald Trump. Y'all can't handle him. Donald Trump is the GOAT. All y'all niggas bitches anyways. Give a fuck if y'all watch my stream. DDT, baby. DDT. Yo, yo, yo. Donald Trump. I'm gonna get shit on that next qualifying. I'm gonna play it. I don't give a fuck. Creator dashboard. Your mom's a whore. Yo, yo, yo. Drug dealer Joe. Y'all hear my goddamn audio? Do I got it set up? Yeah, I got it set up. Hell yeah. Your mom's a whore. Your dad's a slut. Yo, yo, somebody say something. Something. God damn. Talk to me. What's up, bro? Fuck. How y'all doing? I'm gonna just go to fucking bed if this is how it's gonna be. Nobody likes to fucking talk. Fucking like y'all anyways. That's why you got a short dick. Mom's a whore. Fuck all y'all bitches. Fuck y'all die in y'all sleep tonight.
concerned about making sure that they don't get caught out on the rotate, especially because of the fact that the zone, there's just decent body of water that these players are having to deal with as well.
I saw Quanti and Chubb still alive as well. They made it in successfully from the north side of zone. Doesn't seem like Surge has been an issue for them. Right as I say that, though, Monty finds Quanti there, so let's see if all that saving of Chubbs was worth it. All the time invested here in this game. Time is expect to put on the performance here today. And what are the odds he's going up against Mini Peterbot here on the west side of the map? Of course, he's got a fan, and this is what happens when you're just this good. But, you know, I think true Peterbot's going to show him how it's done here. As Pollo already has 4 eliminations here. So it does seem like they're in the zone, Taco.
There can only be one. And I'm right there with you, Monster. I think that it's going to be Peterbot. It's the Peterbot show regardless, but Agent Peterbot looking to make their debut here in one of our next lobbies of today.
1 in 8 people have worked at a McDonald's. That's a lot of technical skills, people skills,
Hi, welcome to McDonald's.
and lifelong skills learned on the job and off that 1 in 8 will always have.
And if there's one thing that Peterbot and Pollo love to do, it's box fight, but Peterbot takes a massive tag from his alter ego. Still comes out on top for it. Banana gonna get dropped there from Pollo as well. Just waiting for Peterbot to create a little bit of space. Does get an opportunity to pick it up and expends it. And now, exclusively Sporks trying to do what he can to keep this box fight engagement a little bit going still, but jumps through the window. Mantle maybe catching Pollo a little bit off guard here, but it doesn't make a difference. In the end, it's going to be Peterbot and Pollo who cleanly wipe out Sporks and Mini Peterbot, and now Ranks, by the way, just been hiding this entire time, just praying that nobody realizes he's still sitting around.
I'll be honest. I think Ranks is making the right move here. I don't think he should move at all, actually. We have a lot going on here, though, of course, as we're just jumping in. Tons of action. In fact, let's jump back in with Pollo and how he got that 4th elimination. This is Ranks' duo here. You can see Pollo, tip-top shape and form here. In our perspective, we might think Ranks is low-key. However, Pollo's probably going to go check to see if he can find the rest of that duo. He's not going to forget that one there. Now jumping in with Costa and Zypha here, who are on the move north side of the zone here. Just eyeing up, hawking the perimeter, making sure things are good, but they see some builds out. Use the dashes here because they're going to get replenished anyways. Then right on in this keying of a team right now. And I think this is going to be the trend, right? We're seeing all of these games very much fast-paced right now here for the qualifiers. You have to maintain a certain number of eliminations if you want to be up at the top.
Well, especially when you're dealing with a lobby that has Peterbot and Pollo in it. They've been breaking records and establishing themselves in NA as of late as the elimination warlords of every single lobby that they're in. And so you've got to be quick with it. Otherwise, you're just not going to have an opportunity to look for Surge because Peterbot and Pollo, they don't waste any time. They are aggressive for a reason. It's the same thing that Thrill and Swax are trying to do. Banana Bandit on the other end. Tomato Tickler as well. A little bit of a theme with that duo.
Getting right back into it. Peterbot and Pollo, though, we're already on to the next duo here. You can see they got a little bit of a split angle here. Pollo focused up on the player on high ground. Peterbot chasing the one down low. And really only teams that are super confident can play like this. Splitting up, trusting in one another, go ahead and handle business. And just like that, isolate him out. One mistake and it's over. You're sent right back, and it's kind of crazy. You watch Peterbot and Pollo run through players just that quick, and they'll do it to a player of any caliber. They take advantage. They play confidently.
And it's crazy, too, when you consider Peterbot typically taking over IGL responsibilities between the two of them. Pollo, though, just such a strong fragger in his own right. It comes as no surprise, really, to see how frequently they tend to split apart whenever they're looking for those hyper-aggressive initiations. And for good reason. Again, that team just has so much trust in each other. Or if anything, they know that the other will back them up if things do tend to go a little bit south. But they're already making quick work of the teams that have unfortunately come their way as is. And that's going to leave players like Xerxes and Exy or Exo just on the outskirts of some of these POIs, hoping that they can get some surge damage online. locations are concerned.
I definitely agree. Can't spend too much time here. NTMZ's got an opponent. Duo all the way across. Duo to the other side. Oh yeah, look at this. Look at these bases. Folks are set up all around them right now. Much different dynamic right here at the center of the map, if you will. Seems like on the outskirts, everyone's king, everyone's pushing. You get center, you get east, and basically everywhere that's not the underworld, you know, dash locations. If that water's not accessible, everyone's pretty chill. And things change. Get to this side of the map.
Chimp and Scissor. They're going to be just outside, in between Restored Reels and Pleasant Piazza. Chimp, though, seemingly spotted out what could be a moment for Chip and Scissor, but no, instead, default to rotating. And Peterbot and Pollo, they found their next, what's looking like to be a victim here, is Velok doing what he can to try and create some space, but there's one thing about Peterbot and Pollo that they hate doing. It's leaving eliminations. And that's why Velo, he's just going to get completely ran down. Underworld dash, plus the Fizzberry. It just covers so much ground here for Pollo. Immediately tackles the other side of this box here. Velo gets a decent tag back onto Pollo, but his health is just so extraordinarily low. Trying to get that small
pacing. That was a very, very drawn out battle, and you can see it's wearing on the loadout here now.
That dash medallion is just so insane because, again, yeah, Storm was doing a decent bit of damage, but Poyo, Peterbot, they don't have to entertain Vert and Silic. They literally just dash right by them. Now looking to aggress a team. But no, instead, gonna opt for a quick rotate. Trying to save some
For high ground,
materials.
he's going right into it. That's what the dash can do. Peterbot takes full advantage, and I saw it coming. The opponent, unfortunately, did not, and then makes the fatal mistake. You just invited him down by breaking the builds right there. And they're back. Fully back now.
God tier
with the loadout to
refresh.
show for it.
Everything that they needed, and then some. And now, Silic and Vert, they're gonna have to try and deal with a very healthy Peterbot and Poyo. Can expect that engagement to be rather problematic. But checking back in with Banana Bandit and Tomato Tickler. Just kind of lurking around the low ground for the time being, in a decent position.
experiencing the harmful consequences of substance misuse, VA has many treatments to help veterans.
Just bearing down on your builds above. Massive shots. Gonna connect and finally curfew. Basically delaying the inevitable at this point. He does get knocked cleanly eliminated as well by Pollo. So much disruption, and just like that, Pollo already back up to high ground. No issues reconvening with Peterbot, who's just laying down ample suppressive fire. He's got that Thunderburst SMG up high, and doesn't look like anybody can threaten their position currently.
They swap the medallion so effortlessly as well. The strategy is there. You can see how much better the team is getting as a duo. Meanwhile, on the low ground, Vert and company break their 10th elimination here, but it should be all fun and games here. In the end, it's Peterbot and Pollo who are running with it. 24 eliminations and a single... Is that Day? Day still alive there. Just holding on there in the zone. Is he going to be able to out-heal this is the question right now, and doesn't look like it. The gas tank is out. Pollo waits for him here. It's only going to take a tag here for the elimination credit. There it is. And a 25 elim game there. Taco sets them up just right.
I almost felt like I was just watching a cash cup for a moment there, Monster, because time and time again, Peterbot and Pollo just putting on a full display of exactly why this team cannot be allowed to have that aspect of agility the moment that they make it out of Grim Gate with that coin in hand. It just seems as if it's practically impossible to stop them. Just so much momentum riding on this duo leading into today's competition.
Yeah, it's like they're playing a different game. The speed of which they can, you know, move around, outplay you, save themselves, right? It just gives this team a little too much of an advantage over the opponents, and it truly does show here. Peterbot and Pollo take the second win as far as the lobbies we're showcasing so far are concerned. What a game there, Zeke.
Okay. So we just came from like the game of 4, right? That was like a game of Fortnite we're kind of like used to seeing, you know, like, oh, high ground, and like everyone's like heal up, oh, that's crazy. And then we get this game, okay? And this is why the community is kind of saying FNCS is just theirs. Just give it to Pollo, give it to Peterbot. Just look at what happens when they have this coin, when they have the opportunity to just destroy a lobby. 25 eliminations. That's a new record. What do we even say, Vivid?
Yeah, like you said, a new record for most eliminations in round 4 in NA, and Kelly, they actually broke their own record, right? They did have 23 in Major Number 1 open qualifiers, and just there already early on in the season breaking it with 25. And I think that's the thing, Kelly. It's very, very clear to me that Peterbot and Pollo, they're not motivated by winning events anymore, okay? They're not motivated by winning games. The only thing they must care about is setting records.
Listen, I mean, right there, we just saw them have about 3,500 damage above Storm Surge at Zone 7.
Oh.
I saw them take down mini Peterbot, which was a heartbreaking tale to tell, but Pollo and Peterbot, you can even see here, even when Peterbot goes down and Pollo is at a sliver of health, they're still able to collect themselves, come back, and absolutely dominate the end game. And obviously, a lot of that is due to the aspect of agility found in Grim Gates, and of course, we can't ignore that mythic gatekeeper that we see on Peterbot. But both of these players, you know, a lot of people like to say, oh, it's the Peterbot show, it's the Peterbot. But Peterbot and Pollo both just bring so much to the table. I don't know what anyone can do to stop this domination.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, watching them fight through some of the mid-game, like, interactions that they were having with other duos, the thing that's very, very clear is that, you know, usually when you're in like a 2v2 fight, you kind of want to help your teammate kind of apply pressure. Usually we'll have these situations in 2v2s where it's like 1v1 versus 1v1, like two kind of separate, and whoever can kind of get the advantage can help pressure the other one. But the thing with Peterbot and Pollo is they both mechanically can like 1v2 the other duo whilst their teammate kind of applies pressure as well. It just works so well for them, and Zeke, that's why they're at the top of the leaderboard.
So remember the start of the show when Kelly made this like really beautiful graphic, and she kind of pointed out, oh, there was like these big, you know, swinging point thresholds that these guys are just ahead of everybody else. Here we are
for them, right? And of course, we did actually get to witness their second game right there. And the reason why I know, Zeke, that they're going for records, because their first game, they survived all spawn as well. And I was like, oh, so they went down. They went down about 9 minutes into the game, which tells me that, yeah, they made it off spawn, but they were just W keen. So I would not be surprised if we see another 20 elimination plus game from them over the course of the next couple of hours.
I hope.
Well, let's hope so. Because honestly, as crazy as it is, I'm down to see these high elimination games. Now, we're ready to jump back into all the action. We're standing by. We got Macwood. We got Blake. Let's see what they're doing in their game.
That's right. We get to jump right back into the swing of things here, this time with Macwood and Blake here. Once again, we get to jump past all that early game stuff as we're doing wide coverage of the rolling lobbies happening right now. Taco, you said before, this roughly close to about 5 lobbies or so happening, right?
Exactly. And something else that Kelly so kindly pointed out is the fact that teams that find themselves eliminated relatively early on, well, you have to remember, they're going to be playing against the other duos that also find themselves being early eliminated. And that's a position that Macwood and Blake certainly not trying to find themselves in, but it could be the case here for Azers and Bugha. Azers doing what he can, try and buy a little bit of time, but caught off guard. Thorfinn just fully ripping open Azers' box, and really not much left to be said. It's Thorfinn, Hades, 2 eliminations. Have to imagine that the other one that they collected was probably onto Bugha. They do have a decent amount of ground to cover. Banana certainly going to help them with that. Gives the imitation effects of that aspect of speed, but for only 25 seconds. Still, it's going to be enough here for Hades to at least escape the storm. While also refarming some materials, and that double takedown from Thorfinn and Hades, just nasty stuff onto Bugha.
Yeah, he didn't even get to put any damage back down either. And I don't know if Aviv would have allowed that to happen, Azers, you know? I don't know. We're just gonna have to see. Let me not stir anything up.
From you.
Listen, Azers is a savage. It's a joke, guys. But
You know he's probably clapping his Kanata, if anything. He'll be the one ringing out the celebrations like, that wouldn't have been me, Azers. But
not me, buddy. Big
all thanks for
shot
fun.
from Pump, though. Down raised. Nice body tag. Look, immediately keys on in. NPen not wasting any time here. I want to take this fight. Love to see NPen and Pump find a tag and then get into positioning. I thought for a second they wanted to fight, but no, took full advantage, knowing very well that team was going to have to stop and heal. So
I like how quickly Pump and NPen close the gap, though. As soon as that sniper shot connects, they, again, understanding the fact that the other team's going to have to heal, but closing the distance is going to make it all the easier to essentially try and key that other duo's box. If anything, it at least puts them in a slightly better position to essentially overtake them on the rotate. But they're not the only duo that's trying to situate themselves currently. We've got Bucky and Okus, who, quite honestly, their round 3 quals really came down. Okus had an absolutely insane clutch for a last lobby victory royale that shot this duo up into well within the range to qualify here for round 4. But things were definitely looking a little bit shaky as far as round 3 of opens was concerned here for Okus and Bucky. And they're looking to smooth things
because we give honest deals and fair prices to each customer.
That's what makes us the highest Google-rated Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram dealer in the Midlands.
Find a quality car with an exceptional buying experience here at Carolina Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Lugoff, where it's always fast, fair, and friendly.
Just slightly height leverage. Big plays, though, from Blake. Finds a refresh when he needs it most.
Man, still holding it down right now. And fights his way into the top 5, dropping 2 duos. 9 eliminations for Blake right now, who is having the game of his life. The run at the moment. Now, this may not be set up for a win. However, he can continue to earn more, and he does just that. And now it's a good old 2v2 here. Low ground versus heights. Both of the experienced duos are in the game, but Chubbs thought he had an opportunity, but little did he realize Pump and NPen were actually set up. Didn't take any damage from Blake there in that exchange, and now NPen plays for the win here. 3 medkits, but Quanti's got 4, and it should be all she wrote here if the math is good, which it does look good for Quanti here.
Unless storm sickness happens to play a part, but wouldn't really expect that to be the case for Chubbs and Quanti. Quanti more specifically, as NPen finds himself rolling down to his last couple of medkits here. Quanti still plenty more in tow. And unfortunately, like you'd already mentioned, MDF, NPen, unless he finds a flopper or something big, it's going to be Raps, and sure enough, Quanti securing the victory royale here in their second match of the day. And couldn't have come at a better time here, MDF, because that's certainly going to be a bit of a confidence boost for those two.
Yeah, they really did have to work for it. The target for high ground from Chubbs was actually extremely impressive because he pushed height by himself at some point or another, and then Quanti came to meet him and finished off the elimination. So if it wasn't for Chubbs' push there, those were those 2 critical eliminations.
I had to get these rockets, bro. I'm good, my nigga.
The game does come to an end there for Quanti and Chubbs. Congratulations for the big win. So let's toss it over to the analyst to get us caught up on the numbers now.
Thank you guys so much. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is week number 1 of major number 2. We're just bouncing around games. We've got a ton of different lobbies all kind of going on at the same time. And we just got done with this one. Again, congratulations to these guys getting themselves the victory royale on the day. A lot less of a chaotic game from one we just came from with Peterbot and Pollo, but still for Chubbs and Quanti, kind of going back to that textbook win we're kind of used to seeing, right? Really ticking all the boxes, making sure, hey, look, when it comes to that heal off, we know we have what we need. We just need to make sure we execute correctly.
Yeah, that game actually is pretty big in terms of storylines for the season, right? Quanti and Chubbs, of course, Kelly, with them kind of winning that game, Peterbot and Pollo kind of already winning their game, means that already in session 1, qualifier 1 here, both duos are kind of looking like they're going to get a lot of serious points, which means it's kind of likely that we're going to see both teams in that upper bracket potentially, where of course you do have to get top 50 in series points. But another thing that I kind of want to point out, right, is that Quanti and Chubbs are kind of like the duo that are trying to take down Peterbot and Pollo over at Golden Gate, right? They're the ones that are stepping up and trying to challenge them over them in, of course, set lobbies when they actually able to face off with one another. But I was kind of keeping my eye on Quanti and Chubbs here and their loadout, and it actually did not seem like they had the aspect of agility or coming out of Grim Gate with the mythic Gatekeeper shotgun. So maybe kind of conceding it in these sort of lobbies and maybe only opting to go for it in set lobbies. I don't know. I'd say that I'd tip my hat to Peterbot and Pollo for actually committing to the drop spot in that regard.
Yeah, I love the differences between these 2 duos, even though they're both landing at the same PLI. And I think that showcases just how much variable there is in the FNCS. I mean, when you have 25 elimination VR compared to a 5 elimination VR, it's hard to see the differences there. But regardless of the situation they're in, they both were able to clutch out a victory royale. So congratulations, of course, to Quanti and Chubbs. And this is actually a new duo, so good to see some synergy coming out of them.
Yeah, it's like a statement, right? Hey, look, we can get victory royales, Peterbot and Pollo. We are also going to get a victory royale from you guys, potentially, maybe. I want to see that. Let's take a look at the standings. With so many lobbies kind of all going down at the same time, what does this look like? What does the landscape appear to be? Right now, though, Clicks and Epic Whale, all right, got themselves in that number 1 spot.
see them up there. I mean, I gotta give a huge shout out to Blake and Macwood, specifically
Yes.
Blake. I mean, Blake on an individual level has been playing so well lately. I mean, in Zone Wars tournaments have kind of been going on around the scene. He's been playing very, very well, kind of surprising a lot of people with how well he has been playing. And I know he keeps making content about how he's been like 1v2ing some teams throughout some of these tournaments. So Blake kind of peaking right now on an individual skill set level. And then, the fact that we're playing duos, it's kind of translating into also his ability to solo clutch just like he did in this game right here.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite moments where Blake starts off with 7 eliminations. You blink and then it goes up to 9 right there. And he kind of had a lot to go for him. Of course, we have the mythic SMG there, as well as a legendary gatekeeper. So he definitely had all the right resources to give him these incredible plays. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say 9 eliminations? I meant 10.
Yeah, the movement looks good, the edits looks good, right? I mean, these guys are just looking good. We actually started the day with on Cease and Jack. We saw them get that initial victory out, still holding in that number 7th place. But as we kind of flip on over, we kind of get to see more of these names. You got Acorn and Cold there in 14th. Again, with all of these kind of lobbies happening, this isn't like the set lobbies we're used to seeing, right? One game, a duel might go in and they say, okay, we're against Peterbot and Pollo. Whereas in that next game, it might be someone else or uncontested. So it's really cool to kind of see how this is all playing out right now. I am kind of curious, though, to get your thoughts as when the time comes, will set lobbies be that much different?
Oh, 100%, right? Like some of our teams right now are just dropping so many eliminations, and that should technically be near impossible for most of our teams when it actually comes to those. But I mean, hey, listen, you mentioned Acorn and Cold. They dropped a 16 elimination game of their own, Kelly, so they are looking good right now.
And also, when you come down to it, it comes down to the lobbies, right? Having the same duos landing in the same spot so that you kind of build up a meta with inside that tournament is so vastly different than not even knowing who's going to be around your POI. So, this isn't the best indication of what we're going to get for the grand finals, but it's definitely a little bit of a taste of what we can expect.
Love it. Love the breakdown. Of course, I know what you guys want. It's more action. I want to see more gameplay as well. So let's just jump back into it with our casters.
All right, let's get right to it. This time we have Walkers and Thatch up on the pedestal here. And on the other side, Kanata. Don't see his duo nearby. Where is Cooper? Was he already eliminated here as we're jumping into another game? And it does seem like there's a hint of Peterbot in the ingredients as well, as he's wrapping up Lawrence there in the feed. So, Tacos, we start to gear back up and get into the swing of things. I mean, what's your take on the competition so far? It does seem like the veterans are up at the top as they should be.
It's about what you would typically anticipate, but something I do find interesting is that at least for this point in the match today, our top 5 in the leaderboards, 4 out of 5 of them are duos that aren't newly formed. So they're duos that have been playing together. So I do think that it's clear that there is definitely a benefit to teams sticking together, continuing to build their synergy. But that's a tough one for Kanata to have to eat. Just watches Cooper get obliterated by that sniper shot, and Walker's got to be feeling pretty good about that one. So it does seem that one elimination that he was carrying, it was definitely going to be kind of like a thorn in the side there for Kanata. So now he's got to worry about getting that reboot going for Cooper, if it'll even be feasible this match. And again, we talked about it already, but Peterbot, Pollo, as soon as they start lighting up that elimination feed, you have to expect that it's just going to be a reoccurring theme, essentially, as Pollo, Peterbot, they've locked on to a possible engagement here. Josh and Kong trying to throw up some walls, create a little bit of distance. But space is not something that Pollo and Peterbot like to give to anyone, much less a team that they've locked eyes on. And Josh and Kong, they got to be careful because there could be company on their backside as well. Find themselves potentially getting pressured from 2 different teams, and that is the worst case initially. They saw that Peterbot was looking for that revive onto Poyo, but again, the dashes just so problematic. Kong and Josh just didn't even know which direction to initially look. They
Yeah.
get that knock onto Poyo, and it just doesn't even make a difference with the way that Peterbot just so flawlessly jumps into their box. And there's a reason he's considered one of the best mechanical fraggers on NA right now. And if that doesn't put it in 4K for you, I don't know what will.
Yeah, it's not just that he's good. Is I think it's specifically the fact that they have this advantage with the dash medallion, basically, right? Like I genuinely believe that alone just gives them so many options. And it's just too much. You just can't track them. I don't care how good you are. Once you're put in that situation, there's going to be a little bit of luck involved. If you and your team just so happen to make and target the right player at the right time, because if you don't, you got Peterbot in the corner like that. You don't even know he's in the box with you. And before you know it, you're taken out.
And look at the bounce back, though, from Kanata and Cooper.
Oh, the
4
single.
eliminations. The reboot definitely successful. Although, Kanata, Cooper, they're trying to claim some space here on the outskirts of Reckless Railways. Doing a decent job.
say Peterbot and Pollo kind of win this week number 1 round 4. They'll get so many points that that they'll already be secure, and next week they might not even have just a little bit more fun. But let's go ahead and stop talking about Peterbot and Pollo. They are so dominant, of course, but other teams are doing well. Crisp and Bila showing up during that end game, and oh my gosh, this is kind of a cool duo to kind of form right there. Chris kind of jumping in right there, forcing Bila to pop off in the solo clutch. Still does it, still pulls it off.
Yeah, and then, we were just talking about Peterbot, but Bila there, one of his old duo mates. It's good to see that regardless of who he's duoed up with, that he can still bring out some top competition there. But there are so many big names right now in our top 10, top 20. And this is just week number 1, but you know that they're trying to get as many points as possible because they want to be on the upper bracket of the semifinals. So I really appreciate these duos giving it their all starting from day 1.
That's right. And as you say that, I'm getting word games are ready. Let's jump on board with Edgy and see how their game is going. There you have it. From one set of action into another. We get to jump in what's happening to Edgy here. Right around that 7th zone. So this is very much into the end game here. Blake is also in this lobby turning up online. As you can see, and Taco, I mean, yeah, the standings, Vivid's calling it a little early for the Peterbot and Pollo show, but they have, at least a game's worth of a lead right now.
Look, one thing that is always important to keep in mind is that we are, in fact, not dealing with that true set lobby that Grands is going to be able to introduce. And as far as Peterbot and Pollo are concerned, only Kwani and Chubbs, masters of the drop, could stop them. But as for today, when the world needed them most, they have vanished. Don't think that they've actually had an opportunity to be in every single one of Peterbot and Pollo's lobbies today, as is expected. But again, when you consider an individual like Peterbot with such a strong contested off-spawn win rate being at 68%, 50% is already good. 68% is just ridiculously strong, and so yeah, those two are going to be a tough factor to work through.
Yeah, we saw the standings. I mean, you have Acorn and Cold, right? Like reigning champions in 29. Still very good, right? Like all things considering, up at the upper bracket, right? The upper half or segment of the total player base. But that is, not close as far as overall performance is concerned in these types of settings. And then you get to true finals lobbies, and that is where everything has to connect. Positioning. Players play different. Players play more passively. They're not taking as much risk. And if you're the player taking all the risk, I mean, you're going to get third party. You're going to get punished at every turn of the way. And also, it's just week 1. Teams got to, sometimes got to kick the jitters out, right? You got to get your groove on. Hit the reveals, right? Teams are going to progress and just get better by the end of the season. So ultimately, finals is going to be a much different team setting, undoubtedly.
Yeah, that adaptability factor is going to be key for a lot of these teams involved, even through this format style of just the nonstop lobbies, essentially, between all 250 duos. Because, again, what worked even in opens leading up to these weeks, it's still not necessarily going to be the same strategies that are going to make you guarantee that you find yourself in that top end of the leaderboard, get those series points locked down. Surge seems to be the priority focus, as well as a nice rotate. Sprite and Shore. Shore looking a little bit worse for wear here. So that's going to be Sprite tossing over a couple of small shield potions, a med kit. Make sure his duo gets back to a healthy position to make their next series of rotates a little bit easier to come by. Nice rotate.
Looks like MPen's also in this game. On the backside of the zone, Mars is here as well.
A little bit worse for wear here. So that's gonna be
Paired up with Mars here. See how Mars end up doing right now. Little trade of some heals right now as they're definitely at the front side trying to lead the zone rotate. All in all, the restored reels. Not a place you want to be boots on the ground at. The terrain gets a little tricky there. Paired up with Mars here. A couple players nearby. Mars definitely not one to be aggressive, not known for his mechanics as far as fighting is concerned. He plays well, he knows how to position himself, knows how to take his time. He's definitely one who, I feel like, sticks to the slow and steady wins the race, but when forced to fight, Mars puts a couple tags down there, so far so good.
Definitely needed those tags as well. Onto Sprite. It's going to put him just above that damage threshold. Now sitting at 217. They were initially 50 below, but still a lot of pressure filtering its way towards Mars and Par here. They've got to be careful. Trying to see if they can commit to staying towards the front side of zone. And meanwhile, high ground gonna find themselves towards the backside. They were just trying to take some tags where they could. But it's so early on. Almost have to expect it's only a matter of time before some of these other teams in the lobby start actually trying to turn their attention towards that high ground.
You see it, little outskirts rotate here. Oh, Mars boxed up a player on accident. Just like that, he finds himself at the front here, but he loses Par in the process. Everyone left to play by themselves. Meanwhile, Tavern and Edgy, the team we started with, continuing to turn off. Blake, once again, seems to be on a solo tear here, clutching up the points here. Nearing a top 10, but they're still a ways away here. He's now down to 6 material, 4 material. Much, much less here. Can he find an elimination? Probably not. Gonna be that duo there. The Devil's back here. Tricky plays here. No, couldn't find anything there. The tag, the knock, but not enough to get the finish. Keep him alive in the game, so Tavern's now by himself here.
That's a nice sabotage, though, from Blake, because Tavern was tarping through the low ground pretty efficiently with Edgy, but having lost his duo, now he'll be forced to play more towards this backside of zone. You can see him still committing to the low ground. Mars directly on the other side of this wall. Tavern running so incredibly low on builds. This could be the refresh he needs. Just a little bit more materials. Gonna be enough to circumvent himself forward and out of the thick of the action, but again, breathing room. Just so hard to come by here. It's Tavern constantly on the move, constantly trying to stay ahead of the action, ahead of the congestion. Now he's looking for a pickoff. Are gonna run right by him, and sure enough, Tavern with another elimination here. Strong pickups across the board. Every placement counts at this point.
Yeah, playing it well right now, but the duo's gonna jump into his spot. The damage goes down, but it's not enough. Meanwhile, high ground has changed hands several times. Now Twix the Kid and Laywin, who's up top here. At 3 eliminations, you still have Bucky and Okus in this game right now, playing the mid-ground layer once again. They seemingly have found themselves extremely comfortable in this mid-ground layer, making another endgame here. This is surely going to push them up somewhere towards the top, but Bucky does get taken out there as they had no material. Okus doubles back into the zone here, trying to squeeze out what could be a heal off, but a little too soon here. 30 seconds left on the clock, so Okus is not going to have enough. Not just yet.
Exclusively playing those med kits just for placements at this point. Understanding the fact that as a solo it's going to be difficult to tackle this team currently on the high ground. Twix, some nice shots connected onto Hazens, but it's Hazens with the fight back. Excellently played there to sabotage the team on height. And now this could be a prime opportunity for Dash and Seek to run away with it for the Victor Royale here.
Oh yeah, definitely. Dash has the advantage. He's at the front side of the zone. Okus, it was just a matter of time, but he stretches those medkits out into a second place for him and Bucky. We talked about those placements starting to rack up, and they do just like that as they again found themselves in back-to-back end games. Really good run so far for Okus and Bucky.
That was just such a quickly reduced game in terms of player count overall, though, MDF. I felt like we were just moving from the moment that we first tapped in to see what Tavern and Edgy were up to, and we saw all the clutter kind of taking place with some of these teams. But a nice Victor Royale, gonna seal the deal here for Dash and Seek. I'm sure Zeke and the analysts have more to say, though.
We sure do. Congratulations to Dash and C getting themselves a victory royale with 8 eliminations. I love that Monster D-Face called out that every point is so important, right? For these guys to get themselves a victory royale, to really kind of slow down the pace, especially as we're kind of talking about. Suddenly, we're just moving, right? You've got a ton of people. They're all trying to eliminate each other. They're all trying to make a play for this victory royale. But for Dash and C, they really slow things down. Okay, what do we need to do? We need to get this victory royale. This will potentially catapult us up the standings, right? Because we're playing for series points. So to see them get this victory royale, and with the 8 eliminations as well, you know they're feeling really good about this.
Oh yeah, this game was a pretty wild one actually. You know, we kind of jumped in, and during 11 zone, there really wasn't that many duos left alive. I don't even think 12 zone actually fully closed before we had an opportunity for this game to really close out. But Seek and Dash just taking full, just seeing that the high ground team was getting beamed. Of course, they had no mats up there. It was Twigs getting beamed by somebody who was actually playing Halo on the back side of zone. Saw that they were getting damage dealt to them and just went up and stole the victory away.
Yeah, and I feel like Dash and Seek deserve a little bit more credit than we tend to give them. They did get 15th place in Major 1, so this is a duo that's stuck together and definitely has a strategy going into it. Sticking to the low ground here, able to kind of pick off these players that are dropping down unbeknownst to them, kind of like one of those trapped spiders that just waits for someone to drop into the area and grabs that elimination. And then they just kind of play it smart from here on out. They know that it's going down to a heal off, so they go look for where the other player is, and they're able to convert that into a victory royale.
You love to see it. Let's take a look at our standings. I want to see how things are shaping up now that we're about halfway through the competition. You've still got Peterbot, you've still got Pollo up there. They're still doing awesome things. But let's start going kind of down this list. We've got Clicks and Epic. Well, we kind of touched on them a little while ago. But look at Acorn and Cole there in the 3rd place, really displaying like, hey, we won last major. We're here to try and, we don't need to win. We're already going to globals, but we're going to make life for everyone else quite difficult.
Yeah, great to see Seek and Dash actually, you know, top 10 right there, 8th place after that game. And shout out to Clicks and Epic well right now. They're playing really, really consistently. Probably the most consistent out of any duos. A 2nd, a 1st, and a 4th, Kelly. They're looking to do just a little bit better than they did FNCS last major, right? But it's going to be hard to kind of top that 4th place.
Yeah, I love to see the differences between Peterbot and Pollo versus Clicks and Epical Whale when it comes to their points, and I'm excited to see how they're going to do in the next game.
Well, guess what? We've got a treat for you guys. That's right, we're going into our next game locked in on Peterbot and Pollo. So let's see what this game looks like from their perspective.
Yeah, I love to see the differences between Peterbot and Pollo versus Clicks and Epical Whale.
I mean, it's just a matter of time, right? You know, odds and evens. You know, eventually the coin has to land on the wrong side. But for now, 7 eliminations in, hasn't done that quite just yet. Peterbot and Pollo keeping up the pressure here. I just opened socials for a second there, and I realized that Peterbot hit a no-scope, by the way. And that end game that we called with the sniper from like 4 or 5 tiles up, he hit a 303 headshot while cycling through his shotgun here, and it looks like he's trying to do it again. Keeping up the pressure here.
It's almost effortless for Peterbot and Pollo at this
literally
point.
trolling.
Every single time, though, that we tune into these guys' perspective, I'm less looking at what Peterbot and Pollo are doing, and more so who the victims seem to be. And right now, it's Sandler and Jay Sick trying to do what they can. But again, Peterbot takes the wall, instantly dashes in, and just obliterates Sandler. Now, Jay Sick forced to fend for himself, but he won't be left for much longer. There's another 2 clean eliminations here for Peterbot and Pollo. Max mats. I mean, you couldn't possibly ask for a better loadout at this point. And looking at some of those teams that are kind of sprinkled throughout Mount Olympus, have to expect that that is exactly where Peterbot and Pollo want to be next. It's not even about getting into zone at this point. It's just, it feels like they just want to keep establishing records for FNCS in terms of eliminations.
They're playing a different game. They can't have that dash. They just can't. Like, it gives them too much of an advantage. That right there just shows you how fast they can close a fight regardless of what. Cooper and Kanata on the move right now here, trying to make up the down times we've seen them here so far. I mean, they've had decent performances. Nothing extremely standout just yet caught on broadcast. However, they are still floating upwards on the standings as far as overall things are concerned. Not great, but not bad.
All Kanata wants at this point is just to ensure that he's in a higher spot on the leaderboard than Agers. That is, I always love lurking a little bit of the Kanata streams. He absolutely goes crazy, high energy throughout. But I do think it is rather hilarious at times. We all know, especially if you've ever been blessed enough to watch a Kanata interview, how funny that guy really can be. But definitely a lot of focus towards placements for more reason than that. They obviously want to try and secure themselves a good amount of series points leading into next week and the weeks soon to come.
But I think too though it's important for him to, yeah, if he can bring Cooper to those end games, right? Like we know what Cooper's capable of, and this is a new duo. You have to really think about it. So I think placement, being more placement heavy, is going to be much more important for them, especially as they start gearing up for the actual finals lobbies. Kanata knows, I think more than anyone, that placement points can get you so far in the standings. Yeah, if he can bring Cooper to those end games,
for sure. Have a feeling where this is headed next. Pollo decimating Noah Baby, Peterbot destroying Gloom's walls, and again, just leaving him nowhere to run. You can see here the dashes, Ozone. How do you even expect it? You can't even anticipate that. Trying to escape from underneath his own cone, only to run directly into Pollo's clutches, and that's 3 eliminations, back to back to back. No time at all. The time to elimination as well for Peterbot and Pollo has got to be ridiculous right now.
Yeah, that double dash tech looking pretty slick, and I mean, I think you're right. In the past, you know, notorious for times to Elim essentially being one of the highest alongside Miro. Now we're seeing a new throne, I think, and in that throne, got your boy Peterbot sitting right there, strong and pretty alongside Pollo. I mean, I think you're right. They're both just crushing it so far. Veer and Freeze, they've had their set of highlights so far, though. They have seemed to found themselves in a cadence where they're landing inside these Peterbot lobbies, so it can't be easy by any means.
But when the zone pulls towards this southeast side of the map, it can be really tough to deal with all the elevation changes involved. And that's something that's going to, again, be a massive advantage here for Peterbot and Pollo, since they do have that aspect of agility to share between each other. You can see Peterbot already looking to move. It's going to be Ozone and Golden. Yet again, a little bit of trouble here, especially with that medallion having just been dropped. Ozone and Golden, they're bound to know, yeah, that's got to be Peterbot and Pollo right up above us. Instead, Peterbot, he wants Kale, but it's not going to come that easy. Kale trying to escape, but where can you really run when Peterbot is involved? Some nice tags along the way, and Kale trying to escape for dear life, but just can't create any space. The dashes are just too powerful.
I'm just sitting here and I'm like zoning out. I'm just like hyper-focused, like what is he going to do next? He's just cutting players off. He's going absolutely crazy with him, and finally gets caught out a little too overexposed and tries to hit the sniper bail shot, but no, couldn't find it. Now Pollo has to defend for himself. 88 tag, and another duo comes in, and Pollo finishes one, but can he get the second? The crosshair was there, but no. Finally, the Titans fall at 15 elims. A roughly 20? Yep, 20th spot there.
A kind of a deserved punish as well. Peterbot just editing open that wall, fully exposing himself. You can just tell that he is playing with full confidence to go for aggressive engagements like that. But again, there is some bite back, some signs of life from these other teams in the lobby, and now with Peterbot and Pollo's reign having come to an end here, and with those medallions having been given up as well, the aspect of agility swapped hands. It's a new team that's in control. So curious to see what they do with that aspect of agility, or if they're able to hold on to it for the duration of this lobby.
It's a good time to find it right now. The zone's pretty brutal here. Cutting all the way. Not in Cooper. I feel like I have a chance now to do something big here. They got a long ways to go, though. You can see here everyone with decisions to make now. Nada wants to lead first. Knows the team up there. Doesn't trust it at all. Senses are right. Spot on here. There it is. They get to move on and
wow.
Oh my gosh, shreds. Is that Zircon there? Straight out the sky.
Absolutely disgusting tracking there for Kanata. Can't say I'm surprised to see it though. Certainly been on point throughout the course of today. And again, like we just been talking about earlier, getting to build some synergy alongside Cooper for their end games. And this is a prime opportunity for this duo, despite being newly formed, to possibly look for their victory royale in this lobby. But again, nothing comes easy by any means here, as Jiven and Encrypted, another team, managed to make their way up the hillside, get through the worst of some of these elevation changes. But again, these zones over Brawler's Battleground, they tend to be quite vicious with how often it can force players to go up and down these hill faces.
Yeah, Jiven definitely needs to gather these materials here. Pretty desperate situation to be in. Things are going to work out for him. Manages to get a little bit to work with there. This duo Encrypted's off to the races, trying to play for high ground, so they spot out. No one's set up. And this is that odd terrain here. This is one of the advantages of getting in position first now. They don't have many mats, but they have enough to at least put up a front here for a second. Kanata and Cooper burning through the Midnight Oil as well, down to just 100 metal here. Trying to play for high ground, so they spot out. No one's set up.
It's going to be tough. They definitely need a refresh. Kanata seemingly spots out a solo, and he's going to take it one step further, just fully collapsing onto Donkey, who continues to run, but can't really escape for much longer. And again, some nice materials picked up. The most important aspect here for Kanata and Cooper, it's all of they're really after having expended so many of their masters to scale this hillside in the first place. But look at Ziggy and Phenom way up top above the rest of the lobby. They might have prime pickings here for everyone else scraping by underneath them.
Yeah, I was wondering what happens to the team with the, the dash, basically. And it does seem like Ziggy might have the effect. I see the Underworld icons tailing behind them, and it makes sense that they have the high ground. Teams that, of course, have the ability to skate across just and move at a different pace, but notice what they aren't doing is putting enough pressure, in my opinion. They needed to take full advantage of the high ground, not allow anyone to get comfortable. The more that they pressure down, the more likely other teams are going to start fighting, whether you know they're there or not. Obviously, you want to do it without getting picked off, but Kanata and Cooper on the low ground here doing good work. Another refresh for them. That's going to set them up to at least have something to work with now. This is, again, putting them in a great position here, but it's going back and forth, Taka, through all these old builds, through this territory here, and this is why players are just ratting their way up. There's a lot of players alive for such a small zone here.
Gets kind of scary as well, because when you're running through all these old builds, you never know if somebody's just trying to sit inside of a cone, sit around side of wall corner even. Ken Beans, Owl, they're going to be another duo, getting a bit caught, trying to tarp their way through the mid-ground, and doing a decent job at it. Ken actually leading the charge here, or his teammate Owl, done a nice job establishing some space in the mid-ground. Again, Phenom, Ziggy haven't really been applying a high amount of pressure here, but you can see that waterbending Mythic coming out is now Phenom trying to take heed of these secondary height teams. Doesn't want to allow for an opportunity for somebody to actually come and challenge them up top. He's got to be careful though, given that if they lose sight for even a moment, some of our more experienced teams might look to jump their way up.
That is true. Here comes a double Cloveberry Fizz here to go ahead and cap off Cooper here. The low ground is theirs. Not a team in sight, except for this one down low, and in they go. Cooper was super hurt, but he tanks the first two tags, giving Kanata just enough time to rack up the set of eliminations with the high ground teams. Hear this. They put in pressure. Kanata's going to play for solos first, thinking about this potential save second, but No, it doesn't look likely. At least it's the top 5 so far now. It's Adam. The edit comes through. Kanata puts him down, but now he has to heal. There is no other option here if he wants to stay alive a little bit longer. He won't even have room to edit out. This will just be all she wrote here for a second. Meanwhile, Phenom has, I'm not even gonna do the math, a lot of chug splashes and a couple bananas in the inventory. And there it is. Doesn't even need to eat him. The splashes do enough to allow him to win the game there.
And Ziggy and Phenom, they seized their opportunity. Peterbot and Pollo, when they were initially getting pressured, it was Ziggy and Phenom that were one of the teams to instantly pounce for that third-party opportunity, and it paid off dividends here. And because you can see that aspect of agility allowed them to control the high ground for basically the entire duration of these final zones. And with 15 splashes, Phenom just taking his time, dropping all of them. But that's going to be a W secured, and we've got the analyst to break down the rest.
My gosh, Phenom single-handedly cornered the market on every splash in the entire game and said, this is all mine, and I have 3 bananas as well. I mean, there was no losing that heal off. There's just not, I mean, I guess Storm Sickness could have played a part, but that's not what we're here for. We're here for Victory Royales, and for them, they picked themselves one up, especially now as we're starting to kind of hit the tail end of the competition. This is kind of where these guys want to be, right? This is a huge point boost for them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, nothing like winning a game, boosting yourself up, and as you can see right there, 125 points. Taking into consideration, you know, around 64 points for a win right there. It's going to be a majority of their points definitely coming from this game right there. So a big swing for them, and as we know, Kelly, every single placement in these round 4s matters a lot, right? Because you know, you just want those series points, and all those placements that you can get definitely bump you up.
Yeah, and it's good to see the water bending coming out there and showing up a little bit. I know that we got to see that in the EU, but for the first time we got to see that here for NA Central. But yeah, the splash is there at the very end, and they barely had to use any of them. But I love the preparation. They're understanding what the meta is, especially for these open lobbies, and they're setting themselves up for victory.
Yeah, I do want to kind of like hype, or rather focus in on for a moment, is Kanata. I was curious to see how these guys have performed on the day, especially kind of with this recent change up, right? But I feel like these guys are really starting to, you know, figure out what they're all about, you know, especially when you're kind of changing duos potentially like week to week. There is kind of this synergy you have to build up, and for me the question mark was like, okay, Coop, you're leaving Miro for Kanata, like, is that gonna work? And I guess the answer is yes.
Yeah, that's what's so tough about forming new duos is, you know, you kind of have to learn what your duo is really capable of. Of course, we know that all of these top tier competitors, they are capable of a lot. You just have to kind of like fine tune, okay, what can I trust my duo with in certain situations? What can I kind of expect from them? What do they kind of like to do in certain situations, especially when making IGL calls, right? So it could be a little bit of a learning curve for Kanata and Cooper, but you know, lucky for us, this is just week 1, qualifier 1, Kelly, and this is a long ways away before we actually are in FNCS finals, so they have plenty of time to find
Yeah, and even though we're saying that they're, you know, not performing to what we can expect them to, they're currently sitting in 5th place right now, and they haven't placed below 19th at all. So I think we're just kind of missing the games that they're in, because they're doing a pretty good job right now. Although when you have teams like Peterbot and Pollo who still sit in 1st place, pulling out multiple 20 elimination games, it's kind of easy to overlook all these other duos, but we can't put them down. A lot of these other duos are competing incredibly well and making sure that they get enough series points to set themselves up for the semifinals. Because as we know, in Fortnite, week 2 could be something completely different in the open qualifiers, and a lot of duos could potentially not even make it into round 4.
Yeah, there's been a little bit of that in EU, right? Some of these duos are like, oh yeah, they should have made it through, right? They didn't. The competition is just that much crazier. You know, it continues to elevate major to major, especially as we get closer to global championships. Everyone's thinking, hey, more spots available? We have to try and lock one of those down. Now, you brought up the gods of the lobby, and in this last game, we saw they can bleed. Finally, the lobby said enough is enough, and they kind of pushed them out of this game, but they have been an absolute tear. I mean, we've already seen multiple 20 bomb games out of these guys. I mean, Peterbot and Pollo, again, they are just firing on all cylinders. Their aggressive playstyle paired up with the aspect of agility, really just allowing them to kind of turn things up to 11. I mean, these guys are just on another level.
And speaking of 11, I was actually, I was messaging 11 in between games right there while this was going on, and just talking about the aura that kind of Peterbot and Toyo have on the NA region, right? The reason why they're able to maybe dominate some of these fights so easily is because people respect them enough to know that they kind of like can't win fights or against them, or it's not in your favor to actually take a fight up against them. So whenever they see somebody kind of dashing towards them and mechanically a little bit, above the rest of the competition that they're used to seeing, maybe they're kind of like saying like, oh my gosh, this is Peterbot and Poyo, like we got to play a little bit more defensively, we're scared now, right? So they kind of have that aura, the danger zone, you could kind of call it, but that's kind of implemented into everybody else's minds.
Ooh, and here we have our current standings. Of course, Peterbot and Poyo still in first place, but Cam and Aminis jumping up into second. But I do need to talk about Clix and Epic Whale, because you're looking at all these duos, you're seeing how many games that they're in, how many points they've earned. Clix and Epic Whale have only played in 3 games right now. They, like you said earlier, Vivid, they've gone a second, a first, and a fourth, which makes me think that they're making it to the end game to another game. So compared to Peterbot and Poyo, who've played 5 games, or Acorn and Cold, who's in fourth, who've played 7 games, I really think that speaks to the ability of Clix and Epic Whale.
Oh, 100%. And yeah, the fact that they're still in that game right now, you consider the fact that they may actually win that game, get a couple of eliminations, they could go up about 100 points, and then they would actually overtake Peterbot and Poyo for that top spot. So that would be very, very cool to see coming out of them.
Yeah, these guys definitely have the potential. I mean, even like what you guys are saying, they've not dropped the game outside of that top 5th, right? So they are really focused. They really want to be not only placed well here, but they want to be consistent, right? They want to prove that they can be consistent as well. Here's a look at our second page. Bucky and Okus right there holding down that 11th place, but look how close, right? We're starting to get into those finer margins a bit, and this is kind of where we're starting to see things be a lot closer, and that's why we kind of continue to bring up every single one of these points matters so much, Vivid.
Yeah, and for anybody kind of wondering, the storyline that Kelly was talking about a little bit earlier on, Paco and Nixon right there in 22nd place, and EUT moving over to NA to try their luck against our region. 22nd place right now, not too bad.
That's pretty good considering how far away they are from the servers. We all know how big of an impact Ping has into play, so to see them being able to go up against these duos, I'm really interested in their strategy actually. Maybe we can get to watch a game of them, but some other big names that we're seeing, of course, Acorn and Cold currently sitting in 4th place. We had Iamzu and Rise, who was a duo that really impressed us in Major 1, sitting pretty high up in our leaderboard as well. So some big names breaking through and showing why they are the top of North America.
Okay. I mean, another duo that kind of jumps out to me, we talked about them at the beginning of show, it's actually Agers and Booga. Now they've been like relatively quiet, but I'm getting word they actually just got themselves a victory royale here, which has really propelled them up the leaderboard. Again, you just need one really solid game, right, to really jumpstart you and your duo, because again, we're playing for a couple of weeks, we're playing for the series point. It's about being consistent. How well can we kind of keep this moving to keep finding ourselves up these placements?
Yeah, I guess everybody was kind of talking about, why is Booga going to go ahead and select a new teammate? Of course, maybe looking forward to global championships. Maybe not feeling too confident with Aviva as a duo, even though they did well in Major number 1. So the fact that Booga and Adris might be picking up speed here in qualifier number 1, I think that's a good sign.
Yeah, it's wild how these duos will dominate online, and then once they're put into an environment that is so stressful, such as a tournament where there's thousands of people watching you live, people cheering and screaming, and that's when they seem to fall. So a lot of these duos that might not be the best when it comes to online tournaments can really shine when it comes to these LAN events.
Absolutely. And I cannot wait for the global championships later on this year, but that's enough talk for now because we have more action to behold. So let's jump on board with our casters, MDF and the best taco.
A lot of these duos that might not be the best when it comes to online tournaments can really shine when it comes to these LAN events.
That's right, we get to jump in with Man City's Cold and Dignitas Acorn here, the 3X himself already on the move. It seems like we're over at the Grim Gates. We had a team in sight. 6 eliminations right now for Cold and Acorn. But again, the highlight of their setting so far is probably this game. We haven't seen them pace this fast, this early.
They've definitely been relatively quiet throughout opens leading into this first week of competition, but definitely a strong look for Acorn and Cold. 2 mythics in hand leads me to believe that it's not just the aspect of agility they're controlling, but also that aspect of speed, potentially, if they have that mythic Hunter's DMR. And I like the little bit of scouting that Acorn is trying to do from the rooftops here at Grimgate. DMR definitely apply, pretty big punch, especially when you have that 4x scope on it. It can be difficult for other players to escape your aim, but Cold, quick with the replay, you can see part of the reason why they're able to control Grimgate so efficiently. And it's just right in and out of the box. Bolt's duo did not really seem to anticipate Cold to just collapse on him so quickly, but again, 6 elims, definitely a strong start for this team carrying into their mid and late game.
Definitely off to the races here, pacing in the right direction. Let's look at Macwood and Blake's situation here. Macwood leads the charge here, but we've seen once Blake has gotten to those end games, he has done everything in his power, everything he needs to do to stay alive, clutch up and earn those eliminations, which has been impressive. I love the way Vivid put it earlier. We might just be seeing Blake peaking V2 here in this season, which is definitely very cool to see. He's been around the scene for such a long time.
For sure, but with Blake and Macwood being here at Lavish Lair, every time I see this POI, I always tend to think Clicks and Epic Whale, and I understand the fact that they might not necessarily be in this particular lobby. Keep in mind, this is a rolling lobby format, 250 duos cycling through, potentially 5 lobbies at a time. For sure, but with Blake and Macwood being here at Lavish Lair, it's a POI that can provide a lot. A couple of opportunities potentially for weapon bunkers to spawn and a forecast tower as well, so could be a contributing factor to the reason why we've seen Clicks and Epic Whale have every single one of their placements on the day be in that top 5 position, which is part of the reason why we saw them in that 3rd place position on the leaderboard. So a nice amount of series points that they're definitely aiming to build up in week number 1. Could be a contributing factor to the reason why we've seen Clicks and Epic.
This 8 eliminations so far. Just when we pretty much slid away, they already started picking up another set of eliminations. The replay is going to show you just how it all happened here. And it was a situation that played out to actually end up saving Cold in the process, keeping him alive. This is something we've seen happen in the past here. Is Cold is usually the type of player who wants to lead the charge.
It's really easy to get distracted by how flashy a lot of the highlight reels can be for Cold, but Acorn definitely deserves his flowers too. He has done an excellent job alongside Cold, and we've seen Acorn in ample solo clutch scenarios coming out on top. That last circumstance proving to just be another instance where Acorn takes all of his veteranship and a little crispy on the cleanup as well. 8 elims, definitely something that duo can feel really good about, and that's why they don't even bother entertaining the team that just threw a little tag Cold's way. They don't have to entertain these exchanges because they can just prioritize exclusively on rotations when they have 8 eliminations. That's so much surge damage already built up.
Yeah, and they have the medallions, right? Like we talked about, to give them that advantage. So positioning is surely going to be in their benefit. I don't know with Twente Infused though, who's on the move right now. Very clean rotate here, right through the cut. No resistance, no friction. You get right into a spot here on the edge zone. Yeah, they have they have options to choose from. They're going to go and elevate themselves a little bit more here. Surely going to be in their benefit. On the other side, Hove and Diego right now on the move as well. Just at the edge, inside the water. I'm not sure if I like this spot, but it is a spot nonetheless.
There's definitely nobody near them, which could be a pretty big benefit. It does appear as though dead side rotate is their intention, but Diego, right as I mentioned that, spotting out another duo built on a hill directly above them. So they will have to be a little bit careful traversing forward, although it could also potentially be another opportunity for Diego and Hoff to acquire another 2 eliminations. Get some more surge going just in case they feel as if 3 eliminations isn't enough. But materials, relatively easy for them to farm back up. Metal, on the other hand, could be a little bit more hard-pressed to come by, but Diego definitely looked relatively healthy in that hard material.
Yeah, definitely. Players are dropping pretty fast now. We're already at 48 here. So we're getting closer and closer to zone number 8. Now just outside the lavish layer where the zone's going to end here. Twix has company rotating nearby. They're going to put the pressure down the yard. It's onto Drizzy Bot. Little Rico here. So far, so good. Great tags here for Lumen. He's going to push right on in. You know, the confidence start to surge once he finds his tags.
Looked as though Drizzy and Rich were also getting tagged up by a team playing slightly higher up. It seems as though Twix and Leiwen caught wind of it as well. You can see a little bit of a pause here. They didn't want to fully commit to that box fight engagement, kind of understanding the fact that it's a little bit more exposed than they would like it to be. Definitely tentative with how they're choosing to press forward here. Instead, they're going to continue creating some boxes on that low ground. Meanwhile, Zert and Panic about to layer up over everybody else. They got to be careful. The way that the zone's continuing to pull, it's only a matter of time before some congestion could potentially look to build inside of that mid-ground area. And Zert and Panic, they don't want to be caught in the crossfire, because as soon as you draw the attention of the lobby, it feels as though it's relentless, as if every single team is never going to give up shooting into your boxes, and it's crazy just how fast your hard materials can be expended in those instances.
And this is a tough spot for them to be in right here. No forms of mobility that we can see.
They don't want to be caught in the crossfire.
So the timing is going to be absolutely crucial. Little Flowberry Fizz, so they'll have a little bit to work with here.
Never going to give up shooting into your boxes, and it's crazy just how fast your hard materials can be expended in those instances.
Right across there. Shows you the power of having the Fizz on deck. Makes all the difference here. Timing while Twix slides right on behind Panic. He ends up finding one of them. There goes the full elimination. It's a great pickup there for him. Shows you the power of having.
But at what cost? The med kits will be expended. Fortunately, still has one in tow. 80 Fizz to work with as well, but the Flowberry Fizz, that secondary pickup, definitely a huge swing there to help them keep propelling their game forward. One more time, looking at Diego and Hav. Looks like they could be caught in a fight here. Recognize the fact that Wiz directly underneath them, but no, instead, Diego gonna take his time. Gonna opt to build up instead. Wants to try and use some height leverage over everybody else on the mid and low ground.
Back on with Golden Acorn on the low ground here, doing well. Using the eastern side of the zone here to move out. The options to pick from, all the luxury of time to do it as well. High ground shot shows you that the west side of the zone was completely empty here. Void takes full advantage there with Ralphie to get a clean rotate. Meanwhile, Golden Acorn dash across, so that might be just it for their underward dashes, but here comes another fight. Trying to push up to 10 eliminations here. Anything is possible. There's a lot of players alive. Went from not so stacked to extremely stacked here. Over 30 up in the game here. We're just in zone number 9, so they start looking extremely congested here. Those players on the low ground as well.
It's the fact that Cold was potentially looking for a quick scope opportunity on some of these teams that are looking to try and rotate through these low ground layers. And again, these underworld dashes just saving Cold and Acorn so many of their materials and giving them such effortless rotates in the process, something that Zert wishes he could have. But that's going to be one more elimination added to the tally count here. Cold and Acorn just shy of 10 eliminations here, sitting on 9.
There he goes, cutting all the way across here, allowing them to make it look nice and easy. And of course, it's the medallion, giving them all the advantage now. Diego and Hove, all that slow play ends up playing out well for them as they have control of the high ground here.
For
Very
now.
comfortable. Yeah, I was gonna say very comfortable so far, but you have a team like Acorn and Cold who can dash their way to high ground off the Flowberry Fizz. I mean, anything is possible. And just as we say that, Diego gets absolutely keyed here by Cold. This is where he works his magic best. Absolutely incredible high ground take there. There's nothing you can do about it. If you're not absolutely prepared. And look at that. Diego jumps down. Lewin finds him there in the process.
Everything about Acorn and Cold's positional status on the low ground was a certain indicator that they were just waiting for a prime opportunity to seize the high ground. It is just so difficult to keep tabs on a team that has that aspect of agility to prevent them from just immediately pouncing on your head like what we just saw Cold and Acorn do. But Eclipse, Lagana, doing a decent job here, trying to apply some tags, get a little bit of damage going on to Acorn, but it's going to be Cold alleviating that pressure, flanking from the backside, diverting the attention now. Eclipse and Ghana, they're not going to be able to find any further opportunities onto Acorn. Instead, it's going to be Ghana turned around on by Kaizen, and that will spell the end for his duo as well. Eclipse as Cold does it. One-man show just about, but keep in mind, Acorn still making the pop-offs at the end there as well. Cole just playing Disorienter on the low. And a nice amount of eliminations between the two of them with 9 and 8 apiece.
Yeah, they rocket their way up to a 17 elimination victory royale out of nowhere. That's definitely going to put them back in the conversation. I think they were one of the few teams, too, that were running through a fair amount of games, so they needed a big one to really solidify themselves up towards the upper half of the standings here as we start inching our way towards the overall points in the leaderboards. But take a look here. Once they got the high ground, it was the Cold and Acorn show. They played it very well, very dominant, very confident in their positioning, and they knew right then and here, oh, we got to get points, right? We're not going to allow the lobby to just run this course here. We don't want to do any heal-offs. There's no reason to get the points, get in and get out. And just like that, Acorn and Cold find themselves a great victory out here on the platform. So Zeke catches up with the numbers here now.
We got you for sure, MDF, and I like that. Again, I don't know what it is about today, but MDF's just like, he's got my internal script up here. Everything I'm like, I'm gonna talk about this. MDF's like, Zeke, I got you. I'm just gonna say before you even said it. Thanks, MDF, classic. But he makes a good point. I wanted to remind everyone at home, so we had like a window to play games here, right? So you either could play a set number of games within that window, or as many games as you could within that window, right? We kind of talked about a few duos like, hey, they're going to max length games, which means they're not going to get all of the number of games possible within that window. For Acorn and Cold, they've already kind of gone through some of their games, so they did really need a really standout game to kind of just make sure we've got these series points unlocked. And a 17 elim victory royale. Yeah, that'll be the one, Vivid.
Well, the crazy thing about Acorn and Cold, by the way, for anybody who doesn't know, one major one, by the way, right? So they are currently the reigning FNCS champions, but as you can see there, 3 victory royales. 3. But the cool thing about how they've been playing throughout the day is that if they have made it past the 10-minute mark in the game, right? So they've been going down all spawn or early on in the game a lot of the times, but if they have made it past the 10-minute mark of the game, they've actually won it. Every single end game that they have made it to, they have won. They're kind of 3 for 3 if they've made it to that point in the game right now. So Acorn and Cold, the end game seemingly is down for them in terms of their strategy.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if their issue is coming from their landing spot over in Fencing Fields, which is where we saw them land in Major 1 and have great success coming out of it, but we also know that a lot of aggression happens over there. So maybe they just grabbed a good lobby this round and they were able to make it to the end. And like you said, grabbing that victory royale with so many eliminations, 17 to be exact, and I loved their height steal that they went for. It was actually Hav and Diego that had high ground towards the end there, but Acorn and Cold dominating the low ground. They get a little bored and they said, let's go for high ground, and then that's where they just ran away with it, and they're running away with it too in our leaderboard, able to usurp Peterbot and Polio.
Good word there, Kelly. Good word. For the first time, it is possible. Gods can bleed. Not only did we see Peter Bot and Pollo get eliminated in that last game, but now they've finally been dethroned as well. But now, even watching the leaderboard shift right before, now we've got Skittles and Trashy up here in third place with 245 points rather. And even some of these names, right? Seek and Dash, Cam, Aminish. I mean, this is a very fluid leaderboard right now. And with only so much time left, this still could go any which way.
Oh yeah, 100%. And you know, honestly, we were talking, you know, oh, there's a bunch of new duos on the NA region, right? This big mix-up. How's that kind of going to affect them? Well, in the large scheme of things right now, as it stands, there's only 3 teams that have multiple victory royales right now in this round number 4. And the cool thing about each one of those teams, Kelly, is that all 3 teams are actually returning duos, right? So they're experienced. They've played together before in previous majors, so the experience is there, right? Maybe sticking together as a duo is proving right now to actually be worth it.
I mean, we know how big synergy has to play in these competitions. I mean, just look at our top 2 right now. Acorn, and Peterbot and Pollo sticking together and sticking strong, and I'm excited to see how they're going to do in our next game.
That's right. Well, guess what? I've got a surprise for you all. Clicks fans, rise up. As we move to this next game, we're actually going to be jumping on board with him and Epic Whale. So, casters, take it away.
Synergy has to play in these competitions. I mean, just look at our top 2 right now. Acorn, and Peterbot and Pollo sticking together.
Let's go, Zeke. It's about time you gave us Clicks and Epic. We know you control exactly who we watching.
Guess what? I've got a surprise for you.
Holding out on us, Taco.
He's gonna start getting so many tweets now just every single time, man. But this is a duo that I've been really excited about, especially watching their open quals leading in to today's competition. Because Clicks and Epic, they absolutely love playing for the weapon bunkers. You can see they were already previously poised in a prime position for it. And judging by the fact that Clicks does have that purple sniper in tow, the 4x scope on it, have to expect they had an opportunity to get inside of the bunker, because it's the weapon mod benches that can really be such a huge boon for anyone's playstyle, but especially a player like Clicks, who has been so on point with the Reaper Sniper throughout Chapter 5.
What I like about what this duo is doing is they're taking every game extremely seriously, optimizing the amount of placement points. You have some of the fewest games played so far as the teams that are inside the top 3, and they have some of the highest placement points to match it, right? So definitely showcasing that they are pacing themselves very well, really trying to put themselves in the mindset of, like, we can do this at finals, right? And oof, as we watch Yamzo and Rise make the rotate, it seems like Yamzo was just clipped with a nasty shot from Grinchy. I don't know if we'll have a highlight of that sniper shot, but it must have been filthy, because he got immediately deleted there. And just like that, the tables turn. That's the one thing about snipers being in the meta, is that everything gets flipped upside down.
It's a sniper snipe world out here. That's what it appears like. Poor Rise forced to disengage entirely, uncertain as to whether or not he'll have an opportunity to look for Yamzo's reboot card as well. It's not uncommon for teams to also camp the reboot cards in these kinds of circumstances, especially when it's a prominent player such as Yamzo getting taken out of the lobby. You don't want to allow Yamzo and Rise as a duo to compete. Definitely a very troublesome duo to deal with. And Muzz and Paper, all the while, doing a decent job so far. Don't have any eliminations just yet, but it seems right now as if Muzz and Paper are a little bit more focused on just trying not to get caught between 2 separate teams.
Still impresses me how fast Muzz is when it comes down to the mechanics.
He's so mechanical.
Insane. Definitely at a different caliber. Cool, and it was, of course, Clicks and Epic was in the bush nearby. It was the team taking shots back and forth there in the exchanges. Still impresses me how fast Muzz is. Epic making sure the coast is all clear here, checking the bushes, making sure the vicinity is good. There's a team down on the beach, so threat lingering there. There's no one behind them, though. Of course, they don't know this, but playing it so cautiously here.
Yeah, it could be that Clicks and Epic, again, just trying to establish their surge strategy more than anything else, but as you've already touched on earlier today, this duo playing with a lot of strong discipline. Have to expect that some of that also can be pretty heavily credited to their coach, BloodX.
Yeah, even
given high
right
praise
there,
for a reason.
Like Clicks is setting up with Epic where I have 2 angles on the team that's going to exit the box. Like in a finals lobby, you need those tags, right? It may not matter in this game at all. They don't need surge right now. However, they're preparing for finals. So this is a team that you're seeing, you know, take this game very seriously, and you got to appreciate that. Right there, like Clicks is setting up with Epic where I have 2
Kanata and Cooper, though, with 5 eliminations, tracking their way through some remnants lying about here at Grim Gate. And again, this is time that they can afford to expend in the storm this early on. But still don't want to be caught out for too long. Definitely want to try and find themselves some strong positioning, maybe catch some other teams off guard with their rotates. Have to expect that they have a decent amount of surge already built up off of those 5 eliminations. But Aviva and Mira, another one of our teams. We haven't necessarily gotten a chance to highlight this duo, but you can always expect big things coming out of these 2 individuals.
Yeah, they've been doing all right. They're inside the top 25. You know, Miro's definitely a player you can never count out. Just never really know when he's going to, you know, win another grand finals. Straight up with a fresh duo, you just never really know. He's that type of player, extremely explosive. He's seen signed to his own new organization as well. And Aviv, man, Aviv's had his opportunity last season to prove to everyone that he's got what it takes to hang with the best and, you know, perform relatively well as far as overall season was concerned. Never see if he's grown into his own here.
I mean, you'd almost expect Aviv, not necessarily a chip on the shoulder, but I would probably feel some type of way about getting a 3rd place finish and then still watching my duo choose to split from me. So Aviv, I think, definitely looking for a lot to prove here in major number 2, and it definitely starts with solidifying a nice performance in these weeks leading up to the finals lobby. But they're not the only ones looking for their chance to shine. Vaspula and Grinchy also. We saw them with a nice takedown onto Yamzo earlier on. And it seems as though Yamzo is not the only player to have made his fate at the hands of these 2. 6 eliminations is a pretty impressive stat in comparison to some of the names that we've seen in this lobby already. It's looking like a relatively stacked lobby here.
Yeah, Rise just fell to the hands of Kanata too. So talk about big names clashing, big names engaging. That's definitely one of them. Meanwhile, we have Chubbs and Quanti. Obviously, should they make it all the way through to the finals after they fight their way through uppers and or lowers, if they can get to the finals, they will likely be contesting Peter by Pollo. So either be 3 points or the reason Peter by Pollo have a bad resulting at the grand finals. We'll see. Obviously, should they make it Chimpanzees so far, every time we've jumped in with this duo, they have been on fire. Another 6 eliminations here, continuing to trend down on players. Saw on the feed there though, Aviv knocked. Something is happening in the distance there. Yup, I see the teams fighting there. Meanwhile, Yamzo falls to Grinchy with the snipe shot from before. Gets the full finish again here. Just comes full circle with Grinchy.
And Kanata still looking to try and press forward. Almost some nice tags from Scissor, but Kanata able to hold the wall just long enough. He looks for a different angle to potentially try and approach from. Kanata also making sure to scout their backside. Wants to make sure that him and Cooper don't get snuck up on. It's going to be a quick dash into a bush not too far away from where their boxes were previously situated. Kanata and Cooper possibly just noticing the fact that they've got prime opportunity here to maybe pick off some teams that are rotating a little bit later in. Wants to make sure that
Short Sprite definitely going to be one of those late teams here. last, if you will, on the backside of this storm right now. They're sitting on a whole duo set of loot right here, so plenty of options to choose from.
Possibly just noticing the fact that
Here's
they've got prime opportunity here.
what's going on with Short? Oh no.
Teams that are rotating a little bit later in.
Might have disconnected. Yeah, unfortunately, I was gonna say there's no reason he wouldn't have already been healing here. So last, if you will, unfortunate circumstances for him. As Sprite has to play this one out by himself now, but he's got a lot to work with. Meanwhile, Muzz and Paper continue the dead side rotates. Okay, respectable. Might have disconnected. Yeah, taking full advantage of their zone favoritism and their outside positioning.
And the last time that we saw this duo on screen, neither of them had an elimination yet, so the fact that they seemingly were able to find a duo to pick apart, got to be a nice boost here for these two, a nice little refresh as well. Definitely looking relatively set as far as their materials are concerned. Ample amounts of fizz to work with also. Decent weaponry loadout too. And you can see though, so many teams stacked in front of where Muzz and Paper are situated at. It's going to be a tough trying to break away from all that congestion building on this west side of the zone. And fortunately for a lot of these teams, zone pulls directly next to them. So players are probably going to get very active as soon as these rotates actually start happening.
Yeah, but this is going to go up and over, so players are going to have to start playing for some elevation here shortly. You can see some indestructible structures just nearby. Positioning can mean everything right now. Put some crew down low. That's going to play out. Ooh, okay, so they're baiting all the loot right there. In fact, they're greeting for it. Okay. Is that worth it? That's what I want to know. Tags are coming in now. Much worse position than they were in before.
But they just have so much materials to work with. It doesn't really seem as though it's impacted their game in the slightest. If anything, Clicks gonna pop those 2 small shield potions. Shield potion now can carry full berry fizz, and Clicks and Epic maybe we're anticipating a little bit more reward for that exchange.
I think they saw the mythic banana and they thought it was a medallion, and that was probably why they felt so hard pressed to push over. If I had to guess, right? Because they had plenty of material, they had kills.
At least there was a full commitment, right, to that progression. They didn't hesitate. Hesitation can often lead to finding yourself fully eliminated. And again, it's still a little bit of materials that they were able to pick up, so didn't really lose anything for it, fortunately for them. Paper having found yet another elimination, though, and you can see it right there. Quick stab in case you missed it earlier on. Happy birthday to Muzz.
Happy birthday, Muzz. The 3X in the flesh here. I love it. Little stack coming out for him. Someone should clip it. Send it to him. I'm sure he'll appreciate that.
Paper having found yet another elimination, though. The best birthday present, though, would be for the lobby to just let him win. Guys, anybody? Cooper?
I don't know about that one. Cooper seems pretty determined to hold the high ground right now. They single out the next zone here.
He's clearing the way for Muzz.
Someone pushes up. What just happened there? Tags coming from down low. For a second, I thought they were being fully contested, but
birthday present, though, would be for the lobby
the case here.
Guys, anybody? Some immediately builds up as well. Cone's gonna provide some nice coverage. Paper, Muzz, one more elimination added to the tally. Make that 2 as Muzz found one as well. 4 in total here as Paper just aggressively tarping forward through the secondary height. Trying to close the gap, I believe, and work his way directly underneath Cooper and Kanata to possibly look to challenge for height later on. If anything, it'll force Cooper and Kanata to possibly over-peak. Same mentality here for Clicks and Epic Whale. They're going to take their time, and now it's the height challenge that they're after.
Oh, Cooper and Kanata don't even realize it's coming. The shots come in. It's a great tag by Clicks, and look how fast he is. Taking control of the wall, forcing out Kanata and Cooper. Full-on pressure to waste no time to start targeting other players in the mid-ground layers. Is exactly what you need to do when you're playing for high ground like this. Just assert your position immediately. There it is, shots from up above. This time it's Skittles, but still forcing out Kanata and Cooper. It has begun now for Clix and Epic Whale to possibly pick up a second victory out here. All the players in the mid-ground layer, exactly what you need.
But again,
You're playing for high ground.
Cooper, massive blow. That tackle down from height. And Kanata getting picked off in the process here. It's Cooper trying to get the solo performance that he needs for those additional placement points. But he doesn't have any heals left. Running solo on builds as well. He needs a refresh, and he needs it now. With only about half of his HP to work with, it's going to be tough to come by as Paper Mud seemingly taking over on the low ground. Right as I say that, massive shot though.
Are you still going? Still going, find the tag, but no, Paper's gonna get traded out. Muzz, can you hit the shot that matters? He does get finished off there. It's still well within the top 10, so great placement points. Meanwhile, Clix and Epic have all the runway in the world to work with here, but this high ground is coming straight off the edge of this cliff, so this is gonna elevate the distance from height, making it a little more dangerous to hold that position here. We'll see. Meanwhile, Chubbs versus Plague down low. Ooh, how did he turn that one around? I don't know, but he gets points in the process there. Meanwhile, Hazens and Bajia Jr. trying to work their way for a 10 elimination game potentially here. This is a great, great game for them. Racking up big points here. Seek and Dashar as well.
And again, Dash gonna watch as Seek gets eliminated right in front of his eyes. Now playing way outside his zone, just looking for the med kit on placements. Clix and Epic on the other hand, still in full control of height, just spraying down the teams on the low ground. Probably only a matter of time, and sure enough, Clix gonna drop, gonna look to try and play Disruptor. Epic well right next to him. These two were just playing side by side. And it doesn't appear as though their streak will be broken. This is looking like their lobby to win. Clix looking for the final player. Ooh. And sure enough, he finds it. A nice Victory Royale, keeping their top 5 performances of the day holding strong.
You just love it when it ends on a nice, clean tag like there. Hunting someone down, breaks the wall, doesn't miss a single beat, and hits the shot. And Clix and Epic Whale get there. What's that? Is that really their second victory out already? We've seen, just when you look at the leaderboard, the placement points that this team has managed to maintain throughout the couple hours that we've been covering all these games, and now we jump in with them and watch them win a game so effortlessly. It almost seemed like, you could tell it was about executing at the end. They did take that high ground. Well played for Clix and Epic Whale here. So send on over to Zeke, Vivid, and Kelly to break it all down.
There you have it, a victory royale from the duo. You love to see it. You can tell just how much practice they've really been putting in leading into major number 2, and it shows. I cannot believe, and like they said, 2 victory royales. These guys are looking real good right now.
Another duo that is returning, of course, getting multiple victory royales on the region. And you know, this is typical of Clix and Epic, where what we saw all last major in those FNCS finals was the constant attempts to go for high ground, the constant attempts to hold it. Being successful this game, of course, taking it a little early and still being able to actually find the opportunities to go get those refreshes, right? That's kind of what they were searching for in finals last major was, hey, listen, you know, we want to go up the heights so that way we can actually find refreshes. In this game right here, they were able to net that refresh, drop down, get a couple of eliminations, find the map so that way they can stay up on height, end the game cleanly right there, Kelly, with a win.
I mean, just as you were saying, in Major 1, we saw them go for height time and time again, but a little bit early for our liking. Here, they went around Zone 10, and that seemed to be the sweet spot for them, taking down Cooper and Kanata, stealing that height away from them. And then from there, it was just easy pickings. They had great heals on Whale, whereas Clix was able to jump down, grab as many as eliminations as he can. And although it was 5, the placement is what we're looking at here. And although they did break their top 5 placement, they did get 12th place last game. Their average placement out of the 5 games that they have played is 4th. It is absolutely phenomenal to see this duo doing so well.
And then we put this in the context of like grand finals, a victory out in grand finals with 5 elims. That's good, right? So like these guys are practicing for grand finals. They're looking ahead and thinking, We want to make it as far as we can, be as consistent as we can be, because that's what we have eyes on. And now look at this. They have taken over that #1 spot, and just behind them as well, look at Acorn and Cold, right? Tied with Seek and Dash, and these guys are just trading places, all because of these tiebreakers. They are forcing Peterbot and Poyo, who had an amazing start, back, right? Finally, there's just some control in the lobby just to say, okay, Peterbot, Poyo, you guys have had your fun, and now calm down.
Yeah, and that's kind of like stylistic, I would say, right? A stylistic difference right now. I mean, we've talked about it before. Peterbot and Poyo are very clearly going for like high elimination games, constantly keying everybody. But then when you look at Clix and Epic Well, you know, it's so cool to see them actually kind of practice exactly how they would be playing if this was FNCS finals, right? Going for those low elimination games, not trying to rack all them up and have like an unrealistic amount of mat/refreshes, because they really do want as much practice as they can get. So for me personally, I would like to see Clix and Epic Well style implemented just a little bit more out of Peterbot and Poyo, right? Kind of just win as many games as you possibly can. But like we already said, Kelly, they're looking for records, not wins.
Yeah, definitely. And I love that you're talking about style, because the style of a new duo that I'm really interested in is Kanata and Cooper. I mean, we've seen Kanata's ability to understand what is going on in the early game, use his unique rotations to kind of to his advantage. And now we're seeing that here as well in Major 2, joined by Cooper here. They did a good job holding out high ground. You can see that they had everything set up for them. Okay, mats, obviously an incredible loadout and tons of damage so that they didn't have to worry about Storm Surge. But of course, when you have someone like Clix and Epic Whale try to steal high from you, well, that's when you have to go into a solo situation like what Cooper happened here. Kanata not able to hold out, but Cooper still doing a pretty good job holding strong to make sure that he made it into at least the top 11.
Yeah, I like the refining factor. We talked about them kind of at the beginning, right? And this being not only the one single duo that swapped up, because we've seen many duos change things up, but this is, remember, just week #1. We're still trying to figure things out, right? We've had patch cups to kind of figure out the initial playstyle, but now that we're in Major 2, it's like, okay, what does this actually look like? Where are the areas we need to kind of improve on? And even in just the games we've seen, these guys have really stepped things up. We only have right around 20-ish minutes before the final queue closes here. We had 10 games to play within 3 hours. We're either gonna get all 10 done or hope to play as many of them as possible out with just a handful of time left. How are you guys finding the game so far?
Yeah, finding them pretty good. You know, speaking on like last chapter and how this one kind of, or not last chapter, last season, and how this one kind of compares to it, right? We're seeing pretty typical stuff as well. You know, some teams, some duos, when they go down to solos, are trying to go for those like early heal loss, right? Trying to maximize the amount of placements that they're getting. Of course, high ground is pretty dominant again this season. Usually, though, it's going to the team that does have the medallion out of Grimgate, right? That aspect of agility. But as we saw right there, it's not necessarily impossible for a team without it to take home a dub. So yeah, very, very typical, I think, Kelly. Like heal offs and then medallions proving to be very, very strong.
Yeah, and we've seen a little bit of variety as well, though it does seem to typically go down to the heal off. We've seen teams on the low ground win, teams on the high ground win, and then of course the heal off meta that everyone's such a big fan of. And I love to see that variety. Obviously, this meta is going to evolve and pan itself out once we do get to the grand finals, but it kind of seems like everyone's just playing standard Fortnite right now.
Yeah, what kind of began as a little bit chaotic, right? The Peterbot Poyo situation is now a lot more controlled, right? This is kind of the Fortnite we're used to seeing, really thoughtful, methodical play from the players, trying to control as much of that chaos or RNG from game to game as possible. Man, I guess excited, right? With all of these duos kind of really showing up, I'm almost excited to see where they will grow, right? How they will continue to evolve, even just going into next week.
Yeah, even like that week off, right? We could see a lot of changes kind of happen, not only like in how people are playing. Maybe some people will be very, very confident in how they did in week #1 and kind of like lay back a little bit and kind of relax. And then some people, of course, will be, oh, it'll be crunch time, right? Maybe you don't have enough points to make it into the upper bracket or semis in general. And we'll see some teams trying extremely hard, probably switching it up as well.
And talking about switching it up, what if you switch regions? And we're going to be taking a look at Paco and Mixon. So excited to see how this duo is going to be doing.
I cannot wait. Yeah, I mean, we're getting close to getting right back into all of the action. So with a couple games left here, let's say we just have like 2 games we have available to us with 20 minutes. do we just look for the full, like, let's just try and get like a top 5? Or do you think maybe we just go in, we try and get eliminations, see how far we can make it? If we're eliminated, let's just jump back in really quickly before that queue closes? Like, what do you think is better, worse? What do you think?
Yeah, usually one of these last games, or some of these last games, definitely die off very, very quickly, right? A lot of people going for eliminations and then trying to like back out or go down early, just getting a couple points, so that way they can get into that last game.
But you never know if you can get into that last game, so I don't think these players are going to try and drop early. I definitely think they're going to go for the W key, but also be a little safe.
Yeah, might as well play it out, right? Might as well. Well, with that, I'm getting word it is, in fact, time to go in on the duo that Kelly mentioned, so let's just jump right back into all the action.
But you never know if you can get into that last game, so I don't think.
Wait a second, I thought FNCS had some region lock things in place. Back on Mixon are truly committed this season, it seems like. 2 playing on NA from EU.
Well, it's actually interesting because Paco and Mixon actually moved to Dallas for this season to compete. So they are actually participants on Zero Ping for this major. And one of the main things that we saw boasting, at least from Mixon's side of view, on socials, caught win. That first day of opens, this team was actually in first place. But after that, it just seemed like things crumbled. I mean, granted, they still find themselves competing here in week number 1. So making it out of opens to be one of the 250 teams competing here today is definitely a strong feat for your first season on NA. And again, when you think about the commitment, the fact that they opted to move to Dallas to participate in the NA Major 2, I just think that alone, you've got to have a lot of confidence as a team to want to take your chances in a different region.
Yeah, and it's one way to, you know, make a great headline, make a statement too. If you can, you know, compete with the best cross regional. I mean, that is, you know, one of the greatest accolades you can ever accomplish as a professional player. I mean, it's one of the main reasons we always talk about Muggs, right? Like, look at Muggs constantly being celebrated. Just, well, not only did he, of course, win multiple FNCSs, but he decided to stick around for the NA region for the better levels of competition. You know, one of the greatest accolades.
Also think about players like King and Phaser, for example, making the move from Brazil over to Europe. But again, drawing the attention back to the focal point of NA's week 1 here in Major 2. And the way that these lobbies have just seen so many players cycling through them. Duke and Noxie, another one of our newly formed duos that have certainly had a pretty big impact in this lobby so far. 4 eliminations so far. And now here, challenging Rift Island. You can tell they want to get aggressive, but at the same time, Duke, the fact that he's opting to take the Ascender down, full-on chasing out Akichi, does not want to let this possible 5th elimination escape.
He's getting right into the bombs, 18 HP, and at this point, I mean, you're fully committed, but he misses. He tries to whip his way through the wall there, but it's not going to be enough, unfortunately. Fully eliminated there to the hands of Cookie and Evan, and I mean, I'm sure they're probably celebrating. They're pretty happy about that one because they were getting hard keyed right there, and that's a frustrating situation to be in, right? When you're getting pushed and you're probably wondering yourself, like, yo, what do we do to you? Like, what is going on right now?
I think that was also the first circumstance that we've seen today of a player trying to utilize the chains of Hades. I mean, in the past, we've seen creators such as Resub pointing out some of the efficient ways that you can utilize the chains of Hades, but it's always been a little bit more of a prank in a sense. Dude must have really thought he was going to get the better end there, just like the Roller and Crackly. They spotted out Rise as a solo, so you already know that the pressure is just not going to come to a stop anytime soon here. Crackly pointing out, actually just tackling the same aggressive pacing here onto Rise. It feels like it's only a matter of time before he gets eliminated.
Yeah, Rise unfortunately bit off more than he can chew here. Crackling and D-Roller, 2 very experienced players, jump their way up to 4 eliminations. There is a duo just to the east though. You have to be a little careful. This team positions north side of them now. Yeah, talking about, you know, unique weapons showing up today. I guess we've seen the Avatar Mythic Water Bending come out, and now, of course, the Chains of Hades. So very interesting. how most players have decided, let's just play a little vanilla, right? Keep it simple.
Oh, we know where this is headed. Mixon's got the sniper out. Caught a player, Zircon. Think next on the next one. Yeah, that's what Zero Ping does after all. But Mixon, just absolutely devious work there. Caught the glint from Zircon's weapon and threw back one of his own, except his was actually a headshot. You gotta be quicker with the lineups if you're gonna go into that scope position. And Mixon with a crack. We're talking about bullet drop-off. And how the sniper was supposedly nerfed, but not with the way that Mixon is working it this round. And that's definitely some really strong surge that he's already managed to build up here in this lobby.
And we were spot on, by the way, about this game. Really starting to thin out pretty quickly. Look, 43 players alive. Now, Paco and Mixon are taking what seems to be a very serious approach to this, though. They're playing dead side rotate right now. They recognize that, hey, we can win a game here and get a couple eliminations in the process. So you can see they are definitely taking their time right now. I feel like I can appreciate this kind of pacing because it does also kind of remind me of the Clicks and Epic will, you know, approach where, hey, let's take every game fully serious and you know, take this opportunity at FNCS that we have very much serious.
Also, when you consider when they're trying to represent EU over in the sides of NA, the constant regional battle, you've got to make sure that you're coming out strong here, or at least finishing strong on the day. That's exactly what
they came to NA because, you know, this is the better region. They had to, right? They wanted to.
No comment. I will not be looped into this. Not today, MDF.
Just baiting you.
You gotta remember though, I technically started off with EU, so my allegiance knows no bounds at this point. I just respect the gameplay from everyone at this point. Both regions boasting strong duos of their own accord. And Reciprocal, G-Monster, they really want this elimination onto PAX. Reciprocal has been bearing down on the wall time and time again. Curious what PAX's materials count is at, but won't have to worry much longer as he will finally get knocked down. Rappy as well. Just a little bit of HP to work with, and sure enough, that's going to be another confirmed elimination here for Reciprocal and G-Monster. 6 to start this one off with.
Not bad here. It's going to jump them up to 150 points. They definitely need the points here. Otherwise, they're going to be middling in the pack, setting themselves up for the series points here. Convicted and Skulls back with them for a little bit. One of the few teams outside of the safety of this new zone right now. Not bad here.
Man's just emoting in the background. I respect that from Skulls. You know, gotta keep it loose, gotta keep it fun.
Living his best life.
Exactly. Vibes clearly high for this duo right now. He's Convicted. Looking to keep it going as well. If he's able to connect with a headshot, or even just a decent body tag, it's a good amount of surge. But surge isn't really something that I think that this lobby's gonna have to worry about when, again, you consider how quickly it's been thinning out. Vibes clearly high for this duo right now. It's Convicted. Looking to keep it going as well. He's able to connect.
Quick hop and a skip, and they're right in safe zone.
Body tag. It's a good amount of surge.
Here on out, it'll start to simulate more like a stack end game. So you have about 40 players that are going to be hitting these hard-moving zones here. Everyone's going to be setting up for that big decision here coming shortly. Meanwhile, Vanilla's Convict, safe zone. Oof. The zone's gonna go really far. You can see most players are already on the move. G-Monster, Reciprocal want nothing to do with it. They're out.
They've already gotten the eliminations they were initially after, and Vanilla's and Convict, part of the reason why they were looking at third party is because even though they've got a decent amount of materials, what they don't have much of is a good supply of heals, at least not from what Vanilla's is rocking so far with their loadout. Only 2 bananas and 3 small shield potions. But a nice tag for Launcher's DMR. Could be an opportunity now. You can see Vanilla's instantly pan their route right towards Crackly. And you get a good butt shot like that. And now they've caught up to Reciprocal and G-Monster in the process. whether intentional or not, they've got to worry about Mixon and Paco across the way, who's steadily applying pressure into the box fight taking place underneath Vanillas and Convict. Could be an opportunity now.
DMR does a lot of damage as well if you get clipped by it. They pushing in. Oh yeah, they still have a ways to go to the new zone there. Mixon and Pac be the first ones to touch down. Vanillas and Convict want to maintain the high ground here. They're going to start building off this little low ground. See, right on top of them is Shark and EXC. Mixon and Paco distance themselves from the rest of the competition.
It's just a big advantage, though, for Mixon and Paco. They were the first ones, so now they can just look back, choose to spray down the teams that they saw trying to circulate in from behind them. But no, in fact, they're going to continue to keep positioning as the focal point here. Move a little bit closer, try to establish some height. For Mixon and Paco. It's not a bad spot to be in, but they definitely want to keep in mind some of those other duos trailing behind them. And again, Mixon already taking note of the team that's truly established ultimate high ground.
It's TK. I think he's built a huge metal 1x1 all the way 6 or 7 layers high here.
It's not a bad spot to be in, but they definitely...
But it's not going to be safe necessarily. He will have to build off of that. Yeah, there it is. Bacon and TK up top. See all the metal they put into the structure. This is a very, very solid base that they have right here. Solid foundation. And more metal to continue to invest in here. Oh, TK missing plenty of tags. That should have been a free elimination for him. Uncharacteristic of him. Yeah, there it is. Missed this many tags. TK up top.
It definitely looks like he's trying to make up for it.
This is a very, very solid base that they have right here. Solid foundation. More metal to continue to invest in here.
It's gotta be the worst feeling when you're spraying and it's just a cone after cone after cone.
This many tags. And you just don't get through it. Let's get back with Mixon though. Okay, he's gonna eat the banana here to go ahead and give him all the HP that he needs, and they go straight for high ground. Look at this. Quick and easy now. The Flowberry Fizz, the extra HP, and now they have high ground with close to 400 metal in Mix's inventory. Reciprocal glances up, sees what's happening. Full boxes here down low. Somehow lost G Money in the process. There it is. Back to back now. Quick and easy now. Flowberry Fizz, the extra HP.
A lot of really low material counts though for a good amount of these players we've been spectating so far. Reciprocal, he literally has 0 builds to his name. It's going to be forced to finding a refresh, and he needs it stat. Just breaking through these pre-existing boxes, breaking down these walls, hoping to try and catch somebody off guard, but instead it's going to be G-Monster. Gets taken down first. Convicted though, pays the price here. And a little bit of materials now to work with for Reciprocal as he's going to pick up the mats that G-Money will opt to drop. And again, Reciprocal trying to do what he can, working through the low ground layers. As a solo though, he's just trying to see if he can catch anybody else off guard.
He's got to be careful, but he opens up the wall anyways. He wants to take the fight. Excellent job there onto Quashead. Can he get the finish for the point? Shots are coming everywhere. 7 HP. Goes for the heal instead. I don't know if I like that play. There it is. He recognizes danger. No builds either. Pickle catches him out and unfortunately could not get the Elim in the process. But Papa's Blast is on fire right now as well. He's on 4 Elims. He's got EXC damaged and pushed into the storm line. High ground free to rain tags from up above, but everyone else now thrown in the blender, in the mix here. 7 duos up, so there's a lot of solos still here. Kind of in this combo. Damaged and pushed into the storm line.
So this is lining up to be a potential win here for Paco and Mixon. Be an excellent way to finish week number 1. Establish themselves some good placements, work their way up the leaderboard, potentially secure a little bit more series points as well. But Poppy Blast, he seems to kind of just be on a layer all his own. Everybody else either playing ultimate low or just up on the high ground there for Mixon and Paco. Banana gonna buy a little bit of time here for Poppy Blast, and it's gonna take use of the mobility. Just managing to squeeze out another elimination off the Thorfinn. And yeah, Poppy Blast has just been on fire, but will finally get shut down here. And sure enough, it's gonna be Mixon and Paco striking for their victory royale in the day.
Well played too, as we get right to the final minutes pretty much of the queue. Will they have time to queue again? We don't know, but 3 eliminations, a big victory out. We know that's worth tons of placement points, so either way, getting a win on the North American region, regardless of the stage, right, the qualifier, is still a good feeling and a confidence boost. So take a look at how they do it. Mixed and Paco swing around, and the last elimination there was right into their favor. That's going to surely jump them up a little bit top.
Have to expect this much, but I'm more curious about what the analysts are going to let us know as far as how the day is shaped up.
That's right, Paco, Mixon get themselves the victory royale, and though it's only with 3 elims, it is still a victory royale. That is still a ton of placement points. Remember, we're playing for series points over the next few weeks, right? So all of these points, they will absolutely make a difference. But for the duo finding themselves again, at this moment in time, that victory royale, it's gonna help, right? It's going to make a difference, especially as you start to energize. If they have time for one more game, they can jump in as quickly as possible. We actually ourselves have one more game, but again, congratulations to the duo.
Yeah, shout out to Paco and Mixon, right? There's actually a lot that kind of goes into what they are actually doing this major. I mean, moving to a whole different country to play on a different region. I mean, not only is that uncomfortable in an incentive area, you're not used to kind of playing on your own setup. You're gonna have to adapt to a whole new setup, but they kind of have to adapt to a whole new region, right? Like kind of how NA plays, what can kind of be their strategy. And honestly, if we take a look at their round 1, right, they actually came out and won, and everybody was kind of hitting socials and talking about, oh, they had so low elims, but they still ended up winning. Like, why aren't you guys going for more elims? And honestly, it just seems like they're a placement heavy team, right? They like to play for the end games, and as we just saw in that game right there, even though there's a big difference between round 1 and round 4, they're still kind of leaning towards that play style, playing for placement and getting low eliminations, which in some regards is really, really impressive, because that just means, Kelly, they're not really finding many refreshes. They're making the most out of the mats they actually farm throughout the game, where they don't even really need them.
Yeah, they're very efficient as a duo, and I think that's kind of the word that exemplifies what is setting them apart from the rest of the competition. A lot of these duos we see just kind of run and gun, and they hope to get elimination, and sometimes they put themselves in a bad situation. But I think Mixon and Paco are really good observing what's going on around them, having a good game sense, and making sure that they have the advantage regardless of where they are in the game.
Speaking of game sense, Reciprocal in that last game as a solo rider, what in the world? Reciprocal just on something else entirely, man. In these situations where you're kind of left alone, the pressure's on, right? And for him to just maintain composure and just get back-to-back elims, impressive stuff.
Yeah, huge stuff. I mean, we've seen it time and time again where clutch moments like this kind of make or break some runs in an FNCS, and Reciprocal not only doing this, right, helps them on the leaderboard as it currently stands, but it's like a huge confidence booster, right? Like, you kind of have like these moments out there of yourself performing so well. It can really, really help when you're competing at such a high level. So incredible clutch coming out of Reciprocal right there. And Callie, listen, look at the leaderboard right now.
Paco and Mixon switching regions and already in the top 10. You know the EU boys are going ham right now, but Acorn and Cold are reigning champs from Major 1, steal away first place from Clicks and Epic Whale, but they're still hot on their heels. Look at the VRs that we have in our top 10 right now, and you know, I love to see it. We kind of have some old pros, and then we got some new names as well here.
Yeah, this top 10 is not what I would have anticipated. You know, I really did believe that Peterbot and Poyle were just going to run away with it. But to see Acorn and Cold, your winners from Major 1, to come back and have a little bit of a slower start to the day, and then be in this situation where they're the ones ahead. They're the front runners now. It's hard to kind of like take focus away from them, right? And even when you look at someone like Clicks and Epic, well, remember, for them, they've been making these longer placing games, right? They've had these longer form games where they've made it into these top 5s very consistently. importantly, there's just a lot of talent, basically, is what I'm trying to say, spread out over NA this week.
Oh yeah, 100%, and we're gonna see that kind of develop throughout. But it's just really cool to see how, you know, or how this is actually gonna play out, right? Because this leaderboard, you know, it's gonna be interesting to see who's actually made it into one final game, who's gonna be able to make a statement in qualifier 1 round 4 right now, right? Who should we be looking kind of like win this FNCS? I mean, we've got some obvious ones in the back of our minds, but anybody that can kind of change that sentiment would be awesome. You know,
And I think there might be some people saying in the third page, oh, Agers and Buga, they're all the way down in 25th place. But you have to remember, these aren't set lobbies. There's 250 duos competing right now. And just making it into this part of the competition, making it into round 4, is going to give you those series points that you need. And all these duos are going to try and get into the top 50 series points over this week and next week because they want to make it through the upper bracket of the semifinals. So although they might not be performing to the expectations of our viewers, I do think that they're still going absolutely crazy and playing just the way that they need to be.
Yeah, that's such a great way to frame it, right? This is not grand finals, right? This is week 1 of major number 2. There's still time to make adjustments. There's still time to kind of have these crazy pop-off performances, Vivid. Right now, this is just the competition starting.
Gosh, it's so much. There's so many storylines going on. Like we saw, you know, Aviv and Miro right there, 23rd place as well. Shout out to them. I also saw Ken Beans and Al in 27th place, one that I want to kind of give a shout out to. I'm pretty sure they both moved to be a little bit closer to the servers there, because a little bit lower ping, right? So they're looking to take over the FNCS as well, and being top 30, that's pretty huge.
Pretty good, pretty good. Zeke, I'm ready for this next game. I know that we're making sure that the lobby's ready and we finally have a whole set game to get into. All these players, like you were asking in the previous mid-game, are they going to be going W key or are they just going to try and survive? I think this is now when you have to go for the eliminations.
Yeah, remember, as long as you get into that game, right, and the queue closes, you've got the length of that game. You don't have to just run crazy and just get eliminations and just when you're done, right? You want to try and go crazy, but we want to go for that victory royale if possible. We're looking for points, and at this point, we hit a really hard break, and we go, okay, now this is the last game on the day. We need to be really careful. We need to treat this like a grand finals lobby. If there's a time to do it, Viv, it's now. It's this game.
Yeah, I think this game will probably be one of the most stacked we've seen throughout the day. Even like game number 1 that we kind of watched, right? I saw that one, the player counts were getting a little bit lower than I anticipated, faster than I had thought, right? But like you mentioned, Deke, this is the last game that we're going to be playing, so anybody that's trying to bump themselves up on the leaderboard, there's no point in kind of, you know, W keying or going down early, right? Play the game out, because ultimately placement, getting eliminations in the end game, Kelly, that's where the points are at.
I know that's where the points are at, but I want to see some double Q. I want to see Peterbot and Pollo come out again and bring a 30. I know it's not going to happen, but it's what I want, and I'm putting it out there in the universe.
Okay. I mean, I'm here for it. Look, if Peterbot and Pollo, they somehow have an additional game, and we get to see that right here, look, let's just put them in a lobby. Let's put Clicks and Epic Whale in a lobby. Let's just go crazy, right? This is just week 1. This is just now the finals. That's what we're just changing. I'm just kidding. But yeah, I mean, with this last game to go, I feel like a lot of these players, remember, because they've either had 10 games or 3 hours to play. Again, Clicks and Epic Whale, they've had longer games, so they have more ready to go. Whereas Peterbot and Pollo, they've had quicker games for sure. So maybe they have less at their disposal, right? So I'm just curious to see what this final game will look like, Viv. Will it be crazy? Will it be a W key? I don't know, man.
I don't know. Who's even going to be in the game, right? That's the biggest question of all. I don't know. It could be crazy. Who's going to survive while spawn? Who's going to land where? It's all up in the air.
I think I know who we're going to go see, but I don't want to spoil it, Zeke. I'll let you do that.
Okay, all right.
It's a good one.
Okay, all right. Last game of the day. I want you guys to spoil it before we kick things off. Who is it, Kelly? Tell me.
Oh, everyone, you know who you want to see. It's Peterbot and Pollo. Can they pull out another 20-plus elimination game? Well, let's find out.
It's time. Send it on in.
Okay, all right. It's a good one.
Okay, all right. Last game of the day.
See, I knew Zeke controlled the lobbies, I'm telling you. We get right into the action. He's always here to give us the fan service. First it was Clicks, now it's Peterbot and Pollo for the last game.
They've been called yet again, but only 20. That feels like rookie numbers for these two, Monster. I'm expecting
nothing shy of whatever they need to actually acquire 100 eliminations on the day, because they're not too far from it.
It'd be more impressive if they can actually get 20 eliminations. This is the least amount of elims we've seen them at any point in the day. They actually have 0 right now. Do you think the pressure's on? Do you think they saw the Alden stat online where it shows that they might be on track to break a record here? I don't know.
And no distractions after all, right? But definitely something that can subconsciously play a part. Peterbot and Poyo, definitely a team that likes to keep tabs of where exactly they stand as Skittles Trashy. They could potentially be the first 2 eliminations for Peterbot and Poyo, or they could potentially end Peterbot and Poyo's run altogether. As Peterbot Poyo a little bit pressed further away from where we would have expected them to be at this point. And it seems as though they really want to take this challenge at Rift Island. But again, if they want to get those 20 elims, or even one, first it's going to start with Poyo not getting dropped, and Skittles instantly trying to see if he can dive into Poyo's box. Trashy though, with the problem all his own. This could be an exchange of duo teammates at this rate.
Yeah, big 100 tag from Peterbot here onto Trashy. He's definitely going to give him the advantage he was looking for. The hand cannon miss on the follow-up, though. Here's the real question. Does he jump up to support his teammate or stay down low? He's going to opt to pull the ladder here. There it is. Now swings back around. Back up to Poyo. Needs a bit more material, so plenty of opportunity here to bounce back now. But Trashy keeping up the pressure here alongside Skittles. We already talked about it. This is a team that is very much exceptional. However, and in the crosshair of Peterbot, can you survive?
It would be pretty insane, though, for Skittles and Trashy to just completely cut off Peterbot and Poyo in this final lobby. But just like that, Skittles forced to retreat. Really nice connection there from the hand cannon out of Peterbot onto his noggin. And Trashy doesn't want to abandon his teammate by any means. They're still looking to play side by side here. Peterbot, though, going to keep the pressure moving forward. And at this rate, Peterbot, 0 builds left. Has to really consider how badly he wants this aggressive instance. Poyo's going to drop him. Handful of wood. But MDF, this exchange has gone on for so long. And there's no way that either of these teams could come out better for it.
Yeah, Peterbot's just messing around at this point. They know it's the last game. They know they're up at the top. And look, we're going to double back to the Rift Island here for the material. Of course, he's going to set them up to continue to fight if they wanted to. Meanwhile, more action happening around. This is a jam-packed last lobby, y'all. We have Clix and Epic Whale in this game as well. And man, the sniper in Clix's hand is just devastating. You can see the body tag. You know, Clix trolled all of us. He said online that he was retiring the sniper due to the new bullet drop, but you can see he just can't resist it. He's too good.
Just trying to give the lobby a false sense of security. That's what it sounds like. Because
she's convincing others. You know, he's trying to manipulate the
no
NA
one would
presence.
ever believe him, though. Just every single one of his streams, if it's not in his loadout, the Reaper Sniper, it just means that he hasn't found one yet. He absolutely loves the sniper rifle, and he does such an excellent job utilizing it to its fullest potential.
3 eliminations this game so far for Clix and Epic Whale, so they're set up pretty well. There's Kanata and Cooper. What a lobby we got. We got ourselves a little stacker here, and honestly, 63 players alive right now is also impressive considering how fast-paced all the games have been today. This game so far for Clix and Epic Whale, so they're set up.
And even with 2 eliminations, for a moment, Cooper and Kanata were underneath that damage threshold, but sometimes eliminations can be a blessing in disguise. Part gets taken out, and next thing you know, Cooper and Kanata, they're practically 500 above the damage threshold now. And they've got a nice overview of the lobby, even with 2 eliminations, towards the north side of Grand Glacier. But these mountains can just provide such a great overview in terms of scouting out which direction of the teams might be approaching from, as well as just ensuring that it'll be difficult for other teams to try and scale these mountain faces with a team like Cooper and Kanata kind of holding it down.
A lot of teams on this outskirts edge right here. Baka and Pars being one of the few having gotten to touch base with them yet today, considering all the lobbies have been rolling through. But 256 points there, definitely on track for a top 10. I think can break into that 300-point threshold. So this is it. This is a big chance for them to secure tons of series points here, virtually qualifying their way through to one of the seats in the brackets. All the lobbies have been rolling through, but 256 points there, definitely on track for a top 10.
Still, they'll definitely want to try and build a couple of elimination points as well in this final lobby, at least as many as they can try to. And with only 4 points so far off of the 2 eliminations they've acquired, you can tell that they're not satisfied just yet, but they're also not that pressed for an early rotate just yet. Again, that elevation provided by the natural landscape there on the north side of Grand Glacier just makes it really easy to try and pinpoint some rotating duos. Not satisfied just yet, but they're also not that
It's a duo that's definitely in the zone right now. I like this play. I like that. Although they're safe, Kaiser is considering moving just a little bit further in to get away from the congested amount of players that will start to settle in on this outer edge. Meanwhile, Mars is more than solo right now. Definitely in the zone. A couple bandages in his inventory. He's decided he might have to play zone out. Although they're safe, Kaiser is considering teams that were camping on top of him have also backed out too. Players that will start to settle in on some extra heals for the word now. More than solo right now.
Just a scavenger at this point, living off of the kitchen supplies.
Oh my gosh, they're still fighting. Peterbot and Boyle with 0 eliminations. They actually had a chance to break the record. It seems like the pressure should have been surmountable for this team. It's now coming up short. Oh, but Peterbot with a monstrous tag here. What did this player have? Not much to work with, but some bandages. But the zone's doing way too much damage, so he's going to have to give it up. Who has the medallion, though? Oh, was it left behind? Potentially. Oh, no, the edit comes in, and it's all going to come down to one tag. Can he hit it? It's not his ramp. He tries to double edit out, but he's coned in as well. Peterbot is so quick, though. I don't know how he got out of there, but Batman Booga somehow got the cards reversed onto him. And this is one thing professional players can do very well, is fight with no HP. I don't know how they managed to make it happen, but definitely can.
The way that Peterbot was able to hold down those stairs and walls, though, I mean, a lot of people are going to be shouting that's the difference that Zero Ping can make, but Batman Booga still forced Peterbot to expend.
Oh my gosh.
And we'll pay the price.
Hand cannon shotgun. No bullets in the hand cannon, by the way. That was his last bullet right there. Peterbot recognizes the player in that box as well. You know, I was thinking for a second, I might have called it too soon, that he was going to exit this lobby with 0 eliminations, but no. He turned it into a quick 2-piece. You have to appreciate it. And I think they needed 3. Did they need 3 to break the record? Oh.
It would be tragic if so. But, hey, still an impressive performance throughout the course of today's week number 1. And yeah, with 3 just shy.
You have to appreciate it. And I think they needed 3.
Hey, just go again next week.
Go again next week. Hey, you gotta give yourself something to look forward to at this point.
Hey, still an impressive performance throughout the course of Clicks and Epic just holding up some of these teams towards the bottom side of this hill here, just outside of Reckless Railways. Hey, just go again next week. And again, Clicks, Epic, definitely looking relatively well off. But as for Skittles and Trashy, one of the teams that was held up for so long by Peterbot and Poyo, Skittles will at least be able to find another elimination, and the fact that He's managed to outlast Peterbot and Pollo. It's probably his ultimate trump card at this point. But with no heals, he's full shambles.
Something to consider, right? Skittles and Trashy, veteran players, right? Tier 1 professional players. It does show you when Peterbot and Pollo go up against pretty good players. Like it's not all fun and games. It's not all easy, right? You're not gonna walk through every team in the lobby that fast. Some teams are gonna just be in the zone and put up a great defense, a great fight. So if that's any indicator of, you know, what finals can play out as, I mean, finals is that's what every duo is gonna consist of, right? Like really, really top tiers. So it'll be that much more difficult.
But also, Peterbot, Pollo, Skittles, Trashy, neither side probably commits as heavily in that initial engagement that caught both those teams out for so long over by the Rift Island. Essentially sabotage each other's games.
Oh my god.
Kanata sabotaging height though.
The second time. Rip someone out the sky like that.
But also, it's never surprising when he does it, but it is kind of gross here. Just jumping straight into Pandy and Ink's box. Wasting no time whatsoever to secure the next 2 eliminations. Now Pars and Baka could potentially get focused out, but instead Kanata gonna opt to go just 1 layer above. Doesn't want to get stuck inside of any low ground action here. He's already gotten the refresh he was after. Bolts and Bryce, though, they're going to be the current team looking to control height.
And this game's going to be over before you know it. Puts an Epic Whale on the western side of the low ground here. One team, like we mentioned, kind of in position to hold this high ground with Pars and Baka. Get pushed on the low. Now the shots coming from Kanata and Cooper. Pressure everywhere. They give it up. Pars on the move now. Low ground here. Oh, Kanata and Cooper actually stepped in trying to take the fight after the shield crack. It didn't look like they really desperately needed the material, but must come down to serious points at this stage in the round. Pressure everywhere. How big of a last game can you make here? Pars and Baka have a chance of retaliation here.
Wow.
Clicks on the edge. Look like that player just gave up. I don't know what just happened there, but that's 5 elims now.
Sometimes you just connect with too clean of a shot. Doesn't give any sort of leeway for a reaction time there. Stupid just caught out. But Kanata, again, doing a pretty nice job here. Making his way towards front side of the zone. Just looking to trail along the sides of it. Gonna look back here. Magia gonna also get stuck next to Golden Cow, and they're not gonna be able to escape this box. That legendary Warforged assault rifle, just so much spray potential. Such a high fire rate as well, and decent damage to just rip through those builds.
Definitely shows. Meanwhile, Baka and Pars do have the high ground, little builds to work with. Kanata and Cooper look up to try to see if they can reclaim it. And they're turning their focus on a win now. Condition is here. The woods are weak, but Baka, devastating player. Pars is as well, and Cooper goes down. We really have not seen Cooper shine today like we expect him to in these end games. But everyone does get outclassed at times. Meanwhile, Clicks and Epic Whale here setting themselves up for what could be a massive game if they could just situate. Epic's gotta get his HP up, gotta get his shield up, and he might be able to win this game from this awkward angle.
For sure. I'm willing to give Cooper a little bit of benefit of the doubt. Saw that he actually set up a brand new PC leading into today, so can definitely impact overall performance, getting used to the swing of things. Circa, on the other hand, just immediately ripped through by Flicks. Kanata still trying to hold it down, 6 eliminations. Tarping through this secondary height. Not sure if he spotted out, but it's Clicks and Epic below him. Instead, Kanata trying to challenge the high ground, but it's all for naught. He'll find himself eliminated now. His run come to an end for the day, but still a strong performance overall. But now it's down to Clicks and Epic. They want to keep the streak going strong. They want a victory royale to close the day out. They might just find it here, too.
Yeah, Zeus can definitely be the thorn in the side, but no, Polis finds him. And now they're just looking to high ground. Clicks breaks it out. That's going to be huge white damage there from the fall. Well played, and Epic Whale's got the pressure going up now as well, and they're actually working together. You love to see it. That is how you play the low ground, especially when they got the timer on their side. 20 seconds is so much. Feels like an eternity in this end game. Epic looking for an angle. Clicks is so hurt. He's got all the splashes. Use it, don't lose it type scenario here, but instead he's focusing on the offense, and they should be able to win this game now. Unless he has heals. We'll find out if he did. And Clicks had the splashes. We know that Epic tries to get to his teammate, and he could not in time. What an end game. What a last round. Another huge placement, though, for Clicks and Epic Whale as Polis and company take the win there.
Epic just a little bit sabotaged. Looked like he unfortunately clipped the side of that pre-existing build. The mantle interrupting. Where he might have been able to cover the ground just in time to at least peek at where Polis was at. It seems like Epic definitely knew where Polis was located, but overall, second place finish. And again, huge shout outs to Flix FPS and Polis for finding themselves a victory royale. Hey, it's not always about how you start the day, MDF. That's one of my favorite sayings. It's about how you are able to close the day. And for these two, it's definitely an impressive feat finding the victory royale here.
Yeah, and of all the games we watched, that one had like a lot of players. We kind of highlighted it early on that there were over 63 or so players as we were like around zone 6 or so. So definitely a more stacked lobby and big names in there too. So what a fantastic win there, Taco.
Yeah, and absolutely loved a lot of the action that we saw here today. MDF had an awesome time alongside you, casting week #1 here in Major #2, and just excited to see what happens pressing forward. But again, that's going to be it from myself and you for today, MDF. We've got Zeke and the analyst to break down everything that took place here today. Absolutely loved a lot of the action that
Thank you so much, Monster D-Face and the best Taco. Shout outs to y'all. Incredible cast on the day. My gosh. Epic Whale and Clicks almost getting themselves the victory out, but it did not go that way. Once again, we take things to a heel off, and for Polis to just be able to say, okay, you know what? I've got the tools in my belt. I can just back off. Let's start the heel off. If they don't have anything, we walk away with the win. And as our casters pointed out, every point matters, right? So that victory out being worth so many points for them is going to make a huge difference.
Yeah, Polis shout out. It's not very easy to go ahead and fend off all of the pressure that was coming in from Clicks and Epic Whale. And you could see repetitively, Epic Whale was trying to find some sort of angle to actually get up there, deal some damage to Polis, but he was just not letting it happen. Eventually went out into the storm and played that heel off. Like you mentioned, 3 victory royales for that duo, Kelly. And they're actually looking for their first FNCS finals. So what a statement coming out from them.
It was definitely a statement, and I think the heal-off meta definitely worked out for them by taking a late high ground. By doing that, you can kind of conserve your heals. They did a great job making sure that they took high ground when it was available for them, and then you're able to kind of have a better advantage when it does come down to a heal-off, and that's what you want when you're going up against someone like Epic Whale and Clicks. But what an incredible run for that duo. They've had such a good day. Easily the best placements that we've seen out of any duo from NAC. So I love to see them, even though they didn't get the victory royale. A second place is pretty dang good, Zeke.
Yeah, you don't always need that victory royale. Like, of course, those small different points is helpful, but again, like you're saying, the consistency from the duo. Just to look at some of their placements, they had several games within the top 5, a second, a first, fourth, then a first and a second. They've only had 2 games, one 12th and one 25th. And remember, we had a window here, so we could either play 10 games or we could play with like games until we hit 3 hours. They've only played 7 of their 10 games. When you guys see the standings, with that in mind, that should tell you everything you need to know. These guys have been so consistent all day long. And especially in a circumstance like this where lobby to lobby, who you're facing is constantly changing. That's a testament to their skill alone.
Oh, 100%. I mean, their average placement being 6.71. The statement was definitely there from Clicks and Epic Whale. But honestly, Kelly, that last game meant a lot to me as well, because it's like, well, not to me, like personally, but watching them kind of like develop, you know, like watching them actually play the low ground very, very well. I mean, they weren't able to close the game out, I won't lie. Like, maybe they should have been able to win that 2v1. Maybe there's some things that they can improve on there. But getting to that position means so much to them, I feel like, because, you know, we talked about it. Last season, they seemed so committed to the high ground that sometimes, now just sometimes, it seemed like it was a detriment. If they can actually add a little bit more to their back pocket, be able to actually play that low ground, gosh, we could really see them beat out that 4th place that they got last major.
Yeah, it's so funny to see a team that did incredibly well in Major 1 improve so much in such a short amount of time. You can really see them evolving as a duo, so you love to see it. And with that evolution, we see them currently in 1st place. Congratulations to the Big Clicks, and of course FaZe's Epic Whale taking the first open qualifiers here for Major 2. And we also have some other big names up here. Acorn and Cole, the reigning champs, currently sitting in 3rd place. Skittles and Trashy in 5th, but I do want to talk about Peterbot and Poyo. 84 eliminations, and we got to see them in that last game. All they needed to tie the most amount of eliminations in all of the regions was 3, and they only got 2. It looks like OCE is going to be walking away with the most amount of eliminations for a duo, and that's going to be Resign's duo. But I mean, Peterbot and Poyo, what a polarizing performance we saw from the early part of this open qualifier to the end game.
Yeah, they definitely stole the show, I would say, for sure. I mean, definitely slowed down towards the end of things, but their play style, it's so hard to continuously do. I mean, we are in an FNCS lobbies, right? Round 4, top 250 duos on the region. Eventually, you're going to run out of gas, right? Eventually, you're going to run into somebody who can kind of just take it to you. But still, the highlight reel that we were able to watch throughout the day, incredible stuff. And I mean, coming into today, everybody was like, yeah, they're winning FNCS. And honestly, after some of the performances that we saw in some of those games, it looks like they just might do that, Zeke.
Yeah, absolutely. Just again, just the talent we've gotten to see today. And really quickly, I just wanted to double back to the team in 2nd place. It was Flix, it was Polis. And the only thing I wanted to point out, right, they ended in 2nd, which is huge, but off of that single game, they climbed 9 whole places to find themselves in that 2nd place, right? That's what these Victory Royales can do. And just think, again, we're playing for series points. So now after today, coming in or ending the day in 2nd place, that is going to net them so many series points. So it's not over until it's over. Congratulations to them, man. This is just week number 1. We're already seeing people and these duels kind of change and evolve game to game. I'm almost excited for, or I am excited rather, for week number 2. How much more could we see these duos evolve in just this next week?
Yeah, that'll be the question, right? How good do they really need to get to prepare themselves for semifinals, get into finals, right? That's where everything kind of starts to kick up. I mean, listen, we're talking about how Clicks and Epic Whale can kind of improve, so I wouldn't be surprised if some of these other teams try to do the exact same thing, right? Try to add a little bit more to their back pocket. They can kind of rely on getting into some of these end games. Honestly, though, I would say that the surprise for me on the day, though, Kelly, was I didn't really feel like we saw a lot of teams when they got that aspect of agility really be able to control high ground or be able to take it as easily as I may have seen, right? So it seemed like sometimes there's a big question mark as to who actually had it or why they weren't on heights.
Yeah, the only times I really saw aspect of agility being used was in those mid-game fights where they were just kind of gunning in for those eliminations. And of course, I'm talking about Peterbot and Poyo, so maybe it was a little bit of a different story for other duos out there. But Zeke, for me, going into week 2, the only thing that's consistent with Fortnite is that it's constantly changing. And I know that's something that we talk about a lot here in the FNCS, is these players being adaptable. And so that is what I want to see for week 2. If we do have any changes, regardless of if it's the meta, if it's something that actually gets patched in Fortnite, how are these players going to be able to be adapting to it?
Well, at very minimum, we've seen they can adapt to one thing, and that's Peterbot and Poyo. They can say, okay, pump the brakes, friends. You ain't running away with 20 elimination games no more. That is about it for us here in week number 1, though. Don't forget, next week we'll be back EU as well before us, and then we'll be back to watch more games of Fortnite. How will the players adapt over the next week? Well, you have to tune in next weekend to find out. As always, we love you. Keep yourself safe. We'll see you on that battle bus. That is about it for us here in week number 1, though. Don't forget, next week we'll be back EU as well before us, and then we'll be back to watch more games of Fortnite. How will players adapt over the next week? Well,
Wait, this guy's a pro. Wait, hold on.
This is definitely not a pro player. Like, you can just tell right away.
That's bro.
OG Fortnite, right? We have Pleasant Park. We have the Gold Spaz, the hunting rifle.
So we have a player on the high ground.
Hold on.
1v1 situation in OG. His movement looks a little choppy and like weird.
It's just like he's just like stiff on mouse and keyboard.
Goes for a trick shot and just hits a trick shot. We have. This is definitely not a pro player.
I'll be honest, like I don't even need to watch that whole first clip. I mean, that guy was struggling to crank 90s. Like he could barely build. It was just he was too choppy to be a pro.
Yeah, this is definitely not a pro. No way.
I'm gonna say not a pro on this one. Oh, so it's Takata. So he used to be a pro, but now he's a caster.
That was right. I was right. It's not a pro. It's Takata. This is a caster.
Oh yeah, that's not a pro.
Yeah, Takata.
I'm thinking off the bat, not a pro player because I would be trying to take a little angle on this, a right-hand peek.
He has great piece. His edits are fast.
He's waiting to rotate, making sure this guy behind him isn't gonna mess with his rotate anymore. Looks back for some free shots, gets a little beam on him.
And like I'm trying to look for hints, like looking at the gun wrap, like the pickaxe. Maybe I can see it's a player that I know.
Obvious pro player.
I mean, that's definitely a pro. They're taking great angles. They're really cautious of that push at the very beginning.
We're gonna go pro on this one. He's playing extremely aggressive, really good mechanics.
I'm gonna go pro. Pro, I was right, obviously. Like I'm trying to look for. Come on, looking at the gun
Yep,
wrap.
epic well. It's just you can just tell.
So we got Epic Whale, 6x FNCS winner.
It's Epic Whale? Wait, Epic's crazy.
Get around.
We're gonna go pro on this one.
Grappling.
He has a skin on that I recognize a pro player would use.
You guys gotta show off the global champ a bit. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, that's 100% a pro player. They're applying pressure really well. They're chasing the opponent. They're like not letting him breathe at all. They're leading with a lot of peace. Like that's a great fighter right there.
He's not taking any bad angles. He's not overcommitting and jumping in the box just in case. I'm gonna say pro here.
This is definitely a pro.
He's moving really fast, so I do think it's a pro.
That has to be Cooper. That has to be Cooper. That can't be anybody else. That's bro. Okay, why is he up to landing 3 steps, wearing Cooper's skin, moving like that crazy?
Yamzo.
It is Yamzo. One of my org mates.
He's moving really fast, so I do think it's a pro. Okay, so I was right. It's a pro. Yeah, I thought it was Cooper.
I mean, yeah, I feel like it is really easy. I feel like pro players are just way more like meticulous about what they do. They think through really quickly. Like everything they do has a reason, and they just have like really fluid movements.
It is Yamzo. One of my org mates.
Yamzo. Okay, so I was right. It's a pro. Yeah, I thought it was Cooper.
I mean, yeah, I feel like it is really easy. I feel like pro players are just way more like meticulous about what they do. They think through really quickly. Like everything they do has a reason, and they just have like really fluid movements.
The global championship for me was the most exciting one.
I had a blast going to Copenhagen, right?
Playing on stage during the global championship, it was really, really fun.
Walking out behind stage in front of a big arena, it's like a good feeling, you know, because you're like, oh wow, I qualified for this, I made it here.
The arena's nice, like especially seeing everything just light up after a game or like when someone wins.
I just love everything about it. It was really fun. You get to meet everybody also, which is another great part. Great city, great everything.
Playing at a land that big was so cool, especially walking out to crowd cheering for you. It's a different type of feeling.
I think the coolest highlight for me at the Global Championship was seeing Duke's 1 versus 2 against Sent and Polarized.
Now it's Duke left in a solo clutch situation. 2 of NA's finest directly above him. Massive shot though onto second. Duke with the back-to-back, and it's a victory royale out of nowhere.
Me and Scented and Dukes and Edgy weren't doing good, and we both needed a good game to kind of secure ourselves in qual for like the finals. Dukes, he's my roommate. Edgy, we're all best friends. Like, as soon as we saw each other's names, we kind of just like got up and just like started like going crazy.
I can just remember myself, you know, cheering right after it happened because all my friends made it to first and second, and both of them qualified.
Even though we lost the game, we got 1v2'd by him. It was a good time.
For me, the highlight obviously was winning the first upper bracket.
This is looking like Acorn and Colt's game for the taking.
And Acorn's doing an excellent job pressure with the breach of shotgun, making sure no one's got a chance to breathe. NA takes the game. Acorn and Colt, the shrug.
What's it like, Cole, taking a victory royale on day 1 here in Copenhagen?
This guy's just, I don't know, this guy's on something else. I felt like I was like on top of the world. Nothing could stop us or win this whole tournament.
I mean, for me personally, winning a game, it just gave me such a boost of confidence.
A 2v2 situation, Sphinx and Poyo drop them into the palm of their hands, but a nice shot's gonna be traded off, but it down onto Thomas, and they take the game, NA on top, thanks to Poyo and Sphinx.
I kind of felt like I was on top of the world and I could do anything.
Seeing Miro lift up that trophy definitely gave me a lot of motivation to grind harder and, you know, play for that.
Watching them lift the trophy definitely made me feel like, oh, I gotta make sure that's me next time, you know?
Stand on the stage and hold the trophy at the end, and that's like the main thing that I envision myself doing that keeps me wanting to make sure that I qualify for this year as well.
Oh, I want to be at Global Championships really bad. One of the biggest priorities in my life right now.
Even if somehow I don't qualify, I will be there. The experience last time was too good to not.
It's not an option for me not to go to the next FNCS Globals.
I already know I'm gonna be there. If I don't qualify, I might have to just retire.
I'm due for the qualification this time. I'm making sure that this year is my year. I'll see you guys there.
Biggest priorities in my life right now.
Even if somehow I don't qualify, I will be there. The experience last time was too good to not.
It's not an option for me not to go to the next FNCS Globals.
I already know I'm gonna be there. If I don't qualify, I might have to just retire.
I'm due for the qualification this time. I'm making sure that this year is my year. I'll see you guys there. What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. Day 2 of the Grand Finals for North America is about to kick off. 6 games, and then we will have ourselves champions who will take hold of the Axe of Champions, but not only that, will be the first duo from NA to qualify for the FNCS Global Championships later this year. Much at stake. Let's bring in Kelly. Let's bring in Vivid, because there's a couple things we want to talk about. Not only is day 2 kind of a boon for some duos, right? Day 2, they like to kick things up, heat up, but the twist, 1.5 times points for the day. We've never seen anything like this before, Vivid. I'm excited to see how this will all unfold.
I cannot believe that we've gone through qualifiers, semifinals over the course of weeks, and we have been talking about grand finals, players making it here to be able to compete. And not only is day number 1 of the competition complete, we are kicking it off with day number 2. Kelly, 6 games is what separates us and an FNCS champion. I cannot wait.
I cannot wait either. And after watching EU just a few hours ago, we can see see just how close this competition can be. Literally a single point separating first from second place. Again, I can't believe that's happened twice now. Also seeing these teams that were in like 30th place jump up all the way to 4th. I just cannot wait to see what happens over these next 6 games.
Yeah, much will be decided, much will happen, and I'm looking forward to it, just like we hope you guys at home are as well. So what kind of led us to this moment? Well, I mean, it was a lot, okay? Like Vivid said, weeks, and then yesterday, the first 6 games kind of set the stage for us. Talk to me about some of the duos you guys are kind of like excited to see today. If I was to call out a duo right off the top of my head, it'd probably be Muzz and Paper.
Yeah, and the reason why we want to go ahead and call out this duo here is because they were off to a hot start yesterday. They were actually in first place through the first 3 games, but unfortunately the back half of the day did not go so well for them, right? And that can kind of be mentally draining. So I myself wanted to take it upon me to kind of figure out how Muzz was feeling coming into day number 2. So I went over to his good friend Aussie Antics, who, by the way, shout out to him, pillar of the competitive community, and he reaffirmed me that Muzz was feeling comfortable coming into day number 2. And honestly, Kelly, I think they should be.
Yeah, I mean, considering the fact that they got 10th place while being triple conned at fencing fields against the likes of Acorn and Cold, it showcases that they're still, even when they did have kind of a lesser performance in the second half of the days, they are still able to pull out games that I don't think a lot of other people would have expected in their certain circumstances. And a lot of that is their ability to handle these end games.
Yeah, I mean, they came out swinging in day number 1. They won the first game. I want to go ahead and break down how they actually won that. Some very key decision making coming out of the experienced competitors of Paper and Muzz. So once again, this is game number 1. Now in this game, throughout the moving zones, fortunately enough for Paper and Muzz, the moving zone actually ended up bouncing back through some of their already placed builds, and they of course went ahead and used some of these builds. Now the reason why this was so good for them is because they have all these edits, which means that they can make plays like this. They can get refreshes, but the important thing to know here is that Paper keeps all of those mats to himself, even though Muzz is low on mats. Once he gets that refresh, he starts to look up the high ground. Now this is where the information comes in. Paper not only sees that high ground is only building with 1 piece of material, right? Cone, there's no floor kind of supporting it. He also sees that instead of building off the pressure, here Cold and Acorn decide to just drop down to the next closest layer. In his mind, Paper's like, wow, they are out of materials. Paper just picked up the refresh. He has the materials to go ahead and build, fight for that, fight for it. Key decision right there was 1, to go ahead and keep the refresh entirely to himself so that he could eventually go ahead and make that build fight, and then the information gathering just by looking up, Kelly, so smart.
I mean, the ability of them to observe not just what's happening on their low ground and to the teams in front of them, but also to the teams that are above them, and to see what's the best circumstances to put them into a victorious situation. And watching the high ground team, just like you said, Vivid, able to steal it and then able to convert that into this victory royale in game 1, definitely set themselves up for success. My only issue, or it's not even an issue, it's a concern, that between games 2, 3, and 4, both of them had to solo clutch in these end games. And they still were able to grab 9th, 10th place, but eventually solo clutching can only get you so far. So obviously we can see what happens when both of them are competing together at the top of their game. I just want to see both of them make it to an end game for today.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at the standings, right? Because this will give us a good picture of how they ended yesterday. And currently, they sit in that number 10th spot. And again, as Kelly kind of pointed out, that was a couple of games of being solos, right? Today, they'll hopefully have gone back to the drawing board and look to shore up some of these issues in their play that could propel them up of the leaderboard. Talking about some of the duos here in that 6th to 10th place. I mean, we've got a duo like Aviv and Booga.
Yeah, 100%. I actually want to go ahead and talk about Clicks and Epic Whale. And the one thing about this duo is that they have Clicks. And after day 1 yesterday, I tuned into Clicks' stream and he was like, gosh, I wonder how much damage I did. Don't worry, Clicks, I got you. Over the course of the 6 games, he did 6,600 damage. He was in first place as an individual for damage done. Second place, by the way, was about 2,000 damage below him. So Clicks, you were right. You did way more damage than anybody else in the lobby yesterday.
Definitely be proud of that. And honestly, honestly, all of these teams deserve to be like proud of their performance, and all of them have this opportunity to be able to take the win today, even though they might be 110 points with this new 1.5 times multiplier. They do have an opportunity to take that first place spot against a duo like Iamzo and Rise, who have had an incredible start to day one. Only 2 points ahead of second place, but honestly, after their crazy performances, I wouldn't be surprised if they can even have a bigger lead. And it's not just their endgame aggression, but also how smart they've been playing, like Iamzo shooting blindly here to bait a team nearby, with Rise hiding in the bushes, able to get a few shots onto the opponent, which they decided to back off. I think that was a smart play. They weren't going for the elimination, just going for those Storm Surge tags.
I love the variation that we can see in some of the strategies, right? Clicks is all about carrying a sniper. Iamzo and Rise getting creative with the baits in the bush. So smart. But honestly, Iamzo and Rise, while Storm Surge strategies are very, very important in how consistently they can make it to the end game, their end game domination is second to none as well.
You use the word second there. Well, why don't we talk about the second place duo that's only 2 points behind? It's your global champions. It's Hooper, it's Miro. This is not where I want to be if I'm Iamzo and Rise, right? To have these guys on my heels, to be only 2 points behind me. Now, on the other side, if I'm Cooper and Mira, I'm thinking, okay, 1.5 times multiplier, I'm down. That's easy. That's an easy recipe to go straight to globals once again.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be too comfortable if I had global champions breathing down my neck for an FNCS championship. But honestly, Kelly, I think the most impressive thing about their gameplay yesterday throughout day number one is how well they dealt with their all-spawn situation. I mean, whenever they directly contested and took the 2v2, it seemed like they always had an advantage, and even sometimes they were also willing to kind of realize, hey, we don't have an advantage in this fight, let's just land somewhere else and, you know, make sure we make it to the end game.
Yeah, it started with the early game, and then even in the end game, they dominated. Between games 2 and 5, they placed top 5 in every single game. They haven't grabbed that victory royale yet, but today might be their day.
Yeah, this 1.5 times, we cannot stress it enough. This is going to make the format quite explosive. We already saw EU just completely change everything, right? And now we get to see what NA is going to do. How are they going to adapt to this new point format? Are they going to be more aggressive? Are they going to be more careful? I want to look back at the standings because there's a couple more teams I want to call out that I think could take advantage of this multiplier. Why not going over to Acorn and Cold? I think a duo that I don't want to say are flying under our radar because they're very much pulling off some incredible things here, but they're currently in that top 5, and they could make that jump, right? Because of this multiplier, we could see anyone in this top 10 potentially look to strike even that #1 spot.
Yeah, I mean, Acorn and Cold also, that, you know, their ability to come up with new strategies, Kelly. I mean, this was one of their highlights from day number 1 for sure.
It was so good. We thought that they were going for this early heal up and were very confused, but instead they were allowing the team on the high ground be distracted, wait for their vision to be fully off of behind them, and then once they noticed that they were no longer looking behind them, grappled up, grabbed the elimination. And you know, when you're on the high ground team, you typically look in front of you at the below, and I don't think they were expecting a team to be so far behind to be able to sneak and steal that height away from them. I mean, there's a reason why a lot of people think Acorn and Cold win the whole thing and even win global championships, and that kind of innovativeness right there is why.
Yeah, I mean, hey, coming up with new strategies during the grand finals, showing us something new. Shout out to Acorn and Cold. Something that was not new to our eyes, though, was Re and Ritual dominating, finding themselves up in the top 5. And honestly, Kelly, we have to pay homage to their strategy based around going to the forecast tower every single game, and they were able to get it every single time as well. What an advantage for them.
Yeah, and it's shown towards the end game as well what this knowledge gives to a player and what it can provide for them. They grabbed 2 victory royales during the day, and we saw them just absolutely dominate in qualifiers 1 and 2, grabbing 7 victory royales over the 2 days, 5 in 1 day, which was more more than any other duo got between both weeks combined. So the fact that they're able to pull that out in just a week showcases how incredible they are. But then during the semifinals, it seemed like they weren't able to find their footing. Within each day of the semifinals, they were able to improve, but I think a lot of us expected them to qualify between days 1 and 2 and not have to go all the way to day 3. But yesterday, we got to see Reet and Ritual from what we saw in the qualifiers, and I hope we get to see more of it today.
Yeah, they're going to really look to push this top end of the leaderboard, right? Everyone's thinking the same thing. I'm sorry, you said there's an Axe of Champions on the line? There's spots to the Global Championships on the line? Of course, we have to fight for that #1 spot. Another duo to highlight, Pollo. I mean, these guys are absolutely aggressive. They are looking for a moment like this when we suddenly say, hey, there's a new multiplier. Do you want to be more aggressive, Peterbot? What about you, Pollo? They're thinking, hey, we already have the sidearms ready to go. Let's do this.
Increasing the amount of points you get for an elimination while Peterbot and Pollo are in the lobby. Who decided that was a good idea? Oh my gosh, I'm sure we're going to see some insane swings from this duo. And I think, Kelly, we've said it time and time again, definitely the most mechanical duo basically in the entire world. And, you know, to boot as well, another duo that actually was able to pick up 2 victory royales yesterday. I'm hoping they follow suit. Our top 5 is so stacked.
Yeah, they were being conned at Shipment Station, but I don't think there's the possibility. I actually think that the team left them during day 1 because they do not want to face Peterbot and Pollo. I don't think anyone does. They were able to grab a handful of the forecast towers as well. My only concern for them is these kind of mid to late game rotations. But besides that, obviously Peterbot and Pollo, we all know how incredible they are mechanically. I just want to see them make it to the end game a little more.
Yeah, there's so much at stake here. Again, Axe of Champions, the global championships, and as well prize money. Let's take a look at the breakdown here for how this will all shake up. At the end of the day, the duo in that #1 spot, $140,000. And again, Axe of Champions, which is in itself an incredible trophy and accolade for the players in game, and global championship spots locked in on the battle bus later this year. I want to quickly talk about expectations with this new explosive format we're going to be seeing today. What do you think is something we will be seeing? Are duos going to look to be maybe a little bit more aggressive and try and take advantage of those points? Or you think maybe they're thinking, oh, we can't give away those points, we have to be more defensive and try and stay alive as long as possible?
Well, hey, Zeke, whatever their strategy is going to be, right, they're the professionals. We'll go ahead and leave it to them. I'm expecting to see some great battles between the teams that are already top 5. But Kelly, with this format, as we saw over on EU, I'm expecting to see some big changes. Some teams that are in the bottom half of the leaderboard just flying up, coming into today with a new strategy that proves to be worthy of, you know, a top 10 or even a top 5 in some cases.
I could definitely expect some comebacks out of these teams, but also there's a lot of teams out here that have proven themselves to be day 2 teams. Iamzo and Rise, historically speaking, in Chapter 4, had a much better performance in day 2. And actually, with the current meta, in Major 3, I believe, of Chapter 4, they would have actually won if the 1.5 multiplier was there. So they're already in first. Let's see if they can keep it going.
Well, I am excited to kick off the competition because today, champions will be crowned.
What makes a champion? A champion is someone who ain't afraid of the big stage. A champion is someone who stands tall against any opposition. A champion is someone who can do it not once, not twice, but 5 times. A champion isn't someone who never fails, but someone who never quits. A champion has an edge. They have ice in their veins, they can't be cracked. A champion is someone who can step away from the battle bus for 2 years and come back like they never left. Champions innovate. Champions inspire. Champions conquer the world. Again and again. Champion has an edge. And again. Champions can do it when the lights are the brightest. And they can come from the shadows when you least expect it. Champions come from far and wide to show you how great they are. A champion's journey begins long before a title is won. But the grand finals is the road all champions must take to reach their destination. This is the place where they make it known. This is where champions champion's journey begins long before a title is won. But the grand finals is the road.
And we get to pick up right where we left off, coming in hot here for the FNCS Grand Finals Day 2. It'll be, of course, Monster D-Face and the best Taco back on the mic. Taco, are you ready to pick up the pace here again?
Look, MDF, after witnessing the greatness that took place in EU earlier today, I have never been more excited, especially when you factor in, just as the analyst has told, our top 10 here today. It's going to be a lot of work to maintain it.
We talked a lot about how things worked for players yesterday, what all went right. However, we didn't really get to dive. There isn't enough time to dive into the adjustments. What will players do today as we start to come in? Who's going to have the better strategies here? For Baka and Pars, it seems like they're going straight to their trusty drop 50-50 and just go for it. Attack, as is Aaron and company. And for game one, Baka Pars a little bit sharper here as they managed to get the eliminations off the drop, which is fantastic for the pacing here for Baka Pars. Had they not actually been eliminated those 2 games, we'd see them very well also inside that top 5, which is a scary sight to think about. How, again, how well contested teams are playing today, Taco.
Probably one of my favorite parts about these 2-day formats, MDF, is the fact that after the conclusion of day 1, whenever you actually take to socials and you start sifting through the things that everyone is saying, and the only message that seemed to be unanimously shared with all of our North American competitors is they just wanted to play here today. The excitement, the amount of tension that really started to develop, because it's like that moment where things sink in. You conclude game number 6, and then remember, you still have a fresh 6 to work with, but the point multiplier is what's really going to, I think, determine the actual pacing here today. And we are seeing some teams trying to make those necessary adjustments, trying not to find themselves elim too early on, even if they are contested at their drops, like Day and Redux.
That's right, a win is going to mean even more, but an early elimination is going to hurt that much more as well. So pacing is going to be incredibly important here today. All in all, right now, Day and Redux have a lot of rethinking, recalibrating to do, as yesterday was not the performance that they were looking for. And right now, we're seeing a much better Day here, ending his battles fast and swift alongside Redux. And this is the type of movement we expected to see from them early on, and so far so good. So well played for Day and Redux as they pick up a nice set of eliminations. On the other side, Cold and Acorn pressing the gas pedal here as well up against Mason and NPen, and Mason's down. He's not even going to go for any type of trickery there, but get the full finish instead, quickly wrapping up the battle, and NPen's just left running here. And let's not forget, Muzz and Paper are just to the north, so for a full-on head-to-head clash, this is a little bit uncharacteristic of Cold and Acorn's early drop as far as what we've seen so far.
But this is the result of Cold and Acorn. They recognize the fact Mason and NPen, they were actually the first duo to take the Society Medallion here at Fencing Fields. You can see Cold now with that Mythic Striker in his loadout. That's an unfortunate circumstance as well for NPen, because not only does he have to wait until Cold and Acorn are through digging into the vault, taking all the best loot, he's also just going to be super delayed in terms of trying to find a search strategy now, because when you're operating as a solo, you can't really afford to try and exchange damage this early on when the only focus you have is just recovering your teammate.
And with no eliminations, actually, Taco, what are the chances that they were winning the engagement, but the NPC got the last tag? It might have actually happened, because you did see there was an AI under the ramp, and I thought at first that was surely NPen, but no, it was just an AI. I believe they have been essentially bested by the AI for the knock, and they won't get the elimination credit early on, but they still do, of course, get to reap all the rewards and the benefits of the engagement either way.
6 points farmed by the NPC instead of Cold. But that is, it's still tragic, but that's definitely an elim that Acorn and Cold are likely going to look to try and recover elsewhere. At the very least, they still managed to get their way into the vault. You see these teams now, Peterbot, Pollo, Ritual, trying to prioritize these forecast towers, making sure to protect them as well, just getting set up super early on, because you have to anticipate that there's going to be at least one other team that's going to look to challenge some of our duos setting up base around these forecast towers.
Yeah, definitely. And Peterbot and Pollo, I like this little angle that Pollo's holding here, even waiting to put the ramp out. But unfortunately doesn't get the tags that he is looking for. You can see Peterbot's position likely on the other side of this mountain as well, just trying to hold the outskirts of the zone here. So it's not just about getting, of course, the forecast tower, but it is equally important to continue to maintain your surge status here. And this is why they're getting active there on the outskirts. We jump onto the other side of Yamzo and Rise, and this is a very interesting situation here, as they don't realize that there's a team inside the bush just above Rise. It's Edgy, it's Tavern. We've seen Edgy and Tavern play incredibly ready yesterday up against Acorn and everyone else here at the farms, and yep, you can see they're right in the same spot more or less, but they've been spotted out by another duo, and Rise should surely get all the information he needs here at this point.
And not just that, but I believe Yamzo maybe even saw some of the walls that were being placed by Edgy and Tavern. The bush not able to provide total coverage from that, so Rise definitely proceeding a little bit more cautiously here with trying to collect some mats. At least has max brick. Now just trying to prioritize some of that wood. But for teams to just stay so postured, so aware, and a team like Yamzo and Rise especially, when you factor in this is their 5th FNCS Grands as a team, and the 4 that they've competed in together already, their placements have consistently been within the top 10. It's almost like you can tell that they're just trying to play this one out exactly how they did yesterday, because that's what resulted in them finding the first half of this Grands in that first place position, leading on the leaderboard today.
Well, one team that's not playing at all like they were yesterday is Day, as he picks up Quanti and Baila, whom, by the way, I'm fairly certain was doing pretty well pacing as far as their overall points were going yesterday. So for the 1.5x multiplier Day, teams like Day and Redux already turning online. It's going to show you how impactful it's going to be to their overall scoring. For Cooper and Miro, they're in a bit of a standoff, but look who's getting even more active. It's Clicks, Epic Whale, who's jumping right into it. This is I feel like a repeat clash up against the WTJ duo here at the Rebels Roost. This is one of the teams that Clicks and Epic have comfortably taken as far as fights have gone yesterday, and they do have the overall wins across this duo here. But no, Clicks and Epic, just like yesterday, not interested in sticking around over welcoming with their stay here. They get a couple tags, they don't get the elimination right away, they pretty much disengage.
Clicks and Epic have certainly had a tendency to kind of stray this way over towards Rebels Roost. Again, knowing that there is usually at least 1 or 2 other teams for them to try and find some of that surge tag damage on. But Clicks is right there with you, MDF. He recognizes the fact this is not an engagement. I need to force, and essentially we'll just back off. Don't know if he was able to really exchange many shots before we tapped into his perspective, but check back in later on to see how he's faring. Right now, Pars, Baka, they just want to confirm their cash, but they've got to deal with the likes of Peterbot and Pollo first. Builds definitely favoring Pars and Baka, though, given that they've already got that cash recovery going. Peterbot trying to do what he can to break into Pars' box, but it's Pars doing an excellent job just keeping him at bay. Baka, on the other hand, needs a little bit too much damage from Pollo, so temporary fall back. It's going to put Pars into the holding wall responsibility here. Another shot exchange. Peterbot and Pollo definitely getting some very consistent surge damage online here. Even if they can't recover the cash, they might be able to find these eliminations instead. Pollo gonna apply some good pressure, but finally Baka with the response, pushing Pollo even further back. Peterbot now forced to resync with Pollo. They've got to utilize this Flowberry Fizz as a team. They both want their shields to get a little bit of regen online. But Baka, Pars, that cash definitely helping them as far as trying to establish whether they want to go for a further engagement here. Peterbot and Pollo. Peterbot and Pollo are going to answer that for them.
What an absolutely, I was just going to say, what an absolutely intense fight between our 5th and 7th place duos going straight head-to-head. And not only that, no trickery involved. It was a clean, all-out box fight. You saw that. This is a singular layer high. It wasn't 2 stories, wasn't anything extra. Just a clean, high-level fight. We'd love to see it. While this is all happening, there's plenty of action happening everywhere as well. Want to keep you completely dialed in. Take a look at how Rise and Yamzo are continuing to find themselves in the mix here. Yamzo jumping in. You have down bodies of Bacon and TK here off to the side. Other teams fighting south the Ruin Reels, but they don't care. The grapple hook is going to allow them to close the distance, get their eliminations, get the finishes, and more importantly, set themselves up for success here. And Yamzo and Rise are that sleeper duo to keep an eye out on, as they have the most victory royales this weekend so far.
TK, though, probably kicking himself for that one. Not sure what led to the fall in the first place, but the fall damage is going to be what sparked that initial knock. And Yamzo and Rise, they're all for it. I mean, when you get a freebie elimination served up to you like that, MDF, don't know many teams that wouldn't look to try and follow up with even further pressure. Tough start to the day. Bacon and TK as well, just encountering some very unique struggles in their day 1 competition, but it's the mental fortitude, I think, at this point that could really be the ultimate separating factor between the top end of that leaderboard and the bottom half. And Muzz Paper, they're certainly not a team that's going to be content with their current 10th place standing. They want to pack a punch, and they want it to start here in game number 7. You can see Muzz, how adamant he's being, constantly scoping their area to see if there is a possibility for them to look for a little bit of follow-up. They can get even 1 tag online, a shield crack. That's all it takes for teams to feel comfortable with them trying to apply more pressure.
Seen it time and time again. But for Pump and Sphinx right now, they have a bit of an issue right now. They've decided to kind of play this edge line. However, they're one of the only teams on the further side of it, and they have too many duos positioned inside the Ruin Wheels with arguably stronger positions here. So not too sure if Pump and Sphinx are gonna actually be able to get as active as they would like. And this is a 9th place duo, just ahead of Muzz and Paper. It's one of the few chances Pump might actually have to find a tag, and if he doesn't hit it, they'll just be slipping behind. But back to Pars and Baka, the action doesn't stop here as they continue to fight for theirs. Polarized and Def don't want anything to do with this duo. I think they might have recognized the skill set behind Baka and Pars. Sometimes you can just tell, you know, this team is dangerous, and with how they fended off Peterbot earlier just a couple moments ago here at this exact spot, I wouldn't be surprised if Baka and Pars are playing above average or just about primed, right, as far as what we can expect from them.
Baka and Pars are essentially in a never-ending box fight, it feels like, with the lobby. Just every time we look at them, they are constantly being challenged, either for their position or just for that forecast tower, sometimes even the combat cache. But obviously here, leading into the 4th zone, Ritual and Reet saw how well they were able to establish a positioning in some of those end games with that forecast tower knowledge, but focus right now is going to be on Clicks and Epic Whale. Whether or not Clicks has been able to connect with some early sniper shots, as Vivid already called out earlier today. This man led in individual player damage on day 1 of Grands, and he's looking to try and do it again. Spicing things up here between Cam and a Minish, but Click just dancing back and forth between these wall holds, and Minish gonna eat some decent tags there. Mythic Frenzy just proving to be a little bit better in these kinds of close space circumstances, but Click still trying to be wary, doesn't want to find himself too split from Epic. He definitely wants to make sure that his duo can help support him in this circumstance.
And I'm starting to wonder if whether or not they're disengages in the early game and picking up different fights with all types of other duos is attributing to the damage that you know, he was able to lead with compared to other teams yesterday. But this right here, this seems like an all or nothing type situation. Other teams are now starting to look inwards. So this is not the cleanest battle, especially for someone like Clix and Epic Whale, who have been very strategic with what teams they decide to fight. Most of their 2v2s have been isolated. They've been unaffected by third parties, and they've been very deliberately chosen. However, with the pressure of the storm surge here, this one feels just a little bit different. Not the cleanest battle, especially for someone.
But on that note, Clix and Epic, even if they have that medallion to exchange and get their shield back up to full for the most part, Clix and Epic, they know that they've got at least 2 teams trying to hold them. Try and use that crash pad to rotate out. Yamzo, on the other hand, now Hound, Aiden trying to do what they can, but it almost seems as if there's another team taking notice. No, it's actually just that surge damage with the assist there for Yamzo and Rise, but still another big collection piece for Yamzo and Rise. Just more points being added on to the total count.
We were just talking about, you know, having to pick a fight with a duo. You want to be strategic, you want to be deliberate. Well, this time, Clix has no idea. This is Peterbot and Boyo they're pushing here. Could be their worst nightmare. Could be the one duo that potentially slows them down. They do have to be careful here, as Peterbot and Boyo perform exceptionally well in these types of situations. A very, very tenured box fight 2v2 type team. Let's see it though. They're going all in. They kind of have to. So Clix is likely making the call here. We have to do this. And they are putting on the pressure. Peterbot and Boyo recognizing that they don't have to rush into this. And they are slowly fighting on the back foot. And Epic Whale gets punished first as Peterbot counter fires with the SMG. It just does so much damage if you hit those headshots. And Clix putting up an incredibly great defense here as Peterbot is hurt, Boyo is hurt, and Clix successfully defends off in a 2v1 right now and continuing the pressure here. But he's got to save his teammate. And instead, Epic drops the match for Clix. What is happening right here? So Clix is actually going to go for this fight here instead of playing for the pickup. Might be a fatal error, but the punishment is so good, and Clix does it again.
Clix is actually putting in so much work right now. Might have dealt just enough damage. Peterbot, Boyo, they've got to reconsider. This is no longer a battle they can stay active in. Clix with the revive of the century. Their game 1 extension that Clix just managed to buy for himself and Epic Whale is massive, because Epic should have been elim by rights there to Boyo and Peterbot had it not been for Clix. But you can see here in the replay, Peterbot, such a sick angle onto Epic. He's so focused on Boyo, loses track of the line of sight that Peterbot had while Epic was looking for that right side peek, and just really well played. But even better still was Clix, because at the end of the day, he came in for the rescue and it played off.
This is like an absolutely incredible situation to be in for Peterbot and Boyo, who have heavy mats, so they'll be able to like bounce back, but they don't have heals. But Cooper and Miro fall to Clix and Epic Whale, who, by the way, had no material, so they make another desperate play to jump in on a team. In fact, we get to watch that back one more time. Take a look at what happens here. They crash pad in. They see Cooper building. They see shots coming in, and right into the box. Clix gets inside, and then they push down Miro, who was in the bush next door. You just cannot prepare for that untimely demise of a duo landing on you, and Clix and Epic Whale have just completely shut down the momentum of, you know, arguably some of their biggest competition, the global champions.
I would even wager that Clix and Epic Whale managed to sabotage Boyo and Peterbot. You can see Boyo trying to get the revive off now onto Peterbot, but they were stuck in that engagement, in that box fight with Clix and Epic for so long, and Clix forcefully expended all of the heals just about from Boyo and Peterbot. Now, look at them. Absolute shambles. 18 builds here for Peterbot. No heals. If they want to get their HP back, it's going to come as a result of winning an engagement with another team. The odds of doing that from their current position, held outside the zone, knowing that since it's pulling north side, they're going to be stuck in the congestion towards the south. This is going to be a difficult rotate for Peterbot and Boyo, and they won't have the benefits necessarily of being able to get frontside immediately. It is going to be a grapple blade rotation. Thought for a moment that it might have been Flowberry Fizz into this final crash pad. Peterbot instead, a little bit of trouble, spotted out, but will manage to use his natural cliff face as some slight protection. Still has to make it through the teams above and below him though.
What's crazy about all this as well is that Yamzo and Rise just literally got all that pressure alleviated off of them. The pressure of having Cooper and Miro riding your tail, right, as far as the points are concerned. And for Peterbot and Boyo, I mean, they are in such a desperate situation right now that if they don't jump on a team immediately, they might not have a chance to do so later. So here it is. It's going to be all or nothing. Trashy gets chunked with a huge tag there, but Boyo gets white tagged as well. And if Peterbot can't find this elimination, I'm not sure if he ever will. But the server starts to turn in on Trashy, and I love that he just waits. He says, wait a second, let everyone else do the work. All we have to do is get the material. That is what they need right now, is material, not necessarily the eliminations here. They need to stay alive for placement point, more importantly, of course. Oh, but look, it's Yamzo and Rise right below them. This is just not going to get any easier.
It's such a familiar position, too, to see Yamzo and Rise trying to control the low ground. They will successfully manage to pick up the loot that they so desperately needed off of that elim, but at the same time, they still have to keep things moving, and it's not like it was an exorbitant amount of mats either. Peterbot and Poyo most certainly going on the hunt still to see if they can secure another elimination, another refresh, because that's what they still need more than anything else. And without Ritual, as a solo, trying to still pose a little bit of a threat here, just taking advantage of all the teams rotating ahead of him, getting some shots out for surge tag damage, but trying to be wary, kind of hanging towards that backside of the zone as well. Still gonna build up for height though, which
he needs tags. Yeah, he's going for it. I absolutely respect it. And look, all of our top teams are just in so much trouble. Cold and Acorn now left as a solo once again. Cold here, looking like a repeat performance of yesterday, where Cold was left to try to clutch out an end game by himself, and luckily for him, he does have plenty to work with. While this is all happening, while he lost Acorn in this process, Cole did pick up 2 late game eliminations. Take a look at how that played out. It's for Tekka with a instant delete here from the flank. That legendary rifle doing so much damage here when it's properly set up, and then someone lands in his spots. Oh my gosh. WTJ's higher gets melted immediately, and look at this, Taco. Now we're getting into endgame. This is where all those placement points start to add up.
There are so many solos running rampant right now. Cole, just another part of the tally count here, opens up his cone to find a massive shot onto Kanata. Kanata, though, wary of the fact that he had a player directly underneath him, will pause for a moment as Cole immediately grappling towards that front left side of zone. Just trying to stay ahead of all the crowd, all the action. Still making sure to look back, though, get some good damage applied. Forever Zone Wars correctly. Now finding themselves on the receiving end of Cold. And Cold, he's not going to let this go anytime soon. That's 1 elimination already. But it's actually going to be Skater who snipes that one away from Cold. What looked like another confirmed 6 points is now just going to result in a placement attempt.
The way Cold is putting down these players right now, I mean, it is looking like Cole is absolutely primed up right now. He's playing so well. And look, even gonna go for the smart placement play here just to go ahead and hold it out. Really allow things to happen in front of him here. He's gonna buy himself plenty of time, and somehow Ree is still alive. Listen up, don't forget, these are worth 1.5x placement points and eliminations as well. So every single moment and opportunity right now for every team that falls here, it is just so much more important. Reed's movement is incredible as he is parkouring back and forth here, editing this weakened structure here just to stay alive. And Cole too, as a solo, is holding on. The script cannot be written any differently right now. All of the teams that needed to have those comeback opportunities have literally been granted this chance to do so, as the top have fallen and the other top 10s have risen essentially in this moment here. And look at Cold go. Down goes Tavern, the healthiest of the duo. And can he get one more? But no, the zone takes him out.
But Reap managed to pick up Buga, who was just trying to pickaxe the wall behind him. Still tough to make a run as a solo. Yamzo and Rise, that's why they're still hanging out on the low ground. But Chris with a knock there. Yamzo feeling pretty good about that one. Still looking to see if he can collect Polarize too, part of the process, but losing Rise. Solo situation. Yamzo can't hold on any longer. Polarize gets the better end of that exchange. But now Clicks, Epic Whale, down for the count. But Clicks in a 1 versus 2 situation. Can he find it? The Mythic Frenzy just short of getting the shots that he needed. But I'll tell you what, MDF, the team that just won this Victory Royale here to start the day off with game number 7, those are some massively needed leaderboard points.
And it's worth so much more. So this is how the comeback arc begins for some duos, and more importantly, how the race takes off for others. The fact that Yamzo and Rise were still alive in that game, incredible. But the solo performances from Cold, from well, even the likes of Clicks and Epic, who came in as a duo to put themselves in the conversation, to remain relevant in the tournament. Even for Death and Polarize now, they are very much a contender inside the top 5. The points have just gotten so condensed that I'm afraid the leaderboard is gonna be looking extremely spooky. It is definitely not gonna be the same.
Look, all I'm gonna say is, I saw a tweet from Death, the start of the day here, MDF. He said top 5 or nothing at all. Maybe it was top 10, but either way, they've got their eyes on the prize, and it's certainly making it to the top of the leaderboard. That 100 points on top of the points accrued from the elimination count, bound to have a very beneficial impact from their current standing. But there's only one way we can find that out for sure, MDF, and it's with Zeke, Vivid, and Kelly on the desk.
Wow! Wow! This game was crazy. This was the way I wanted to start the day. An all-out chaotic battle. It's just, we're hopping from duo to duo, and it's just non-stop action. The solo clutches from Cold, from Clicks, really quick. Death, let's go, brother. Victory Royale, as the casters called out, because of this multiplier, these Victory Royales are going to really shake up these standings, Viv.
Yeah, what just happened to that game? I mean, seriously, I have no idea where to begin. I feel like my jaw was just like that the entire game. I think we have to talk about, I mean, of course, Death, Polarized coming out swinging game 1 of day number 2. You know, you ever see that meme, right, where the little thing's like looking over the snowbank and he's like, what they doing over there? That's like Death and Polarized, right? They're taking away the win, and then all of this is going on with the solo clutches and Clicks, and they're just like on the low ground picking up their own eliminations as a duo. What a game, Kelly.
Yeah, Death and Polaroids on the low ground, grabbing 10 eliminations, being the 3rd team to grab a double-digit elimination game. And bless Clicks dropping down here. I think he knew that between it being a 1v2, he had to go for it. He didn't have the heals anymore. And how could you blame him after the most obscene run of a player I've ever seen? I cannot even imagine what Clicks' stream and chat is like right now. Going all the way back to the fight with Peterbot and Pollo, to then going to Miro and Cooper, then to have a solo run. Vivid, I can't handle this. If this is just game 1, I think I might start crying. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Clicks literally deserves like some sort of MVP for that performance right there. I mean, Epic Will's down, like you said, clutching up to fend off Peterbot and Pollo as a duo. I don't even know. They end up on higher ground. Zeke, what's going on?
Well, you know what? We can find out. Let's look at these standings. This is going to tell us everything we need to know. So coming into that, Death, Polarized, we're in 13th place. But look at this. They've jumped up into 4th. Out of nowhere.
Wow.
But look at this. I think the story has to be Yamzo and Rise. It doesn't matter what anyone else is doing. These guys still have this top of the leaderboard. But how long can they hold on?
I don't even, I was so distracted during that game, I forgot Yamzo and Rise were even playing. I'm like, hey, listen, shout out to them, right? Holding on to first place, coming out of the gate swinging, holding on to that top spot on the leaderboard. Kelly, a big thing that we talked about yesterday, the last 3 FNCSs have been won by the team that's in first place after day number 1. Holding on to it after game number 1 on day number 2, I don't know, we could have our winners here after 5 games.
I mean, they did such a good job on the low ground. Inevitably, they did go down, especially with a team like Death and Polaroids that were also in the low ground. Eventually, you're going to have that contention with the 2v2, but just so many solo runs we got to see there between Cold, who I don't even understand how he was able to stay alive. He was at 10 HP at one point and still grabbed an elimination. We saw Reet with no builds and no heals staying alive. There was just so many of our top duos somehow a solo. Here we have Cold's game going on. This is a little bit earlier on, but you can see he was a solo from Zone 8, if not even before.
Yeah, he was a solo for a very long time, and he just makes it work. Look how many mats he has right now. Of course, that refresh that he ended up finding, and then the second one ends up coming in right here. I swear the amount of times I saw him hit like 140 plus damage onto just anybody throughout this end game was incredible. I mean, he is able to consistently just 1v2. Look at this, just looking, knowing that that's a duo on the other side of that wall and having the composure to continuously hit those headshots. I mean, I know it's going to be a play on words, and we've said it a million times. You know, his name's Cold. Ice in the veins. He is just so good in those situations.
It was crazy. At one point at Zone 9, when he was a solo, he was 1,200 above Storm Surge, which duos have issues with that. I can't believe as a solo he was able to do that.
Just crazy. This was just game number 1.
Yeah.
To think we have 5 more games of this, and to just tell how different these games are, right? This multiplier, it's really shaking things up. So many of these duos are put in these situations where they're either shambles or they are shambles, and they're thinking, I'm just going all in. I have no other choice. I'm looking at you, Cold. Wow, 5 more games of this, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, those are the type of, you know, performances we need if you want to make yourselves an FNCS champion. I really feel like a lot of our top 10 teams there were really showing us everything that we had. But, you know, Kelly, coming into day number 2 here, a lot of those teams being solo, we haven't really seen them as a duo kind of perform yet either. So I'm excited to see some of those solo performances be turned into duo performances, and they'll perform even better.
And if we're going to talk about solo just real quick, it was exciting to see Kanata there. I am a bit confused as to how he had high ground over Clicks and Epic Whale for a moment there, but Kanata and Agers obviously didn't have the performance that they wanted to in day 1, but to see him being able to hold that strong in another solo performance is exciting to see.
I am locked in, and I hope you guys are locked in as well. We have game 2 ready to go, so let's just jump back into this one more time for game number 6.
This is insane. This is definitely really starting to turn up right now. And you know what? You have to call a spade a spade. The fact that Epic Whale fell off the high ground, there is just no excuse for losing out on those points when the competition is this close. And now Cooper and Miro have to play catch up, but they're a team that has done this in the past here. So Taco, we have a lot of new developing storylines happening.
There's plenty of new developing storylines, but the one thing that has managed to hold true for at least first lobby is the fact that Yamzo and Rise still maintaining that first place position on the leaderboard. Doesn't matter what everyone else is doing. As the analyst so kindly pointed out, it's all about just focusing on your own game, focusing on where those consistency factors were at, because Yamzo and Rise, they made excellent work of being the third-party bandits, essentially, towards a lot of those engagements. A lot of the elimination points they found in this 7th match did come as a result of them just being in the right place at the right time.
And also just how in the world did Cold and Reed do what they did as solos in that lobby? Well, guess what? We get to continue the action here. Let's jump in with game number 8.
Essentially towards a lot of those engagements, a lot of the elimination points.
All right, game 8 of the grand finals is just starting to get cooking here. Battles that we know to look out for: Miro, Cooper at the drop, Baka, Pars at their drop, Cold and Acorn. Will the AI put themselves on a leaderboard again? I don't know. Let's find out here as we start to take on to the world. And does look like Baka and Pars have a lot, of course, to think about here.
Baka, Pars, half the lobby at their drop. Not actually, but still, getting triple contested is certainly not fun. As usual, though, it's going to be Chance, it's going to be Aaron. Actually, Chance and Aaron getting tagged up a little bit here. Immediate launch pad away. Baka with that Enforcer AR, still managing to collect. He actually gets the knock confirmation onto Chance. With those shieldfish, Baka, Flowberry in hand as well. Still waiting, though. Doesn't want to challenge it just yet. Given that Baka and Pars want to make sure they get some essential resources. Just off this first building here at the Reclaim Villa, Sandy Strip area. But definitely some solid accuracy.
Yeah, Baka's him. He hits the tag and just looks away. Like he knew he was gonna hit the tag. Just looks away. He's like, yeah, I got that. It is GG. Looking at the standings that they just gave us a little glimpse, this is looking like a top 10 or nothing at the moment tournament. I'm finding it extremely difficult now as teams that are from 11th and below, that they're going to have a chance to get into, you know, the top 3, because essentially these points are really starting to rack up right now. You're seeing the effects of a 1.5x multiplier essentially here on the day for all of your performances. But look at this, Baka and Pars go from one team directly into the next. They are not happy with the shots that came in just a moment ago, and they say, you know what, you're a little too close to us. They want to take that fight, but another squad jumps in. Now what is happening here? It just doesn't stop for Baka and Pars.
Again, I said it last match, but it's literally just never-ending box fights with these two. They drop in a spot where their intention is to try and contest the Forecast Tower that's east of the hills from Reclaim Villa. And so, as expected, Baka Pars just having to fend off numerous teams that just insist on challenging these two. Nobody's seemingly convinced that Baka and Pars, they might have a lot of respect from players in NA, but that's not, respect isn't going to prevent people from trying to take you out in a grand format.
Ooh,
massive shots.
Beautiful tag. Hey, listen, you know, he's just peppering him, letting him know we're here. All right, you back off. Take a look at Snacky and Possessed. Some of these early game eliminations that they get to pick up. One on to Macwood. And I was going to say, don't tell me he's not going to get the points now. Now I'm just going to forever be wary of battles that happen on top of the NPCs on the map. We're here. Cold and Acorn starting off their game much slower than the last one here, really just feeling out the fencing fields. But like we talked about, the amount of teams that land in this vicinity, you have Muzz and Paper, who are trailing behind right now, but they're the team under the scopes right now. Top of the NPCs on the map. Cold and Acorn starting off their game much slower than.
And I don't blame Acorn and Cold for taking things so slow there at fencing fields. Seems they're a little bit more convinced that it's better to just wait. There's no waiting around though for Cooper and Miro. They want this exchange with Cam and Diminished, and they want it now. If they can find these eliminations quickly, it'll be a lot easier to handle things if a third-party situation does start to unfold. But Cam and Diminish seemingly a little bit better boxed up in terms of defending that Forecast Tower. Miro, Cooper, they recognize the fact that Cam and Diminish kind of beat them to the punch in terms of basing up around the Forecast, but that doesn't mean that Miro and Cooper aren't still going to try to challenge them for those Legion tactical grunts. They want that Forecast key card. I can't fault them for it. Just so impactful when you know every single zone for the entirety of a lobby.
Oh my God.
Rise.
A little bit higher, and Rise rips that guy right out of this game and onto the battle bus. This is the difference for Rise and Yamza right here. They have this center map just on lock, but let's take a look at Muzz and Paper, who have been jumped on by NPen. Okay, so their fencing fields contested teams goes in the way of Muzz and Paper right now as they finish off NPen and Aaron pretty quickly. I might add. As soon as we jump in, the battle is over. And yeah, look at all the extra heals here as well. So this is really, really important because not only do they have the zone on top of them, now they have this excess amount of additional resources to play with for a second here. And they're going to give it up. They're going to say, all right, well, now we got time. Let's go ahead and cap off our material, come back.
Can maybe expect to see Muzz and Paper a little bit later on, more towards the combat cash exchange. Because at fencing, it's one thing that they probably will have a little bit of struggles with is getting metal from that POI. So the cash can certainly mitigate some of those woes. As Ritual NPC spawn in for the forecast tower, and Ritual take him completely uncontested. But we saw in the last lobby that even if a team has that zone knowledge, it doesn't guarantee that they'll still be a duo by the time we get to some of our closing final zones.
Look at this. Cooper and Miro, very, very hesitant right now. They're like, no, we saw a duo here. Where did they go? And the AI are just walking around, right? The NPCs are walking away. So that's going to be everything they need to know at this point. And it just shows you that some teams are, yeah, they want, of course, the information from the forecast tower, but they're not willing to throw their tournament away, let alone take a potential clash with the team that has a heart to contest them at it. And they just give it up. That's, if anything, more of a surprise than I was expecting for how this is going to play out.
Definitely had anticipated Cam and Diminish to duke things out a little bit further there with Miro and Cooper, but probably know something we don't, and for them to back off in the manner that they did, likely just a circumstance where they felt they needed to prioritize getting some surge damage online and didn't want to risk finding themselves being elimed, because these players, a lot of them tend to do tons of creative, tons of box fights against each other. Cold Acorn found the perfect time to strike up against the likes of Vanillas and Convig. Convig and Vanillas, though, will manage to fall back. This is sneaky, though, from Cold and Acorn, just waiting directly outside of the vault here at Fencing Fields to see if anybody might be trying to scurry in, grab some leftovers. But Cold and Acorn, they've got to make their exit eventually. Although they do seem rather content for the time being to kind of just wait things out and really just soup up their weapons off the mod bench.
And I think it's like really worth mentioning the fact that they are absolutely baiting these wood walls. Like, they know exactly what they're doing. This is intentional. Cold and Acorn know better than to sit around in a wood base, right? That's not a base set up for defense. So they were on offense that entire time, whether they kind of realized it or not. And it's the little things, right, that give players the advantage. But now we jump in with this team here, Crackly and Mr. Forever Zone Wars, as we all know. It's a little community homage here.
I'm almost surprised that this guy isn't just like contesting Jiven with that kind of name every single game, but
now we jump in with this team here.
Everybody's got their own favorite bowl of cereal that they like to go for. And for Forever Zone Wars, came up short there, and now things getting seemingly worse as they've caught the attention of Acorn and Cold. A couple of shots exchanged onto Crackly.
The weight taco, Epic's down.
Everybody's got their own favorite bowl of cereal that they like to go for. He definitely is. For a moment there, thought that Clix was gonna see if he could try to find some semblance of a recovery, but no, Clix just completely pushed out and being held currently by Oliver OG and Asian Jeff.
I feel like this is a mental thing right now. Epic Whale just fell off of high ground, cost them game number 7, the Victory Royale. And he's starting game number 8 off to a, you know, arguably bad start. Like, this is just a compounding situation right now. We need to see him get right back in the zone. There's no time to waste here. It's a 1.5x a day, but hold up. I just see Reek cranking, and I think to myself, I need to watch this battle. So already, getting fully cut up here. Ritual finds himself on the high ground, trying to look down. I see Aviv, I see Booga, and I see another team here in the mix. And already everyone battling for this little bit of high ground. Look at the size of the structure here. This has not been a clean fight by any means. Reek down to one. Big Pot shows that he's been tagged several amount of times already. And it's just an all-out scrappy fight here. And not only that, there's another team just starting to decide of whether or not they want to jump in here.
Have a feeling it was Yumi and Vert that were actually first situated here at Stormy Station. Reet and Ritual probably initially feeling out that they were going to be able to find a possible box fight, possible a couple of eliminations, or just getting some good surge damage online. But with Booga and Aviv now entering the mix here, MDF have to expect that these teams are just going to fall back for the time being. Nobody wants to find themselves on the victim side of a third-party encounter. And Clicks, all the while, just doing everything he can to try and survive as a solo, try and see if he can make his way to a reboot van. But with Cam and Diminish directly in front of him, grappling out, beautiful shot there out of Clicks. That sniper shot might be all it takes. He's got his surge damage. Now it's a full beeline sprint towards the reboot van and just hoping that they've got enough damage out there. That'll make things a little bit easier when he starts to venture back towards the zone, ideally with Epic next to him.
Yeah, and you can see that the team there was about to push Clicks, and then something turned around, something made them make a different decision. They double back off of a knocked body, so it does seem like, you know, things just align right now for Clicks here to actually give him an opportunity to extend this tournament run right now. And it's not going to be any easier, though. The time used, the time wasted, the materials, you know, invested, all of this stuff will start to compound. It'll begin to add up, and Clicks is going to have to live with the decision of whether or not this is worth it this late into the stages of the early game, because we're getting right to the mid game here. For some, it might be impossible to actually bounce back from, but you can't count out someone like Clicks, who seems to be determined here. For Peterbot and Boyo now, we jump in. They're absolutely situated here, fully set up. Doesn't seem like they've gotten a chance to engage with anyone just yet, and that just tells me that whoever's next to them is going to be in for a world of trouble. And it's Cooper and Miro who might be the first targets. Taco, they have max material, they have max what seems like heals and ammunition. I'm thinking they don't have enough surge. I'm thinking they will just have to face check Cooper and Miro here shortly.
Peterbot and Poyo have definitely had their fair share of problems as far as that surge damage threshold is concerned, but whether or not they want to tango with Cooper and Miro, only time will tell. This Ritual, they do have zone knowledge, but they want more damage, they want more points. Elimination is going to be one of the easiest ways to find them, as Zooks just try to do his best to scurry away from Reet here, but Reet actually does lose Ritual in the process. Pretty massive blow here. Now for Reet, he has to commit.
He pickaxed him down, but no, then gets found out by Bolt and then gets pickaxed back. It seems like, what just happened? It was looking so good for a second for Reet and Ritual, and everything turns upside down. We are seeing the collapse, the downfall now of team after team, top teams as well. Last game, Reet had to put everything on his back, and it might be Ritual who's having a tough time here as far as that duo's performance is concerned. Just like it might be Epic Whale who's having a tougher time with his performance right now. So it's crazy to see how, you know, a duo really does come down to both players being in peak performance. Can't be one or the other.
But for Reet and Ritual, and being a team that gets an uncontested, confirmed forecast tower every single match, for them to be so low on surge that they feel the necessity to go for those desperation box fights, and they're on fringe of zone from that position as well, by the way. Not even sure, if they had been successful with eliminating Bolts and Zooks there, that it would have even been a super lucrative engagement, because sure, you would have gotten the surge, but then you're being held. We saw other teams from across the hill in positions of elevation inside of zones that have all the luxury of just taking free pot shots. So even if Rigel and Reet had managed to pull off the double elimination there, the way they would have likely been held on edge of zone, even with future zone knowledge, just seems as though a lot of their early game is being heavily dictated by the fact that they aren't contested at their drop, because they have been struggling for surge damage in Game 7 and now 8 here today.
And it's not just that, that's the exact same issue they were having yesterday. When you looked at and compared the teams that had the forecast tower knowledge and the information, those teams were positioning intentionally like in the best spots possible, right, to favor the next zone. But you did notice that Reet and Ritual were consistently being on the edges, and it was most noticeable in that game where Miro and Cooper just so happened to pick it up. And I remember commentating about it because I was surprised. I'm like, look at how out of position Reet and Ritual are for a team that has the information, right? But then on the other side, Cooper and Miro set up with like max mats, all the ammunition, right, the heals. It's just like two completely different stories.
Either way, they definitely want to get themselves sorted on the same page. They've got to do it soon, because the leaderboard's not going to wait for you, especially not with that 1.5 times point multiplier in effect. Keep in mind, it applies to all points, not just eliminations. So sure, eliminations bumped up to 6 points each today, but so is placements, and Victory Royale netting 100 points is a very quick way to either lose or gain positioning on that leaderboard.
They just singled out a team all the way on the edge, and they're going right in for it because they need the surge tags. This is like unironic. This is like actually ironic, because I was just talking about when they have the forecast tower, they position themselves so well, and we haven't seen a worse decision to jump outside the base with less surge possible. I feel like I just cast their curse here on Cooper so bad. That's a crazy play to me.
Look, the crash pad rotate might be silent.
How did that all just line up? Like, I don't even know.
Everyone was looking at Cooper and Miro the moment that they entered the air. Yamzo Rise, Edgy Tavern though, getting pieced up across the river. Cooper and Miro though, on the other hand, they're gonna actually find themselves falling, eliminated by Wick and Somzi, the team that they had initially planned to pounce upon, now being the ones to eliminate them. And I was just gonna say, Death as well. Clutch solo performance there for a moment, does manage to secure.
I was gonna say, it's worth mentioning, Death and Polarize are up at the top of the standings after that last Victory Royale. Really put them in the conversation, and this is an incredible clutch right here to not only fight back the duo that jumped on them, but survive the onslaught that was the server lobby's focus there. And it seems like everyone was content after those first set of eliminations went through, so it just seems like most of the players on the edge needed just a couple tags, right? Normally, you'll notice players won't get, greedy for it, but you just compare that to what Cooper and Miro did. It was complete greed there, jumping in, and they couldn't have timed it worse.
Halfway greed, halfway a definite necessity, though, given that they were below on their surge, probably recognizing the fact that none of the other teams that were based up on the other side of that river were going to be willing to peak anytime soon. Impressively enough, though, Clicks and Epic, it's been an uphill battle the entire time here in Game 8. And we're seeing the dynamic now between a duo and a solo. Death doing his best to continue clutching things up here for himself and Polarize, especially when you find yourself starting off the day with a Victory Royale here in match 7. Death just wants to keep making a play for placements. He's got at least 2 medkits, so he can definitely bide his time a decent ways. He's gonna probably commit to sticking towards this backside of the zone. He'll get the audio cues from teams as they start using the grapple blades forward, and with this Reaper Sniper, if he can manage to connect even 1 or 2 shots, that should be enough surge for Death to just continue maintaining this low ground position and just trying to stay out of sight, out of mind from the rest of the lobby.
Definitely tough situation to be in. But look at this, Yamzo and Rise right now. Like you said, position, nestled, right, comfortably at the moment. Have this huge runway in front of them, and you have to think if Acorn and Cold can't keep up their exceptional run so far, it's going to be pretty tough. But I think the moral of the story right now is, you know, regardless of what's going on, you can have all the information in the world with the, you know, the forecast towers. It's not easy by any means, especially given the server intensity. Hold up, take a look here. Clix and Epic are right back in the game now with that elimination there onto Vanillas. That's going to give them not only material, but all of the loadout preference required for Epic Whale to really be comfortable here. And there it is, extra shields, excess med kits now. They will need probably a couple more tags here to go ahead and take the lead. Get a glimpse at Aviv right here. He's got jiving on the outskirts of the zone. They're at 4 elims.
Aviv and Bugha have certainly been making work of holding teams on edge of zone. But this next max pool going to be a little bit more complicated, as Aviv, Bugha recognizing the fact that there's nobody else left to shoot at, and there's still even 4 elims, barely 20 above the surge damage threshold here. Yamzo, Rise, our #1 team currently in a massive fight against this Storm Surge as well. You see Rise looking for opportunities to peek. The other issue that these two might encounter is when teams start to rotate, they want to be able to take shots, but they've got to worry about not getting caught up healing at the same time, or else they might miss those opportunities to get those much-needed tags online.
Take a look at the move right here. Off they go. 440 points now. The placement points are going to start to rack in, but just 15 damage above. They will have to land on the team as well. Aviv and Bugha are desperate for something, but there's no life. Nothing there for them. No lifeline to pick up. It's Redux who makes the comeback here. Day and Redux are just having quite the first 2 games so far, as they are opening themselves up to another potential end game here. Meanwhile, Cold and Acorn are also on the tear. Doing well, 2 eliminations here, still sitting pretty strong. Oh no, they singled out the young New York City's prodigy Death here. Back against the wall now, forced down into this ultimate low territory. Not ideal position to be in by any means, and look, he's starting to run thin on material here.
But again, with these 2 med kits, he could potentially hold Acorn and Cold at bay. There is a cache next to Death as well, so he might have an opportunity here to come up big, but it's just going to depend on Acorn and Cold.
Yeah, he's just going to give this up. He's like, you know what? I don't want to be here. I need to get off this low ground. I need to get away from the surge or the storm here. And then he has to deal with this surge here as well. He's going to swing around, picks up some of that cash. Oh, he does secure some loot.
Acorn and Cold leaving made that a possibility for Death, so he was able to hold out just long enough. Now utilizing this med kit, but Yamzo, Rise, saw them at the top. Now Yamzo stuck at the bottom here as he gets knocked. Rise is going to keep things moving forward. Pretty aggressive rotation there from Rise as well, cutting directly through the center with that grapple. It's incredible that it's only Yamzo that falls for the time being, but Cold, Acorn looking to shake things up even further. 1 more elimination being added to the count. That's going to be onto Chris here. And Death still hanging on.
Not only that, Clix and Epic Whale are actually on high ground right now. I can't believe they're trying to play as a high ground team in this very difficult meta with grapple hooks in place. That's insane, but look at this. Death almost, literally almost ends Cold and Acorn's run right there. But he only clips him with a body tag and not a full-on headshot. And then he gets spotted out by a friend of his from Prodigy there too. But look at this, Peterbot goes for high ground. Clix and Epic Whale now has to fight for it. Down goes Boyo, and Clix is playing so well, but the Storm is relentless. The damage comes in, and no, he doesn't see the team working next door. And now it's up to Epic Whale here to make up for the last game.
But Epic, he only has, actually, he's completely out of materials, but Rise is completely out of his own life. An elimination, well-placed shot there. Now, Peterbot operating as a solo because of Clicks and Epic Whale taking out his teammate. Peterbot, final medkit has been expended, but take a look at the high ground. It has swapped around. Dasher, Rooney, and Seek now way up above the rest of the lobby. Baka and Pars, on the other hand, we've seen these two be warriors of the lobby and still standing tall here. Stinks transition into the final moving zone. Baka, Pars, they want to make sure that they stay tarping through these mid-ground layers. Height, you have to expect they're going to look to chop it sometime soon, but that's only if Peterbot can even work his way up there. Zooks
gets delivered right into the hands of Baka and Pars, though, as they start to turn up here. 7 eliminations and still counting, but they're out of material now. Can they find, what did they just pick up there? Hopefully it was something to do with mass there. Zeus is on the heels here. Baka and Pars, if they don't quickly finish this elimination, the pressure from up above is gonna start to catch up. Here comes the counter shots. There goes the wood builds, but metal starts to come out here. They still have a chance here. Anything can absolutely happen right now. Dash and Seek are just in the game with some material, but it seems like they're indecisive of how exactly they want to execute here, but it's going to be all or nothing. And I like that they're holding back here. If they jump in, it might just be the end of them. One goes down, and now they have the advantage, but Pars, too soon, too early, goes back for the heal off. I don't think he's going to have enough medkits to survive the storm here, but at this rate, who knows? I'm wrong. He's got 5.
Wait, but he's
Storm
got
sickness.
It looked so promising until it wasn't. Seek and Dasher Rooney probably counting their lucky stars, because the moment that they watch this one back, MDF, and they see Pars running around 5 medkits in hand, they definitely find themselves a little bit more on the fortunate side of things here in game number 8, but a win's a win. And to start the day off, game number 7 didn't exactly pan out for them, but game number 8, they definitely found the points they wanted.
That had to be storm sickness, right? Like, he had 5 medkits. I think he had enough time. It should have lasted likely a little longer, but you know what? Ultimately, Seek and Dash get a victory royale under the 1.5x point multiplier, which is going to give them a huge opportunity to get up into some new prizing brackets, if anything at all. So getting a win during a grand finals weekend is absolutely impressive.
And it's crazy too, because they really slid in at the last moment and just played spoiler to the teams that were trying to tackle height. But we didn't get to follow along with Zeke and Dash Rooney the entire time, but you know who might have? It's the analyst. So Zeke, we'll get it back to you guys.
You know, I love that MDF kind of calls out there that they may not be playing for these top numbers, but these guys with that victory will now be jumping up to attack higher brackets here when it comes to that final payout. That's huge, right? When we're talking about life-changing money like this, being able to suddenly find yourself earning more money because of a single victory royale, that is massive. Congratulations to Seek and Dash Rooney. You guys got yourselves the victory royale. And as we've already seen out of just game number 1, because of this multiplier, even just the victory royale is so vital and can make such a big difference to how many points you end up with.
Yeah, I mean, that's 100 plus points for them right there. They were sitting in 29th before, or no, not 29th, 31st before that game. So that's going to be a big jump for them. And honestly, it's just a classic. We saw this, Kelly. A lot of teams were fighting for high. In fact, 2 of our big name teams, Clicks and Epic Whale versus Peterbot and Pollo on the higher ground. Kanan and Aegis was also getting a little bit involved. But the fight, it just doesn't go either of their ways, right? Trades on each side, and Seek and Dash, they see the opportunity, and they go up, and they win the game because of it.
And I think this is a lesson that a lot of these duos need to kind of realize, is that trying to take height around zone 9, zone 10
It's tough.
Just it is rough, and if it works out great, right? You're able to get refreshes, you're able to control the lobby, but it just doesn't seem to be working out. And it's these duos that are grabbing height at zone 11, if not even zone 12, that are able to actually win from high ground. But it's not like they're holding high ground, right? It's such a rough position to be into, and to see teams like Clix and Epic Whale go for it time and time again, especially after having such incredible comeback games where Clix repeatedly is bringing back Epic Whale live. We know that they can grab the victory royale. They just have to change up their strategy a little bit.
Yeah, and so the duos, right, in that situation, they also didn't have much, right, from Seek. If that had been Clix and Epic Whale, like, things would have been different. But a lot of these duos, like you're saying, Kelly, they're trying to attack the high ground very, very early. Let's take a look at our standings. I want to see how things are going after just game number 2 on this day. With 4 more games now, this could go any which way. Iamso and Rise still holding down that number 1 spot. I don't know how they are managing to still just keep this lead ahead of Acorn and Hold. It seems like whatever Acorn and Hold, every time they have even just a moment, it's like, nope, Iamso and Rise, they've managed to do enough just to keep you guys at bay.
Yeah, crazy stuff. I mean, a 15th place right there, 3 eliminations for Iamso and Rise. So not technically the best game, but still enough to hold them in that top spot. We got to give a big shout out to Baka and Pars. 3rd place, up 7 places on the leaderboard right there. Kelly, they have been contested every single game. I feel like we've seen the fight as well every single game. How do they just keep continuously winning off spawn? It's supposed to be a 50-50. I don't think we can consider that a 50-50 anymore.
No, definitely not with this duo right here. I love to see them rising up. They were in 10th place before that game, so to see them jump up like that is exactly where they want to be. And there's a lot of duos that seem to be, I mean, I thought Iamso and Rise fell short there, but clearly it wasn't that short enough, so still being in 1st place. I think that this is still anyone's game. If Iamso and Rise has another game like what we just saw right there, it really does give an opportunity for teams like Acorn and Cold and Peterbot and Pollo, who also jumped up a few placements as well, to run away with this.
Yeah, Monster D-Face kind of called out and said something really interesting to me. He said this is a compounding situation. So either you're going to stay alive and you're going to start to compound these points, right? You're going to start to develop this lead, or you're going to fall. You're going to fall way too early outside of placement without elims, and suddenly everyone is just going to be walking up to you or surpassing you, right? Because of this multiplayer. With 4 more games to go, what do we need to change up, right? What are the things we need to do right here, right now to find ourselves in that number 1 spot?
Well, coming into day number 2, actually, both of the teams that have won each of the games so far, neither one of those teams were actually in the top 10. So we're thinking, oh, you know, Iamso and Rise aren't having their typical types of games. Well, neither are really any of the other teams in the top 10. So we got to see some of these teams, some of the favorites, really have those pop-off performances that we're used to seeing from them.
I definitely think having smarter mid-game engagements, which obviously isn't something that you can actively decide if you're going to have something that's easier or smart, and disengaging, I think, is a really big part of it. Making sure that you have enough mats in the end game to be able to survive long enough. We see a lot of these duos, a lot of our top duos, kind of having storm sickness, having no mats, so then when they do come down to a solo clutch, it's just scrambles, and some of them are able to pull it out, but obviously that is not the position you want to be in.
Absolutely brutal. And I want to watch more games, so we're not going to hold you up any longer. Let's jump back into the action. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so very much, Zeke. That's right. The action is going to continue to unfold here. We're approaching essentially the halfway mark of day number 2 now, and it couldn't be more pivotal to stay alive at this point, Taco. I mean, we have to see some adjustments. I've been rooting for Re and Ritual this entire season, and that last game, it was just an extremely difficult one to watch, where they just couldn't get the surge tags that they needed.
And despite the fact that I think a lot of the NA fan base is kind of pinning Re and Ritual initially as the main characters, it seems like some new protagonists are starting to surface here, MDF, because the fact that we've seen the likes of Death and Polarize, and now we're just going to continue, I think, seeing teams doing everything in their power to try and claw their way into that top 10 leaderboard. And forget about top 10, it's about top 5, but we've got the battle bus ready for game number 9. Starting to surface here, MDF, because the fact that we've seen the likes of Death and Polarize.
Well, that's right. The battle bus is ready, so here we have it. One thing to think about, I know the leaderboard might seem a little bit intimidating when you see first place 30 points ahead of second, but that's really not much. In hindsight, it's just a couple of placement points. It's like, you know, a few eliminations, essentially. It's not that much of a gap, and that's what we mean by you cannot afford to fall early. Bach and Pars here being contested. It's like a blessing and a curse right now. The blessing side of it is that they are winning so quickly here that it is just giving them a ridiculous amount of points and a nice, comfortable lead on Surge. But not only that, they get to loot their draw spot extremely quick and put the pedal to the metal when it comes to the teams nearby for fighting for that forecast tower. On the other side, Acorn and Cold have a completely different situation on hand. Their games have been, again, notoriously slower. However, still, they're securing the vault, right? And they just have to survive this drop, being that it's triple contested. It just doesn't get any more difficult than that, Taco.
For sure. And want to elaborate a little bit more in terms of Baka and Pars' storyline, how it's shaping up here today. But first, we got to get to the likes of Rapid and Batman Booga one more time, facing off in an immediate off-spawn contest with Skater and Dalty. You have to remember as well what happened yesterday at this drop. Skater and Dalty, doesn't matter how out they might seem, you can never really anticipate them to be a fully written off duo here, because the way that they managed to turn and burn on Rapid and Batman Booga and yesterday's day one matches was something that I don't think many people would have ever expected to see happen, especially not to a player like Rapid, but happens to the best of us. Sometimes you just don't get the shots that you need. Misplaced a couple of edits here and there, or miss entirely, but Rapid definitely wanting some redemption here. Tries to tackle this initial 1 versus 2. He does have Batman Booga now wrapping around, and with a slight elevation over Dalty and Skater, Rapid and Batman Booga, they've got to chip away at the build first.
Take a look at this. Great tags here from Batman Booga, but he doesn't like the fact that he nearly loses his shield, gets right back to his teammate. And while this is going on, you know, a question's running through my mind. Like, Cooper and Miro have been contested. Have they been pushing off, you know, Veer and Soneto on the drop? Have they just been outlanding them? Have they even been able to even take that battle? So I'm not sure what's been unfolding on that side, but hold up. Things almost go south here for Rapid, but he does manage to fulfill the elimination there. Here's a look at Aviv and Booga, who are creeping up the standings right now. We haven't covered too much of their mid games, but we're seeing them here and there sprinkle their way into endgame, and just look at the points, right? Things are starting to add up here.
Yeah, but for Aviv and Booga, down at the lovely lodge, what's surprising to see, no, actually it's going to be the Unmoored Manor. Take that back. That explains why the likes of Edgy and Tavern trying to intervene. Seems as though Booga and Aviv made a really smart rotation to pick off at least one of the two. That's 6 points for Aviv and Booga to start game number 9, and Aviv still looking for more. But just gonna come up short here. You see Booga, the lock-on pistol, I believe. Just looking for some of the freebie surge tags. But from that range, probably only 17 a pop, what I would expect, but every little bit counts at this point.
Well, everything's looking good here for Booga and Aviv right now, as they will have all the time in the world to go ahead and get into the action here. Polarizing death, though, in a fight against Cam and Aminish, and it just seems like the situation's been flipped upside down. Yesterday, Cam and Aminish were off to an incredibly strong start, getting a glimpse of top 5 for a couple rounds there, but now it's Prodigy and Polarized, who after that Victory Royale have rocketed their way right up into this conversation, into the standings, and That's what happens when you perform stronger on a day where the point thresholds are different, where everything means a lot more. You'll just earn more for your placement points and eliminations. But look at this, Boya and Peterbot. This time contested for the forecast tower by a team that's pretty desperate here. It's snacking possessed. They have to do something big, and what bigger thing to do than try to snatch up the information of the forecast tower? But they're not happy with the situation at hand. They're not happy to fight for this one. They end up giving it up.
Not only that, but with a team base so far up on a hill that can oversee both Poyo and Peterbot, as well as the duo that was just contemplating challenging them. That's part of the reason why we see Peterbot go to the other side of his box. He doesn't want to try and look for peaks from a position that he knows a team with that much elevation over him probably had the advantage.
Muzz knocked Acorns in the feed right there. Keep an eye on that. This could be a huge problem. Cold here by himself on the high ground, looking down now. Okay, so it had to be to the hands of a well-timed snipe or something, but either way, it's not looking good. That Cold is just gonna say, you know what? Take the elimination, take all the loot you want. I'm gonna get out of here and play for the tournament life, and he leaves Acorn behind. And now Muzz and Paper have to think, wait a second, did they leave his teammate? Did he pick him up? Are they gone? That's crazy that Acorn is still crawling around right now.
What's even crazier is that neither Muzz or Paper even had a Reaper sniper at their disposal. And Cold, you can see only 11 bullets left in this Mythic Striker. Might be one of the best weapons in the game, but not if you don't have any ammo to actually look for those long-range battles. Cold probably just praying that Muzz and Paper don't happen to stumble upon this bush, but Muzz and Paper might be the least of his concern. There's a team approaching right next to him. It's going to be Cam and a Minish. They're not bothering to check the bush just yet, but there are some shots being sent their way. So Cold, even if he isn't spotted out by Cam and a Minish, though, he still has to worry about the team that's taking shots at them from over by the ship station.
Well, I'm more curious. Minish just like, yeah, dude, I'm just gonna dodge, bro. Bro's running behind the bushes, like, instead of building a wall there. That was crazy.
There are some shots being sent their way.
But you know what? I'm not even gonna second guess the decision making from Cold here. He's got Acorn. He's got himself. You know, Acorn is one of the greatest IGLs we've ever watched play Fortnite. So if the call is made, dude, position up, don't worry about it. Play Storm. I trust in it. But now I'm just a little bit wary after watching Baka and Pars try to play that heal off and the Storm sickness catch up, right? So it's kind of like a double-edged sword now. You have to begin to think about these things. You have to weigh your options. You can't really trust the Storm all that much, because in the end game, it could just come full circle there and cost you a win. But for Polarized and Death here, they've tried to claw their way back into this game. You can tell that the material has been bad ever since that engagement up against Cam and the Minish. Look at this. They're going for the fight here onto Macwood and Blake, and Macwood just gets deleted by Death. I think he caught him with a side angle, and it's just not looking good right now for Blake at all.
Blake is unfortunately just a rat in a trap at this point, because Polarized and Death, they're not going to let this one go. Blake, the teeniest bit of HP is his silver lining currently. He's doing a relatively decent job, though, at wasting Polarized and Death's time, and at least forcing them to work for this final elimination. But he will inevitably fall. Just too much pressure being applied, but definitely got a good chunk out of Death's HP in the process. Granted, there are ample heals surrounding Death and Polarized, though, so they should be able to regen their shields, no problem. Peterbot, though, shit. Now we know where the issue stems from.
That's how it happened.
So Peterbot is he's actually the origin story of the woes of Blake and Macwood for game number 9.
I'm laughing because TikTok's gonna love that one. Chat always goes crazy for Peterbot plays. I love
that Macwood was that exposed and didn't even recognize the fact that there was a possibility of someone like Peterbot managing to find an angle on him.
Did you just see that? The leaderboard just flashed for a second. Yamcha and Rise are down. Fully finished right now, which means Acorn and Cold. If Cold can pick up Acorn and run this one back, they have a chance to overtake first place for the first time today. But more importantly, the rest of top 10 have a chance now to start to close the gap. This is going to become an extremely, extremely competitive leaderboard when this is all said and done, because if Yamzo and Rise are out the game, that is the biggest piece of the puzzle that needed to be solved for everyone else inside the top 10.
You just know that a team like Acorn and Cold, if they recognize the fact that Yamzo and Rise have been eliminated from this lobby, maybe expect them to slow things down a little bit, because now they don't necessarily need to go for an overly aggressive box fight. Just find your surge tags, play it back. Don't force any unnecessary positioning or any unnecessary over-peaking. We've already seen a handful of players finding their faces getting ripped off in the process for challenging on the peaks here. Just never know when someone with a sniper is right around the corner. Don't force any unnecessary positioning.
Re and Ritual, much different position right now. Keep in mind, this is a team that spawns on the eastern side, and they played all the way around here. Beautiful tag right there by Ritual, and just much, much better here as far as the damage is concerned. That's going to really jump them up, give them a little room to work with there. And they find another one on the rotation there, so things are looking up here. But we jump over Cold. Cold likely, I pray that he has picked up the reboot card and he's just waiting for the save at this point. Because if not, time has to be running extremely thin here. But yes, the fact that he's going way out to the storm here shows that he is likely going to try to play for the other reboot off in the distance here. And he's just, again, another game where Cold and Acorn have to play this storm. But you saw what they were able to do last time when they got back in day one. They turned it into something. And just last game as well, watching Clix and Epic Whale, when Clix picked up Epic, they turned that into nearly a victory royale. So anything can happen.
But while we're looking at a solo Cole, I couldn't help but notice that it was Baka and Pars situated inside of fencing fields. And if it was Baka and Pars that got that elimination onto Acorn MDF, there's a high likelihood that they're going to recognize the fact there's no way Cold can make a reboot ban play inside of fencing fields. That's just going to be impossible. So they're going to hold it down. They held Cold. They forced him to move even further into Storm. And now, wouldn't be surprised to see them. They're going to offer this elevation. They might even look to just turn around, play back, and maybe even try and hold Cold and Acorn, since they already forced them into such an awkward position inside a Storm just to find that initial reboot.
I'm just so fascinated by the fact that they're both at 440 points, tied up. First place is down. This is their one opportunity to really, really take a stance here against Yamzo and Rise. Will they be able to raise to the equation? Rise to the situation is the question here, but let's see it. Baka, Pars find themselves in the new zone here, just underneath the Rift Island. Rift Island. What? Hello, teams. Welcome to the Rift Island. This is where you come for your brick. Maybe even a little bit of more material, heals, and weapon upgrades. My gosh, there's so many teams up here.
Looking a little bit more like Rift Mansion at this point, with how many residents are actually trying to take place up here on top of the Rift Island. But Miro and Cooper being one of the teams. Miro taking full advantage of this height. Gonna try and apply some pressure onto the teams boxed up underneath the Rift Island. Probably just waiting out their moment. They have the launch pad. They've also got rifts surrounding them for fast rotates. And with that Flowberry Fizz, if Cooper doesn't have any crash pads, then Miro can still make a relatively safe departure off of this Rift Island. But just a slow play right now. Miro and Cooper, they're not really trying to overexpose themselves by any means. They're just looking for teams that get slightly distracted. I'm glad we can check back in though with Cole and Acorn. But keep in mind, there is a team. This is where Baka, this is where Pars, the moment they might have been waiting for. And as Cole makes his way into zone, he's gonna spot their boxes. Already under such heavy fire, and maybe even coming from Maxo and Dolzier on the opposite end of this hill.
Yeah, a lot of shots coming in. Pressure's on. HP's low here for Cold and Acorn. They're sitting up right next to Baka and Pars. Of all the rotations that any of these teams could have made, the fact that they landed right around the same spot is concerning to say the least. But look at this. Everyone's heading west. I'm curious to see why Baka and Pars decided to go in that direction as opposed to another, but maybe it was for the rifts there. And yes, it is. They go straight for it. Everyone's off. Trying to escape now at this point. I like that Cold and Acorn are going to sit back here and go for tags as opposed to rushing to the new zone, because everyone is going to be floating across. But yeah, they recognize they can't play with the zone for too much longer. Can't afford to take Storm. Players surround them. They find a rift there. Neko almost hits the tag. But Acorn gets hit before he jumps in as well. So look at this. They're below the surge now. They will have to either position up extremely strategically or land on a team. And I'm watching markers come out, so we don't really know what the decision is going to be just yet. Looks an Epic Whale are landing here, and it seems like everyone that's landing in this general area are teams that are deciding, I probably need to fight, so I'm going to stay next to all of these other teams. And the story goes on, but hey, look, the script's already been written. These guys have a chance here with the Yamzor and Rise out, and this, again, might be one of the only lucky opportunities to get to line up this way, and Cold and Acorn continue to take advantage of the opportunity that has been presented before them. And the story goes on, but hey, look. And my, oh my, with every step they take towards the lead, things become a little more interesting.
It's always insane to me when teams are in a moderately shambles situation, because Acorn and Cold, with how deep of a rotate they had to make from inside the storm, they had expended most of their white heals, but Savvy and Neko just gifting them every single resource imaginable as far as shields and white HP heals are concerned. A benefit that Clicks can only wish him an Epic Whale might be so lucky to stumble upon. As they'll find a very temporary relief from that surge damage. But as soon as things take over, you have to keep in mind they're still relatively low on their surge damage. They need to take an engagement. They don't have that many materials either, so a refresh is the utmost necessity here.
Yeah, they're gonna have to do it. They've seen this happen before, where they crash pad into a team and it works again, but Epic lets his side guard down and the shots come in, and that's it. Epic Whale Clicks get halted for a second. Baka and Pars, it seems like they met the same fate here. Completely different story though. They were comfortably above the surge and they just get deleted. You could tell that the server pressure was definitely adding to that rotate. That is so tough. And look at this now, shots from above. Acorn and Cold are just taking full advantage of the lobby right now, of the situation at hand.
It's the fact that Cold and Acorn are even in such a favorable position in the first place, though. The fact that they didn't get held and we're able to find such an immediate refresh. It's that last refresh onto Xavier and Neko balls that might actually result in netting Acorn and Cold Victory Royale here in this lobby, because they have materials, they have heals, and they've got everyone inside of that top 3 down for the count as well. So this is all the Acorn and Cold show, and seeing how far they can actually go, because they have a really strong chance to leapfrog Yamzo and Rise in that first place position here now, MDF. They just stick to playing their game, and keeping their cool.
Yeah, here's the thing. This is where it's going to happen. This is where the placement points are going to start to tumble on in. And if they can soak up a top 15, a top 10 right now, they're going to be closing in on that 500-point threshold. They'd be the first ones to really begin to break away. Peterbot and Boyo have a chance here as well, but they're going to need like a top 5, maybe better, in order to get up there and earn another 70 points. But look at this. They're starting to eye up potentially threats right here. Threats. Does he know he has a weakened wall there? Might just have Peterbot flying right on in through to really begin the breakaway. Would have put it past him, but no. Shots coming from down low. It's Day. Day in another endgame. Okay, I just need to see Day's points at this point. This is 3 games in a row. We're seeing him make it to mid-game, but Redux gets taken down right here. So it's going to be up to Day by himself. Either way, impressive nonetheless. 187 points from being at all the way at the bottom, all jumping way on up. No, that's what happens when you have those 1.5x points. Anything can happen. It's going to be tough, though. Shots are coming in here for Peterbot and Boyo. It is not looking good at all. These trades are not going in their favor, Taco. They're not finding the tags that they're hunting for right now. They're trying to force it, which, of course, is never a great recipe, but they kind of have to as well right now.
Yeah, right now it's all about whether or not Peterbot and Boyo can actually break through, find an elimination onto Day, and just keep paving their path forward. Death, polarized. Another elimination secured onto Spinks. Pump still running around somewhere because that's only 1 elimp currently for Death. And you can see Pump now on the other side of this wall. Death seemingly doesn't seem to recognize the fact that Pump is lurking just behind him. Gotta be careful. Pump could potentially make the play of a lifetime here and double eliminate Polarized and Death if they're not careful. But it does seem as though the intention from Pump, at least for the time being, is lie low, stay hidden, and just move with the backside of the zone. Or get eliminated immediately.
Yeah, they're still adding up. They're earning points here. That's what's most important for Def and Polarized. They are now in the 400-point threshold range. This is top 10 page. This is it. This is starting to really close in. They can earn 30 or 40 more points. I mean, they'll start taking off into the top 5 conversation. Let's look at Peterbot here, who, like we just said, was struggling, but he hits the sniper shot of the day there onto Duke, who was flying across the sky and manages to avoid the incoming fire here, staying alive. And even with shots coming in from behind, you cannot stop Peterbot once he gets going here. He is determined to jump into top 5 right now.
But grappling through the center of the zone, Peterbot bound to draw the attention of other players in the lobby. You can see his HP paying the price for that faster rotation. Sure, you got somewhat ideal positioning now, but definitely needs a refresh of some form if he wants to try and maintain hanging out in the mid-ground. But if there's anybody that can get it done, Peterbot is certainly someone I would look at. And finding those 2 med kits, blessing in disguise here. Meanwhile, rotation. Big stuff too from Boogs, finding that elimination onto Byla.
Yeah, and he makes it quick and easy there too. Jumps right in, takes him down, picks up all the loot. No resistance there either. Oh, misses the grapple hook. This is going to be a little dicey here, but luckily no one lands next to Aviv here. They have plenty of space to work with. Aviv sets up the 2-box for him. They're going to heal up and get right back into this game. There are fights happening above them, and Aviv says, don't heal. Let's get these points. And they go right in for it. And it looks like the points are good as they find Vanilla's there and they pick up all that material. That's going to put them right back into the game here. And they have everything they need, but I'm looking at the zone here. It seems like it's going to bounce back. And Cold and Acorn continue to claw their way back from the depths into the stratosphere here as they now have points here to take the lead, and they have done it. Top 15, I called it, is what they were going to need to get a 500-point threshold breakthrough, and they have done just that. But look at this. I like what Cold is thinking there. He singled out some floors.
Oh, the crash pad.
Up, though. Oh, but a team jumps in. And the grapple hook comes out, and look at this, Taco. They position themselves pretty sweet here on the side of this mountain.
No, this is the perfect spot to anchor up because halfway up the mountain face, if the zone does happen to pull back the other direction, they're still operating from that secondary height layer. It won't be too difficult for them to actually scale down the side of the mountain, Same story can't be said, though, for Bugha and Aviv. Bugha going to pick up the materials that Aviv has chosen to drop. We saw them moments ago with a massive refresh elimination, but now with Bugha being left as a solo, can't afford to keep tarping as aggressively as he once was. Another elimination going to be found onto Polarize. It's Reet and Gold and Acorn.
They're both still in this. Reet and Ritual are both still in this. They are literally making a comeback right now. And you have to assume that after that last game, number 8, the anger, the disappointment all starting to kick in here, and they're going straight into performance mode, and you'd love to see it here as they break into top 10. Reet and Ritual have done it. They've managed to jump right back in and stay relevant to the standings here, but Cold and Acorn have not stopped against all odds. Peterbot sliding across. What is that? Deletes Acorn and likely Cold right afterwards. What in the world did we just watch?
Nah, Peterbot said, look at you, look at me. Action man at this point with that slide-by elimination. That was insanity.
Yeah, he got both of them. I don't see their names up anymore. Peterbot just ended Acorn and Cold, and he might have did it for, at this point, Reet and Ritual, because they need the rooms to start closing in now. And incredible enough, look at the points here. They're going to probably overtake Yamso and Rise if they can get another elimination. If they can literally finish off this other duo. It's all or nothing, and they find Trashy. Those are worth so much. They just jumped 20 more points, by the way, for that by itself. 2v1 though. They take fall damage. Bryce is going to get the elimination credit, and Ritual could not hit the shot, and Bryce will win the game.
What a steal takeaway there for Bryce and Chubbs, though. Bryce operating as a solo, by the way, in that final moment. Just really smart. By the time that Reet and Ritual actually turn behind them to see who's actually making their approach from the ramps that they had just jumped off of, it's just too little too late. Bryce already catching the upper hand. A little bit of tag team efforts as well, though, from Trashy, because without Trashy applying damage there onto Reet and Ritual, that 2 versus 1 situation is a lot less likely to be won by Bryce.
Absolutely incredible win for Bryce right there in Chubbs. Bryce and Chubbs were off to a strong start, kind of lost their momentum, but with this win here, we have seen Bryce and Chubbs do some incredible things and make big plays. And look, they won a game at Global Championships. In fact, I think they won a few games at Global Championships, and now they do it here in the grand final settings of this first chapter. So you have to really appreciate the fact that they're a team that can win. They have all the signs to be an elite squad this year.
Bryce and Chubbs, just one of many teams coming to their true form here, because it's the second day of Grands, MDF. These are these teams' last chance. And keep in mind, only the team in first will solidify their spot at LAN later on this year for the Global Championship. As for how the leaderboard's currently looking, though, we're going to have to kick it back to Zeke, Vivid, and Kelly to give us the breakdown.
Thank you guys so much. Bryce and Chubbs get themselves the Victory Royale. You saw I put in his name, Day 2 Prodigy. Some duos just come alive on Day 2. But not only that, paired up with that Victory Royale, which again, we continue to stress because of this multiplier in Day 2. This means these guys are going to be moving way up the leaderboard.
So Bryce and Chubbs on 213 points. Of course, this Victory Royale contributing a lot. But guess what place they were in coming into day number 2? They were in 49th. Our eyes have to continue to follow Bryce and Chubbs as day 2 continues, because this could be the story. This could be the comeback that this day 2 format kind of allows for, and it would be awesome to see. What a win for them.
Yeah, they're landing near that hazy hillside, and they are contested against Seek and Dash, and we've seen the success from them, so I'm wondering if day 1 there was just a lot of issues with that 50-50 off drop, but to see them take that now, an incredible performance, so proud of them. Man, though, Reet and Ritual, so close. I'm actually a little surprised. It looked like Bryce 1v2'd them. I'm a little confused of what exactly happened there. We've seen Reed and Ritual have such incredible fights, and so I'm excited to see what exactly went wrong there for them. But regardless, either way, Reed and Ritual getting a second place, and they were kind of running the low ground for most of that end game there. Definitely going to be jumping up the leaderboard as well.
Yeah, I want to see this leaderboard, man. It is going absolutely crazy here in the North America Grand Finals. Remember, Acts of Champions, Global Championship spots, both on the line. And look at this. Acorn and Cold finally get out of Iamzo and Rise's shadow, and they overtake that #1 spot. Kelly, I love your call out of Reed and Ritual. Because of the multiplier, if they had gotten that victory out, just imagine how much closer, if not, they might have overtaken Acorn and Cold.
Yeah, it's so close. And here we're going to look at the run that Reed and Ritual had. I mean, you can see here already 8 eliminations. And once again, they peak from the middle ground, going for the high ground chop here. And it's so late that they don't even really need to focus, the late ground team. They were looking behind them, and I think that's kind of what threw them for a loop going up against Chubbs, which is just down, or I'm sorry, yeah, Bryce, just down below. They dropped down, and it's a 1v2, and an incredible run there from Bryce. It's just so quick to be able to grab those eliminations. But still, Reed and Ritual with the 10 eliminations, that's going to get 60 points plus second place finish, clearly shooting them up the leaderboard. But for me, I hope we get to look at that leaderboard again, because between first and 6th place, it is such a short amount of points.
Yeah, 440 there for Baka and Pars in 6th place. Acorn and Cold currently sitting in that #1 spot. Listen, it's Acorn and Cold's day, all right? These guys are going absolutely ham in a way that I don't know many people would have predicted. Yeah, you predict, okay, they're amazing, but these guys have taken it to a completely different level, especially in a situation where you have to reboot your teammate. You're put on such a back foot. But for the duo, Vivid, it didn't matter. It was like they just played out their game like normal, like nothing happened.
Yeah, you know, you were going ahead and saying there that, oh, you know, this is their day. I'm going to be honest, it really hasn't been. I feel like every single game that we've watched so far, we've seen, you know, Cold multiple times in a solo situation. Multiple reboots have to happen for this duo. There have been mistakes for this duo. Honestly, it's almost impressive that they're in first place right now, because they're really fighting an uphill battle against pretty much themselves. The mistakes that they're kind of making at some points during the game are making it so much harder. But I have no idea how you can get a reboot off in an FNCS Grand Finals lobby and then make it all the way into the end game like that. I mean, it takes some serious skill. Cold also using a very intelligent play, because there was a reboot very, very close to the Storm Edge that he could have rebooted Acorn at, but no, he decided to actually go deeper into Storm, so that way nobody got the audio cue that a reboot was coming in. Very, very smart. It's those little things that are making a difference, and, you know, allowing them to kind of come back from some of those mistakes. Well done for them. First place right now.
Yeah, and I mean, this might be a repeat of what we saw from last year in Major 1 for Chapter 4. They grabbed first place, and clearly they're an incredible duo throughout the entire year. They never placed below 6th place in the Grand Finals. I just, like you said, I don't want to see Cold in a solo situation anymore. I want to see them survive together. I want to see them have more than 15 mats at Zone 10. I want to see them be able to pull this off, because with the lead that they already have right now, with just the perfect victory royale, they can skyrocket themselves ahead of the competition.
That's right, and this is just we're halfway. All right, this is it. We have this last half, only a handful games left to go. Now more than ever, duos lock in, because we are fighting for a spot at the Global Championships. With that being said, we are ready to get back into more action, more Fortnite right here, right now. So let's hand it back to your casters for the next game. All right, this is it.
Yeah, I think it's important to mention that you got to take a deep breath right now and really settle in to what is going on right now. I think Vivid put it best to me, Taco, just now. It's not even like perfect play that we're seeing by any means by the teams inside the top 10. In fact, they are all struggling with their own little individual things. And if they can't figure it out, new teams are going to come up and take their spots.
This format has already proven it's the fact that the 1.5 times point multiplier is making for some crazy comeback story action to possibly unfold here. So as we dive into game number 10, Battle Bus set for launch.
Figure it out. New teams are going to come up and take their spots. Well, here we have it. There's only a couple of games left here now. We're past the halfway mark. We're jumping in to the late stages of this grand finals. And if you're Bach and Pars, I think you're pretty happy with this bus here because it's going to favor their side. It's going to allow them to touch down and again likely play into their strengths, which seems to be dropping down and besting Aaron to the punch here in Chance. Chance is going to be a lot higher than Pars is, and Bach and Aaron are right there neck and neck. And look at this, Pars with the perfect drop here, gets the weapon first, gets the finish as well, and again, all because the battle bus is closer to their drop. If there's less variability involved, they could just time it better, right? The little things really start to show you what teams are stronger, what teams have more strengths in certain areas, and Bach and Pars are taking full advantage of being contested right now when a lot of teams don't. A lot of teams crumble when they're contested, but not this duo.
No, Baka and Pars proving yet again they knew heading into today that it was going to be a scrappy one. But given how day one went for them up against the likes of Chance, Aaron, and several other teams, because if Baka and Pars aren't quick finding one or both of those eliminations off the Chance and Aaron, we've seen numerous times already the third party action, the fourth party, even the fifth party, Baka and Pars both attesting to the fact that they were essentially getting pentaconned at their drop all day yesterday. So bound to have made the proper adjustments. Seeing them go 3-0 on the day so far though, it's got to be a huge confidence swing for sure. And confidence is something that Batman Booga is going to need a lot of. Operating as a solo currently, lost Rapid relatively early on over by the Research Rock, and it's Dalty, it's Skater trying to just finalize the second half of what they started. They get this elimination quickly enough onto Batman Booga. It could open up Dalty and Skater for a little bit of an easier time positioning through the mid game because of the surge damage that they'd be able to acquire right now.
Well, the action continues here. Dalty is on the move here, playing around the outskirts. Batman Booga doesn't recognize he's there, but does throw the walls down. Dalty plays it smart as well. Couple cones there. It's all textbook here, but because they have no tags, Batman Booga and Rapid are going to get out of there. But Rapid, of course, is down and out. So since he can't do anything big, it's a full-on disengage right now.
Some teams fighting untold struggles here today. But for Cooper and Miro, it's all about just locking in. That seems to be the mentality for Cooper. As things continue, progress a little bit slower here by Pleasant Piazza. Cooper right now hanging out beachside. But for Cooper and Miro, farming out some of the chests in the sand. He is relatively split though from Miro, but with basically no population nearby, it's a safe split to continue their loot path. A little bit slower here by Pleasant Piazza. Cooper right now hanging out
Got Reetin Ritual here at the railways, but there's a team moving about their drop as well. So they do have to be extremely cautious right now.
Basically no population nearby.
Danger ever so lurking close by. It's just one of those things where you never really know who's going to decide to do something a little bit different, adjust their strats. It's Pump and Sphinx who's encroaching on their territory, but now we jump in with Acorn and Cold here. Not looking to make the same mistakes they made last time up against Muzz and Paper. But instead, it's Mason and Aaron who seem to have a position advantage over them. You never really know who's going to decide to do something a little bit different, adjust their strats.
But see, all these teams at Fencing Fields, it's like a very steady rotation process between the teams located at Fencing and then the teams that are coming out of Ruined Reels. We've seen a handful of times now where Bacon and TK are two of the more prevalent players that have a tendency to try and rotate towards Fencing, see if they can pick up any last-minute battles, last-minute surge. Cold and Acorn, though, will make the first attempt. So they'll at least lock down Society Medallion from Nisha. They've got the Vault Keycard, they've got the Mythic Striker. Now all Cold and Acorn realistically need to do is prevent anyone else from forcing them into a solo situation. They know that they've got to worry about Empen and Mason lurking nearby.
Back on over to Booga and Aviv here on the south portion of the map. The zone's going to favor them this time. And that's going to be nice for them here, as we know they're a team that plays well regardless of the situation, but
I think he's got enough shield potions.
Yeah, they just keep dropping out. Like, what's going on? Back on over to Booga and Aviv here on the south portion of the map.
Booga almost looking like a loot llama there for a second. How much shield he had. And shield! Man, that's something Clicks and Epic could use. But after confirming 2 eliminations, the start of game number 10 pretty hot here. Clicks has been playing out of his mind, by the way, for day number 2. But what I would like to see, MDF, is Epic matching that same pacing, matching that same standard that Clicks has been operating with here today. He's the 6th time, after all. Clicks doesn't have any FNCS titles of his own. He wants to find the first one here today, if possible. But it starts with Epic, honestly, needing to rise to the occasion, because Clicks has been holding things down pretty heavily here today. Clicks doesn't have any FNCS titles of his own.
Look at their HP. 3 HP on Clicks. Epic Whale, super damaged. We jump in with Paper and Muzz right now. We're getting active here. Edgy on the run. Where's Tavern? Likely in the elimination count of Paper. He's just going for it, but the risk. He gets sent flying there by the crash pad. You have to assume that is basically mistakes were made, and you have to wonder, the sniper in hand, what all happened here? No scope needed. Oh my gosh, through the bush.
Probably the last thing that Edgy and Tavern would have expected, because it's not usually a guarantee that Paper and Muzz will even have a Reaper Sniper available. Fencing Fields, if you don't get it as floor loot, Muzz and Paper, we haven't seen them really go directly for the vault here at Fencing. It's like they're down to try and find eliminations if possible, but they don't really seem all that invested as far as challenging for the vault is concerned. So the fact that Paper even has that sniper available to play with, that's likely going to make up the bulk of Muzz and Paper's surge strategy here in game number 10.
The vault's going to start to open here. It's going to give the signal to the lobby, and I'm just keeping an eye on where those players are moving. It doesn't seem like they're going to be moving inwards right now. And Bach and Par's very interesting rotation they make. They go straight north up the beach, looking to finish things where they started with Chance and Aaron. And we kind of saw this before, where they would quite confidently chase a team up the outskirts of the map, regardless of where it positioned them. It seems like that might have been the case here. And this, now that I think about it, Taka, remember last time how they called that storm sickness? It was probably because something like this or another in the storm, just like this. Yup.
This feels more personal than necessary, as Baka won't get the better end of the exchange either. Aaron and Chance, they were scot-free from Baka and Pars. Baka and Pars then chose to force the situation, not satisfied with that initial elimination they've been able to achieve, start things off here. And Aaron and Chance, the fact that they were able to turn that one around on Baka and Pars, a team that was in heavy contention for the top 5, mind you, that's going to be a very steep price to pay for Baka and Pars now, something that they might reflect on later here today. But first, got to see how the rest of this match plays out. And for Peterbot and Pollo, another box fight over the cash. But Peterbot, Pollo, they've got Xavi and Neko on the back foot here. Xavi and Neko don't really seem all that confident in trying to take this engagement up against the likes of Peterbot and Pollo, probably recognizing the fact that, hey, these guys are good with the way that they're holding them back inside these box fights.
Well, things are looking pretty tough right now for everyone here on the outskirts, as they're going to have to rotate right through Peterbot and Boyo. One thing I am noticing though is that Peterbot's about halfway through his material, so not the best spot to be in this early in the game. He's eyeing up, seems like Mirror up there. But on the other side, a lot of action still unfolding here. Aviv with the sniper in hand, and man, players gotta be careful not putting those walls up. It's just no other way to put it other than you kind of deserve the shot that comes in if you're that exposed and someone sneaks up on the side of you, by the way. You don't recognize them coming. It's a pretty tough spot to be in. Gotta be careful.
But at the same time, I almost can't fault Dasharuni for that one. He gets incredibly easy. For even a second, a lapse in judgment, that's really all it takes. And Aviv, he's definitely been a very heavy player off of this Reaper Sniper whenever he has it available to him. Being supported by Bugha as well. Incredibly easy. And now Bugha Aviv with that confirmation of limb. Ample surge damage applied. He's definitely been. So we're gonna tap back in over to Clicks and Epic Whale's point of view, and max materials, very solid ammunition as far as Clicks' loadout is concerned. 6 flowberries in tow as well as a grapple blade, so mobility definitely not an issue here, but it hardly ever is for Clicks and Epic, given that they drop over by Lavish Lair. Essentially guaranteed some of the best forms of mobility from that POI.
Sniper still in hand here for Clicks right now. These 2 eliminations looking pretty nice right now. Ooh, Byla in the building here. Has to be careful. This is just so dangerous with the sniper, and this is why he has, again, some of the highest damage output that we've seen here amongst all players this weekend. Look at this. Death and Polarized sitting right up on top of Muzz and Paper's bases here. Oh, but they're going to rotate. They don't even want to remain near these teams here. Very interesting. Oh, what's your take on this?
Well, currently, Death soaring through the skies without Polarized. Hopefully, Polarized is able to run that one back. And yeah, sure enough, we'll reunite with Death. Very fortunate that they were in a position where no one in the lobby had really started to build up. Area hasn't been super condensed just yet, but the fact that Death and Polarized did start to make the approach over towards where Vert and Yumi were boxed up. And it's a battle currently. Next to the Ruined Reels, bound to draw some attention now with how many shots are being fired here. A lot of materials being spent as well. Death looking relatively low on his mat count, a lot lower than what you would want to be for the approaching point of a mid-game.
And of course, they're going to get the big sniper shot there. And one thing I just want to mention, as we kind of go through this quick highlight here, Peterbot pushes up onto Redux, and Day, who had full control here of the Rift Island burst, and then hits the most disgusting sniper shot. Peterbot is just a walking highlights reel this weekend. At this rate, if he wins the FNCS Grand Finals this weekend, he will have one of the craziest montages and reactions I think we've ever seen a duo put on. So I'm at a loss for words. I had a thought to finish about the previous duo. It doesn't even matter anymore.
Easy for things to slip the mind, but he's trying not to let game number 10 slip away from him. Nice knock onto G-Money. Will buy him a little bit of time here. Tries to go for the medkit pop, but comes under pressure yet again. It's Cold and Acorn on the side of his box now. Diego plays G-Money, recognizing the fact that there is now a third party introduced towards this box fight engagement. Ritual not revived just yet. Reet was trying to stick it, but this is Cold Acorn. They just recognize the fact, no, this is a team that's operating now as a solo. They're gonna chase down Reet, and for good reason. Because Cold and Acorn, not only will it just be another 6 points towards the elimination count, but this is part of their competition for that first place position.
And that's it. They know exactly that. Looking at the feed gives them all the information they need. They see the elimination come in. They see the name pop up, and they immediately alter their demeanor. They change their entire game plan right there, and they keyed down Reet without even thinking twice about it. Their immediate competition is out, and look at how things are aligning right now for Acorn, 2X, and Cold.
It's almost like the stars are definitely aligning for this duo here today.
At this rate, like, can Peterbot and Pollo stop them? I mean, Peterbot, like I mentioned, is a running highlight reel right now. But their play style, what they've been doing is a lot more volatile, right? Much more like a tug of war. It's back and forth. They're explosive. They take risk, where sometimes you might think it's not even needed. They're definitely different.
Peterbot's mentality, 99% of the time, just seems to essentially boil down to, I think I'm better than you.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why we see Peterbot, Pollo so regularly engaging, even in situations where they don't need to. But to be fair to Peterbot and Pollo, day one of Grands, they definitely had some struggles with their surge strategy. It seems the way that they've chosen to try and deal with those issues is by making plays to Rift Island, because it's 2 games in a row now that we're seeing Peterbot Pollo actually choosing to go to the top of Rift Island. And sure, maybe it's just convenient based on its location in comparison to where they were already originally rotating, but at the same time, we've seen so many teams opting to stick around that Rift Island, whether to utilize the rifts for the easy rotates towards next zone and later rotates at that. But regardless of the case, it's definitely helped Peterbot and Pollo more than what it's been a negative against them, even having to deal with a little bit more traffic on that island.
I mean, I'm absolutely with you. I'm just looking at a little update here from Cold and Acorn, who are only 97 above the surge, so they're going to make a quick dash here to the new zone. One of the first teams to actually position up, and I find this to be super interesting that they want to play the bush here. And look at the standings, 37 points separating them from Peterbot and Pollo. Just a quick story about Peterbot. I'll never forget the fact that I came across him at the mall in Copenhagen at the Global Championships, and he had nothing but the worst things to say about all this EU competition. He is that confident when it comes down to what he's capable of and what he thinks of the general player, not only, you know, across the seas, but around him. He truly believes he is the best in the lobby at all times. Global Championship performance, yeah, you know, this is a different discussion for a different day. Sometimes you're hot, sometimes you're cold. But right now, we're seeing top tier Peterbot.
Yeah, we're also seeing top tier Cold. I mean, that elimination that he just acquired from across the way onto Scissor. Tragic stuff there for Chimp. Not sure if Chimp is still up in the running, but losing Scissor definitely going to be a massive spoiler into his late game strategy. And Cold, even talking about it, ice in his veins, but this man's hands are on fire as he continues to rack up some of the shots. We saw them jump temporarily up to 300 above that damage threshold, and now yet again another dip down, just 73 above. This lobby proving to maintain hyperactivity as far as damage application is concerned. You can see even behind Acorn and Cold, Skater, Dalty. Acorn Cole got to be careful here, but more so Death and Polarizes. They're caught up in a box fight right now with Blake and Macwood.
Curious to see how this is going to work out for them right now. They don't need to rush the fight by any means, but Mira and Cooper are likely to press the engagement here and pressure these walls. And look, the lobby's starting to decide to turn against them as well. They have time to work with, and Polarize gets knocked there. He makes the wrong decision. Death makes the better move to go into the storm. Kanata and Agers come in and take them down. We've seen Kanata jump into the feet a few times today. Unfortunately, they had a very, very short day one performance, which has kind of left them out of the conversation. They managed to turn up and find better moments of success here today. Either way, though, more competition falls for Cold and Acorn. Players like Peterbot and Pollo, of course.
Cold, Acorn, bound to have been able to hear those shots coming out of the boxes behind them. They know Skater, Dalty, they're close. Probably getting the audio cues now from the grapple blades, trying to light Skater up out of the sky and pick him off before he can actually grapple his way above the hill. And now it's going to come down to Cole, to Acorn. 200 damage above, but they still got to make sure that they rotate into a nice position here in zone. We've got Chubbs doing what he can to try and push Cold and Acorn away from him. Small tags into Cold, but he has more than enough shield to work with and more than enough protection here at Hazy Hillside, where the zone has pull towards. Some good elevation now as Cold and Acorn try to hang more towards dead side of zone.
I like this little outskirt spot that they're in. And yeah, just talking about Kanata and Ager's general performance. Look, they're at 317 points, right? Top 10 is around 400, which is 1 win. There's enough games in front of us to put Kanata and Ager's possibly up at the top. It just depends on how they perform. And look at this. They are just playing so exceptionally well in another set of eliminations. And in fact, if you just tally up how well Kanata and Aegis are playing right now, they're trending at around second. If it was just a one-day tournament today, they would be in second. That's just how good they're playing right now, and the points are showing it. They are just playing.
But can they continue to replicate it throughout the course of these remaining matches here today, MDF? Because even if they pull it off in game number 10, they still have 11 and 12 to worry about. Although, with such a veteran team in Kanata and Agers, that sort of experience could be the real difference maker in terms of how successfully they can match their consistency on the day.
Look at this. Look at this base. This is looking like real Chapter 1 vibes right here. Booga and Aviv with a double ramp out metal base. Back walls, no floors. Very, very reminiscent of early Fortnite day strategy right here. But I'm for it. I'm signed up for it. We haven't seen a team really find success this early in the high ground. In fact, even teams like Clix and Epic Whale, who were going for high ground in Zone 8, have stopped in this round here because all that they've gotten from it is a world of trouble and a lack of material after teams start to contest them. Meanwhile, on the low ground, though, 5 eliminations now for Cold and Acorn as they start to turn on the gas pedal here. Down goes Aaron and Chance, and Cold picks up a double elimination for his troubles here, Taco.
It's the fact that Cold and Acorn, we saw how early on they made their way towards that less congested side of zone. And that positioning is going to be the real completion factor as far as finding those next couple of eliminations. But Booga, Aviv,
they're up there.
They weren't initially that invested into hype, but recognizing the fact that the zone had pulled relatively favorable for them at the start, now find themselves having to venture forward. They want to make sure that they maintain front side position on that zone, though. It's going to be tough, though, especially once the grapple comes into play. These teams on the low ground might have the opportunity to just look up.
I like how Peterbot and Boyo are playing this right now. Front side, staying far in ahead here, not looking to get into any enemy territory, breaking all boxes, playing extremely safe. Just textbook. This is the one thing top tier pros do better, is managing to stay and stick to the basics here, or what's going to allow you to excel. And look at this, reading the zone perfectly. They get the essentially get the next pull here. Meanwhile, Aviv and Booga on high ground, continuing to put this top-down pressure. Clix and Epic Whale have also elevated themselves up to second height. Are they trying to go for a late game take? It's looking like it could be a potential play there in the books. Don't count them out. But on your screen right now, you are watching the two greatest duos in the lobby right now pace ahead.
But Peterbot and Pollo, these are all their pre-existing builds. They've been on the low ground, tarping their way out for so long. Mud's paper, they got to be careful not to get themselves fully boxed here. But Peterbot, Pollo, Chance slips away. They're going to have to hold out just a little bit longer for their next opportunity there in the low ground. But Epic, Clix, Epic forced into the med kit now. As he waits for Clix to also look for an opportunity to get a little bit more HP regen. Empen, though, might not have spotted out that Epic Well's there. Epic Well is just going to finish off that Snake Kid and possibly look for an opportunity for elimination points onto Empen. Empen with no shield, by the way. He's going to try to grapple up to the high ground just to catapult himself to the front side of zone, but immediately Bugha senses that one out, takes Empen down.
Oh, here they go. Acorn and Cold spring their way all the way up to the top and break the pills from underneath Bugha's feet there. In Aviv and high ground is theirs, and they get to reconnect to the old builds. It couldn't work any better for them, but Bugha lurking on the backside here, edging his way in, looking up. Aviv hasn't quite given it up. He didn't want to commit down low just yet, but Bugha makes the call, and they have to. And Acorn, Cold come down now. This is their game to win at this point, but they will have to fight for it. Meanwhile, Epic Whale from the zone continuing to heal his way through it here. Amira Cooper is still standing there. Taka Cooper's in the zone.
All Epic wants to do is keep a low profile. Every placement counts at this point for him and Clix. But Poyo,
oh my gosh,
massive shot there onto Sphinx. That's going to be an instant knock.
Right under him.
Can't find Pump though just yet. Instead, Poyo's got to keep his eyes focused on what's directly in front of him. This mid-ground not safe just
behind
yet.
him. Oh, he doesn't even know there's a player behind him, but it doesn't matter. He finds Aviv here, who gives up the high ground. The zone takes down Poyo before he can earn more points, which is so unfortunate. Bugha's already down. Aviv on the low ground here. Player falls in and also gets eliminated to the storm there, and just like that, Aviv gets granted with some math, but it's Cold and Acorn who will surely take this win right now and break away with a monstrous lead here.
And this is the kind of breakaway that might just be devastating to all of our other teams inside of that top 5 currently, because Acorn and Cold, the way that they overshot Aviv and Bugha to forcibly remove the high ground from them, we saw Aviv desperate to try and hold on, but it was just too much pressure. Acorn and Cold absolutely recognizing the fact, hey, high ground's distracted, and the fact that they could pounce upon it so quickly as well, like the attempt though from Quanti, just not gonna be enough.
You know, he really did try, but take a look here. Acorn does hit the shot there in the end. A 9 elimination victory royale is just incredible, especially when you are entering into the game in the lead, right? So now all of a sudden, second place fell early, third fell early, and that's just all the room that they needed at that point to continue to really run with this. But you know what? I think we're going to see some more top 10ers start to shake it up now.
That might be the idea, but first of all, we got to see just how much of a lead Acorn and Cold were actually able to accrue in this last lobby, MDF, and who better to tell it than Zeke, Vivid, and Kelly.
Well, this is what happens when Vivid decides to impart some knowledge to a duo, you know, halfway through the competition. He's like, hey, you know, Acorn and Cold, you guys just fix up a couple of these things. You're like, oh, sorry about that, Vivid. Sorry about that. We're going to do that right now. And suddenly, victory royale, the very next game. 9 eliminations on these guys. Vivid, I'm very proud of them, and I'm very scared for everybody else, because these guys have now created a lead that all they have to do is hang on to, and these could be the first duo going to global championships from NA.
Oh, Zeke, you mean the first game on the day where they haven't had to like reboot, or Cold hasn't been like a solo from like 7 zone and had to try to clutch up some points? Yeah, it's the one that they go ahead and win. Kelly, what a high ground retake. I was even watching and I was like, wait, what are they going to do right now? They're going to go up? Why are they going to go up? And then it's like, it just ends up working. Bugha and Aviv drop down a little bit. They notice that. They go to the layers just above where Bugha and Aviv just were. So smart out of Acorn and Cold.
I definitely think that Bugha and Aviv were separated there. We saw that they were just using wood build, so that's usually a pretty good indication that it's time to steal height. I'm just so happy that we got to see Acorn and Cold do that together. Like you were just saying, we always see them go solo, and that's typically when Cold stays on the low ground, which obviously, if you're a solo player, you're not going to try and steal for height. But here we have it. And honestly, from the beginning, beginning, they were doing a pretty good job. They grabbed 2 eliminations pretty early on, although they were only 50 above Storm, and that was after taking down Reed, who was already pretty low. So even though grabbing eliminations, that's not an indication that they're not going to have issues with Storm Surge like we're seeing right here. However, with those long-range shots from Cold, not an issue anymore.
How comfortable as a player do you think Cold is right now, Zeke? When he can just have that mythic AR every single game. Like that's such like an advantage that we kind of overlook sometimes. Oh, and there's that high ground. We take a look at that. The flow berry effect right there activated. The grapple blade just launching them all the way up to those old builds. I guess that's free high ground. I didn't even see it. Acorn and Cold somehow did, and that was the game-winning play.
And why did this happen, friends? Something we've touched on a little bit. It's because they decided to go for the high ground later in the zone, right? You're in 12th zone, but everybody else are fighting over these high ground in like 9th and 10th zones. But this is it. This is how you win the game right here.
And that was the game. Yeah, but it's harder said than done. Like I said, I mean, the call, the awareness to go ahead and make this play. You need to have a lot of awareness, understand a lot, and Acorn, IGL, Cold, very experienced. They just got it.
It was such a good run, and we knew that they could do it. We've seen Acorn and Cold do this so frequently. They got first place out of the most recent Cash Cup. They got first place in the first major from last year, so it seems like history might be repeating itself.
2 games left to go here in NA. Let's look at these standings. Now, of course, no question, these guys are currently in first place, but by how much? I'm sorry, that's a 100-point lead these guys have. Okay, listen, Peterbot, Hoyo, okay, Booga, Aviv, guys, we need to band together, okay? We need to pull out all the stops. We need to slow these guys down. They have created a massive lead. Now, of course, because these guys are basically uncontested, they just have to keep doing what they're doing, and this lead could potentially get bigger.
Yeah, 100%. They, of course, have a giant lead over second place. Second and third are very, very close, Kelly. But Booga and Aviv, after that great game right there, they have established a 66-point lead of their own over fourth place, who is in Reap and Ritual with only 2 games left. Not a lot of opportunities for some of these teams to catch back up to even top 3 at this point.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Ritual and Reet, who were in a good position last game, they did go down a little early to Cold and Acorn, and that is the worst. If you're going to go down, you don't want to go down to the first place team. But we still have 2 more games, 2 more opportunities for duos to be able to take on the Titans of Acorn and Cold, or to just pull out a strategy that we haven't seen yet, potentially make it to the end game and grab a victory royale, but only time will tell.
I mean, there's a big lead. I still think it's anybody's game, though, Zeke. These 1.5x points, 100 points for a victory royale. There's a lot that can happen.
Man, it could come down to that single victory royale. Could be the difference maker in sending a duo straight to the global championships. 2 games left to go, so let's get back into it with our casters, the best Taco and Monster D-Face.
Well, that's right, anything is possible. You see the top 10 now, Taco, a clear, definitive breakaway from our, I would say, top 3 teams right now, as we have game 11 and 12 in front of us, but a lot of new teams are jumping into the top 10. I counted about 3 or 4 new squads now are on that front page.
But even with the lead that Acorn and Cold managed to develop for themselves after that last lobby performance in VF, you can't ever, you don't want to count your chicks before they hatch, essentially.
Right.
They've put down what they needed to get off on the right foot, but at the same time, a victory royale alone worth 100 points. And if Acorn and Cold get Elan relatively early on, that could change the narrative just a little bit here as far as contention for first place is concerned. But with the second to last lobby, game number 11 on the horizon here in VF, I think the main focus for not just Acorn and Cold, but a lot of these teams in the lobby is going to be to maintain your composure. You don't want to find yourself autopiloting as we head into match number 11 of the day. As far as contention for first place is concerned, but with the second to last.
That's right, you have to remain focused here for game number 11. Autopilot is not going to be enough here, not against the sharpest minds Fortnite has to offer here. And I made this analysis before, but I'm going to say it again. This is a favorable bust likely for Baka and Pars, who have really cemented themselves a solid top 10 footing even after yesterday's performance where they gave up a couple rounds, but get to watch it here. They go for something slightly different, and it's going to be get a weapon, take the launch pad, and then get a more favorable angle here to touch down before Chance and Aaron. I wouldn't be surprised if Baka touches down right on top of this player again here. And of course he does, but he misses the shot he was looking for, and Pars gets melted out the sky from the duo. I believe that was looking inwards. Oh, this is a huge ask right now of Baka, and no, he couldn't get the heals off in time, and Baka and Pars they really did have the strategy, but the unforeseen additional duos ruined it all.
And that's the problem with their current drop. Even if they make it out against Chance and Aaron, they still have to worry about Zabi and Neko taking advantage of shooting them from across the way. So definitely a very unfortunate demise there, though, for Baka and Pars. Keep in mind, in fact, how that last lobby went. Chance and Aaron, again, seeming to be the common denominator here. Because Baka and Pars, they wanted those eliminations so badly to start things off, but just find themselves being eliminated instead by a completely separate team, just about giving that third-party assistance there for Chance and Aaron. And something else that I wanted to point out here in terms of Acorn and Cold, it's that notice they've been much less aggressive with going for that vault and taking out Misha right away.
Yeah, definitely. We're seeing some adjustment come into place, but you know, sometimes that lack of, or not lack of confidence, but instead the hesitancy can work against you when you start doing something a little too different, too passive. But first, let's wrap this fight up here with Dash and Seek, who are getting a bit active right now. We have, of course, Day 2 Prodigy and Bryce right now. They're pretty solid, swinging around here. We already know Chubbs here picked up that victory out alongside Bryce. Like we mentioned, this is for sure the team to look out for as far as big up-and-comers for this year leading up to the Global Championships. But right now, Shieldbreaker has to come out in desperation there. It does end up connecting, but it's not looking too good here. See, what we saw Cold do in this situation, right, when his teammate was down, he just gave it up all the way, came back later. But then you have, like, newer teams like Bryce and Chubbs, maybe not exactly having that type of discipline in their playbook just yet. And we'll see as they continue to develop throughout the years. Congrats to Dash and Seek on winning the drop. Back on over to Eomzo and Rise, who are in and likely hungry to earn some points right now. But then you have, like, newer teams like Bryce and Chubbs, maybe not exactly
got a lot of ground to make up for, fighting a battle very unique to just them in comparison to everyone else in this lobby. But Eomzo and Rise, we know that they are capable of that level of greatness. They already got a taste from yesterday, having been in that first place position to start the day off, and you know that they're going to want to reclaim that spot, and especially the title of being Acts of Champions, both seeking out their first one. But yeah, with the amount of points that Acorn and Cold have been able to build up in the meantime, it's certainly going to be a very difficult ask, but it's a journey that Eomzo and Rise are already committed to embarking upon, and now it's just the hopes of them being able to play it out, see what they can make happen from their current situation.
Yeah, the real anomaly for top 5 is the fact that Acorn and Cold have 200 or 100 points to get ahead of second and almost 200 across from everyone else. So unless something goes terribly wrong in one of these two games, then there's just not going to be an opportunity to close the distance there. But they are triple contested, so like we said, you literally cannot count them in as a winner just yet. This game, next game, still triple contested. Something goes terribly wrong in one of these two games, then
the real difference maker for Acorn and Cold is honestly just been the fact that they've been in positions, both in games 10 and 9, where realistically they should not have been able to make it as far into an endgame as they did. But they just took full advantage of every opportunity and have found a way to minimize mistakes as much as possible here in day number 2. Aside from the fact that they found themselves in a solo occasion, the successful reboots into recovering enough to then find ideal positioning in later games, that alone is definitely a testament to just how strong of a duo Acorn and Cold are.
One thing I really like about Cold, I feel like he, for me personally, right, from like what I've gathered from his playstyle, he is exceptional with the shotgun. It reminds me of TSM's Commandment. Commandment used to go by the moniker, you know, the nickname, essentially 200. Just like Saf, 200 Punk, right? Like they were always putting that in their name because they were just that dangerous with it. And Cold, man, I know he doesn't flex how good he is because he's very humble, but he is good. Commandment used to go by the moniker, you know, the nickname.
Actions speak louder than words most of the time, and Cold's performance 99.9% of the time. It definitely and more than enough to back up that kind of statement. A little bit of trouble here though, more towards the north side of the map, far northeast even. Noxy, Crisp, up against Asian Jeff, Oliver OG. No other teams in sight though, so third party probably least of their concerns, but both of these teams expending a good amount of materials. A little bit of trouble here though. Seems as though Noxy and Crisp, they really want to commit towards this engagement, given how much they've already opted to use up here. They're going to need that siphon materials out of Oliver OG or Asian Jeff, and vice versa, Oliver OG, Asian Jeff. They probably want to force this engagement. Noxy already kind of hovering near that launch pad because, as you can see, Asian Jeff eating a good amount of damage. Shield's not fully intact. Noxy now trying to see if he can creep around, find a nice angle into the box of Oliver OG, Asian Jeff. Gonna get the markers from where the pickaxe is coming through. Oliver OG, Asian Jeff just trying to reclaim some of the space inside of this box fight. But again, if Noxy and Crisp, if they don't act soon and close this engagement off, it's going to make things incredibly tough for them to try and challenge for a forecast tower or even a combat cache.
Yeah, I like the discipline here, though, from Noxy and Chris to play the distance with all this extra AR ammunition that they have to use. But they're going to disengage, get a couple tags, and they committed a lot of brick and wood there. Once they start digging into the metal, you can see things start to change. Jump over to Death and Polarize, though, who jump in on Snacky and Possess, but a monstrous shot comes in return, and Death now has to play for the zone save here to bring Polarize back into this game. That did not go the way they wanted it to. Surely is going to be a setback here. And unlike Cold and Acorn's save, they have to go to the nearest reboot, right? So very likely that other players are going to see what's happening here. There's just no time to waste.
Kind of bold though by Polarize to just be fully exposed and just so convinced, yeah, there's nobody looking in my direction with a sniper. I can definitely just look for my own surge tags. So maybe a little bit more necessity towards proceeding with caution. Go a long way there for Polarize, but good looks by Death. At least he's able to confirm the reboot. Now it's just about covering the ground to get towards that next zone. Have to expect that Death and Polarize are also going to have to be fighting the battle of getting their surge up, given that they don't have anybody nearby. So pretty good chance that they're going to be slightly below that surge damage threshold if they're not able to pick something up quick. And that's the mentality here now from Aviv and Bugha. We've seen this team have more than one elimination even through the mid game into the late, but still a little bit of struggles, just barely managing to maintain over on that surge damage threshold. Surge just being the #1 opponent currently for a lot of these teams in the mid game.
Yeah, definitely. But Booga Bro is on something. Those double ramps, he just keeps pulling them out. But hold up, we jump in here. Sphinx grapple hooking right into a bush that is housing 2 opponents lurking nearby. They couldn't get the finish or the box appears. Jagveer, TBC, LeBron. So a little reset's gonna happen here. Interested to see why they didn't commit to pushing into the box, but now it's just too late. They give way too much time here for Sphinx and Pump to go ahead and heal up. Everyone else is going to be on the move.
Look like Vanilla's and Convict are also local to that exchange. Could be part of the reason why LeBron and Jagveer opted to just pause for a second there instead of rushing right in. But still probably an engagement that a more experienced duo would have 100% opted to take. I mean, you get a shield break like that. It's a massive tag for Sphinx and Pump to have to worry about. Pause for a second there instead of
looking for another snipe shot. We've seen this happen time and time again, and he actually misses for once. You see him line it up though, you know? You know something bad's coming. Whoever's on the other side of the bullet.
It makes you think.
Definitely does. Here's Acorn and Cold back on the move right now. And of course, we're going to be continuously following these top teams right now as we're starting to situate ourselves up for what will be the finale here of the FNCS Grand Finals for NA. This is game 11. This is the day where points are worth 1.5x, placement even more, eliminations matter even more. Your performance today is much more important as we're starting to situate ourselves up for what. Take a look at the big rotate here for Rhea and Rich, where they take the crash pad right through the middle of the map there. Don't get caught out for it. Even now, they're exposing themselves to Acorn and Cold, so they do have to be careful here. Rich not taking any chances, free dropping some walls. It's definitely the right play to make.
Given that Reckless Railways is Ritual and Reed's backyard, since this is their initial starting point off drop, they're likely going to have a pretty good idea of what boxes were or weren't already existing on this side of the map. So yeah, definitely some strong awareness coming out of Ritual. Spots out. Given that the little boxes that Acorn and Cold had set up base not too long ago, and we saw Acorn and Cold getting a little bit of pressure from behind, but it's actually just going to be Chance and Aaron on the receiving end. Easy elimination there for Cold to get onto Aaron. A little bit of material pickup as well. Shield potion. Gonna get Cold back to practically full shield. Only gonna be too short. It's not too bad though.
Rise and Yamza get caught out. Unfortunately, they're trying to grapple hook away from a duo. They don't earn any points this game. It's Trashy and Threat to catch them on the rotate there. That's unfortunate. Game number 11 for them. But now we jump in to Acorn and Cold, who are on the hunt right here. Willing to jump into an enemy box, potentially. They don't earn any. There's no one here, but talk about bold, right? In order to fight, like looking for a battle when they have, you know, top 25 right around the corner, placement points, end game. Probably not content with the fact that they picked up an easy, quick elimination. They probably are feeling like they need a lot more damage. There's no one here, but
Clicks and Epic definitely finding a little bit of damage here. It's going to be Yamza's box that Clicks forces his way into. Yamza a little bit more preoccupied, looking towards Epic Whale. As a solo in that position, won't have a chance. Can't shoot 2 different directions at once, unfortunately there. So Yamza and Rise have been elimed here in match number 11. Still try and battle it out though for maintaining inside of that top 5. We'll have to see how game 12 goes for them. But as for Ritual and Reed,
Two different directions at once.
another team that has seemingly come up short here on day number 2. They have a lot of ground to make up for. And this is a duo that, despite having relatively open access for the forecast tower at Dumpenhausen, they have struggled with maintaining ideal positioning because they keep coming up short on their surge. Being uncontested, yes, sure, technically Sphinx and Pump land on the opposite end, not northern side of Reckless Railways, but that doesn't mean they're actually going to engage with Ritual or Reet. That's part of the reason why we see Ritual and Reet continuously trying to force these late game fights. And sometimes when you're that desperate for surge, you're making a lot of noise, other teams bound to take notice. And Ritual and Reed have really just been getting picked off more often than not by third-party situations.
Yeah, that rotate right there is very interesting to watch play out because they know, you know, pretty much where the next zone's going. You can see they're like, dude, we got to get a mountain quick. One of these two up on this side, so that's already telling us a lot here. Back on over to Peterbot and Poyo, who have 0 eliminations, but they are above the threshold, so they've managed to at least stay active for the time being of this game. A lot of players rotating with a grapple hook right behind them as well, not to mention teams that are situated here in front of them. So this is not going to be simple by any means, and if you're Peterbot and Poyo and you fall now, I mean, you might as well kiss the FNCS Grand Finals opportunity goodbye at this rate, because their competition is at 100 points ahead. Of course, with Acorn and Cold up there. No room for mistakes here at all. If you're Peterbot and Poyo and you fall now,
Clicks and Epic just barely managing to hang above that damage threshold. They're coming in with a bit of a late rotation, taking a good amount of damage as well from this 2-tick storm. Polarized Death also finding themselves in a bit of a predicament here. Is Polarize looking for a chance to get some of this Flowberry Fizz off. Only 2 ticks left. Big shot though out of Polarize, but it's not going to be enough. Instead, that's going to be Tahi and Scented. Tragic stuff there. Or Death and Polarize. Keep in mind, Death, Tahi. Last time we saw those two, they were competing together at the Global Championship. Now, enemies here for Major 1 of the Grand Finals.
That's right. That is a very history duo. Those kind of things are going to happen, you know, like even when you're, even if you're Death and Polarized, you know, you're playing so well, you're up at the top. I mean, this is Death's first time, I think, in a grand final setting where he's been able to honestly have a chance at like even top 3, right, with a pacing like this. So, you know, with time comes experience, but look at this, 6 through 10 are eliminated in this game already, meaning that this runway is wide open right now for players like Clips and Epic Will here. Going to catch up, but even Booga continue to get active. This is a team that we haven't talked about that can also be primed for a grand finals, and that'd be incredible for someone like Aviv to achieve under his belt. Booga already, of course, decorated all the way through and through, but Aviv starting to close in, and he's been playing so well. They just seem to complement each other's play style very, very well.
As far as the top 3 is concerned, Aviv and Booga likely one of the only teams that are even in a position to try and challenge Acorn and Cold for that first place spot in the leaderboard, but it's all going to hinge upon whether or not Acorn Cold even get taken out. Only one more duo needs to be eliminated before placement points become active, just about. At the same time though, Cold having at least 6 points from that elimination he acquired earlier on. Paper Muzz though, from fencing fields all the way over to Classy Courts. It's probably the last thing that Cold and Acorn expected to see. But Paper Muzz having already found a slightly better spot. Cold, Acorn still trying to make their way across this body of water here. Couple of tags, being 8 up. But now it's the immediate pressure from Golden and Ozone that could pose more of a problem here. Golden and Acorn aren't careful.
I'm not worried. They're in first place. I'm not worried. They got this. All right, everyone around them, they got this. Unless it's Ritual. We're getting really close now. They get a little dangerous here. The water starts to heat up. Can they handle the pressure? But no. It's a little too much for Reed, who gets taken down into a box, and the edit comes in, and now Ritual has to play this one out by himself. This is their chance to do something big. Ritual jumps in and gets melted by threats. Clicks gets knocked in the feet as well. Are all of the competition falling here? And now is the question. But Epic Whale fends off a monster shot there. Gives them time to save Clicks. They gotta at least rake into like 520, 530, 540 if they want a chance in the last game to potentially be the grand finals winners here. Aviv and Booger are doing just that. Pushing everyone back now.
Look, 25th placement, that's 3 points. Every placement above that only continues to build up. Epic was asking him to step it up earlier on the day. It seems he's done just that. Definitely a clutch moment for him to bring Clicks back into the lobby, finds that revive after getting a successful elimination, putting more pressure onto the rest of the lobby to also stay upright here. Peterbot, Pollo, they recognize the fact, first place, pulling ever so much further away from us. They know they need a big match here if they want to keep in contention with Acorn and Cold. Same story though for Aviv and Booga as they continue to build. One more elimination upon the next.
It's close to Epic Whale versus Peterbot and Pollo here. But Duke comes in from the flank and just deletes Peterbot while his guard was let down. And now Pollo has to play this out by himself, but then it comes through. And it is Dukes who gets finished off there. So close. He almost 2v1'd him, but Clicks and Epic Whale time it perfectly. And just like that, down goes Peterbot in the 600-point threshold range. So it's still a good game for them, but it's not going to be enough as Acorn and Cold start marching their way to 700. Clicks and Epic now have a chance to jump up into second. This is crazy to think that Cold and Acorn are just looking like a completely different duo, separate from what and the type of performance they put in during the semifinals. Like, their finals performance so far has been very, very solid, rock solid.
And the news just keeps getting better still, because Booga being knocked, now fully limbed. You can imagine that the feed probably retailing that information towards Acorn and Cold. Aviv doing everything he can, grapple blading, trying to stay moving along with this zone.
I think Acorn just got knocked. Yup, Cold is by himself now. This is huge. He's only at 702 points. If Cold falls now, I mean, that's going to be the lead given away, but no, he's still fighting for it. And this is what we've seen Cold do a lot this weekend. Cold has literally backpacked Acorn a couple of times this weekend already, but most importantly when it mattered on Sunday, right here, right now, he continues to do it. And look at this, a little bit of Fortnite favor. The zone bounces back towards Cold, so he has a little bit more time here to rotate now with the lead, but there's a team on his tail.
Keep in mind, Aviv, he's got the exact same intentions as Cold. He knows that he can't afford to go down just yet. Doesn't want to let first place slip that much further away from where Aviv and Booga currently sit in the standings. Aviv doing everything in his power, going to opt to drop towards that low ground, even though it's going to be a more congested side of the zone. Doesn't have any mats, doesn't have any builds. Forced to take this box fight instead, but 2 versus 1, and 2 is better than 1. Aviv has fallen now. Muzz and Paper on the rise.
That's it. Cold's immediate competition is down and out. Epic Whale gets knocked there. Like, this is looking better and better right now for Cold and Acorn's last game. Clicks gets taken out as well now. And he is just leading here. And look who's alive. Kanata and Ager. Had they just had a better day one, they would surely be top 3 right now. just incredible to see Kanata and Agers also having a little bit of a moment for themselves. I've seen them continuously jumping to the feet, but look at Code's goal continuing the onslaught here. He falls inside the top 8. Another top 10 performance for them. Zeke and Dash turning online as well. Very consistent here today.
And Zeke and Dash, they have the chance to completely bamboozle the entirety of the lobby, given how many points they'd already jumped up from that last match. But Chris, Noxie, they also want to find a victory royale on the day if possible to seriously put them into contention for threatening that top 5 of the leaderboard. They could start here. One more pickup onto Zooks. Dasha Rooney fully exposed. Noxie gonna light him up as a punishment for it. Crisp has both of the med kits though. Between himself and Noxie, chop really quick. Dasha Rooney not gonna be able to close it out. Crisp and Noxie, they hold on to, I think we can still call that somewhat of a high ground, but more importantly of all, the fact that they managed to maintain their position over the rest of the lobby is ultimately what led to them finding that final elimination onto Dasha Rooney. But still a really deep run out of Zeke and Dasha Rooney. Bound to have built up a good amount of points there.
They were positioned best by far. I mean, they had the high ground. They didn't overcommit too much, and they had just enough material to make it through the end game there, and even farming any opportunity that they had right there. And look at this, it comes back towards the Rift Island, so this could have gotten real spooky, real different, real quick. But for Noxie and Chris, congratulations to them. They take a grand finals victory royale here in game number 11. And you really like to see that, because that's going to put them up in the 500 point threshold, closer to top 5, right? There's a lot of prizing that we're seeing become available right now as you continue to work your way up through this top 10.
Yeah, there is definitely some pretty drastic jumps amongst even the placements within the top 10, but you know who else found themselves inside of that top 10? Acorn, we saw, Cold, we saw him make his placement run all that much further extended for Acorn and Cold. So their spot up on the leaderboard's got to be feeling awfully comfortable right now. But with one match left to go, I want to get it back over to Zeke, Vivid, and Kelly to let us know everything that actually took place in game number 11.
I feel like I've just blinked and I've missed the competition. I started the day, and now here we are in the final one of major number 1, and we are right here about to crown FNCS champions. I also just cannot believe this last game. It feels like the games of it have gotten more and more chaotic as these have kind of gone on. It started like a really explosive, really fun game, and then suddenly here we are. Teams falling, solos left alive, and then Noxie and Chris taking away a victory royale. And as Monster called out, because of that VR, suddenly these guys are finding themselves in top 5.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, Noxie and Chris coming into the day 11th place, into that game specifically 12th. So they've been kind of tinkering around top 10 this entire time and coming out with a victory royale in game number 11. That is how you put yourself in contention for some of these larger prizes. Shout out for them for clutching up right there. 11 eliminations as well. That's huge.
Yeah, huge performance there. Definitely going to shoot them up the leaderboard. And regardless of getting first or not, you definitely want to be higher up on the leaderboard, because that's where more money is and more opportunity, of course. Landing on Coastal Comms, Noxie and Chris have been doing a pretty good job even back in day 1, but not breaking into our top 10. Obviously, we're not going to see them as much, but might be looking at another success from them in the final game of the day. I can't believe we're already here, Zeke.
I know. Again, it's like these games have just been wild, and I wish we could just play another 6, but this is it. One left to go. Let's set the stage with the standings. Who leads the pack? Has something changed? No, it hasn't. Acorn and Cold only continue to develop their lead. But Vivid, now that we kind of have this opportunity to say, okay, well, Acorn and Cold, if they just held on, they repeat, they walk away champions, okay? So I want to take a step back. I want to look at everybody else. Because where did Booga and Aviv come from?
Hey, listen, they've been playing around with top 10 throughout the entire competition, and to see them in second place, really no surprise. We are in for one heck of a final game. I mean, look at that performance from Noxie and Chris all the way in game number 11. Still potential for them to jump up 8 places. that just tells stories about how this leaderboard can really change with just this one last game, Kelly. So everybody on this leaderboard, if they want to hold on to these spots, they really do have to perform.
And I mean, Bugha and Aviv were in 6th place after day 1. They did absolutely phenomenal. We saw them get a 2nd place today. And honestly, I think that last game, it was less of what is Bugha and Aviv doing right and more of Peterbot and Poyo going down a little early, Clicks and Epic Whale going down a little early, Re and Ritual going down a little early. And I think even at the halfway point, Vivid, we saw that 6th through 10th was gone.
Yep.
So that definitely was kind of the shake-up game I expected earlier on. But to see Aviv have the solo run right here, he tried as hard as he could, but when you have so much going on around you, there's only so much you can do.
Absolutely. Okay. This is it. Last game of the day. What do we want to see? What is it that we want to see happen with this final opportunity? What can duos do? Is there a duo you guys have eyes on that you're like, I just want to see them have the game of their career right here, right now? Talk to me.
Yeah, honestly, there is a duo that I've been kind of eyeing throughout day number 2, and we haven't really had an opportunity to talk about them. They ended day number 1 in 30th place after being surprise contested. It's going to be none other than Kanata and Aegis. I feel like we've seen them in almost every single endgame in day number 2. They haven't really been able to define themselves, you know, getting into like the top 3 where we're kind of used to seeing them. But right now, they're in 12th place, and starting the day in 30th and already being at 12th place, hey, listen, there is a lot of opportunity for them to jump maybe even into that top 5.
I'm interested in the story between Aviv and Bugha and Peterbot and Poyo. I think at this point it's a 140 almost point lead between 1st and 2nd place. And we saw Bugha get a 2nd place in the most recent major, which was Chapter 4 Major 3. And we know that there's history between Bugha and Peterbot, so I'm excited to see these two kind of battle it out and who's going to be able to claim 2nd.
Yeah, really quickly, I wanted to bring up the placements here to see what players will walk away in what placements. How much money are we talking for Bugha and Aviv to go head-to-head with Peterbot and Poyo? Look at the difference, $20,000. And here they are fighting for that $20,000 a piece. But even just keep in mind this last game, suddenly jumping up 12 placements, right? From 11th to 15th up to top 5. That's insane. So whatever happens in this next game, Fortnite fam, y'all cheer on all of these duos, okay? Because this is the final game of the NAFNCS. After this, we crown champions. We claim spots on the battle bus going to the globals. It's all to play for right here, right now. One final ride. Let's get into it. Taco, MDF, over to you.
Woo! We definitely have a lot to look forward to here as we're gearing up for the FNCS Grand Finals champion. We're going to find out here shortly. Taco, I mean, let's get some early predictions. Do you think Acorn and Cold are going to hold it?
It would be very difficult. I think it's more difficult for Acorn and Cold to lose it than what it would be for them to essentially hold on to this lead at this point. Something that Alden was so kind to point out, Prodigy Analytics on Twitter, for those of you that might not be aware, Acorn and Cold are just one of 2 teams, Sphinx and Pump being the other, that haven't had a single 0-point game. So if you're hinging on Acorn and Cold making a mistake, you're going to be waiting a while, because the few mistakes that have taken place, they've been able to double back on and overcome. Impressive stuff all around. Certainly what you would expect a consistency to be of an AXA champion holder, but game 12 is here. It's ready to determine who's actually going to win. Making a mistake. Because the few mistakes that have taken place.
Well, here we have it. Game number 12 of the Grand Finals is going to kick off. And we'll see if Acorn and Cold end up regretting the fact that that NPC took 6 points from them when we started the day, or not. Essentially, it's Aviv, Bugha, Peterbot, and Poyo's game to try to fight for. And again, we already know the triple contested first place leaders coming out of game 11, Acorn and Cold, still have a lot to fight for. And judging by the map, judging by the way the zone's playing out, they're still very much in the same area with the same situation and issues arising all around them. But take a look here. We're going to start things off with a new perspective here of Tahi, who's just getting situated here at the Classy Courts. His other players are starting to take to the world right now. We already know that last game didn't go well for Baka and Pars, who got Unfortunately taken out by a third party and then finished off by Chance and Aaron here, but this is what we wanted to see from them last game, and had they just won that last game, it makes you wonder that they'd be up in the top 3 conversation right now.
Right now, it's just about even trying to break into top 5 for Baka and Pars. Chance, Aaron, as per usual, being that initial engagement that Baka and Pars are going to embark upon. Pars getting credit for 1 elimination so far. But as far as adaptations are concerned, one that would be nice is if Baka and Pars choose not to lose focus and chase out the remaining teammate between Chance and Aaron, because we've already seen one time how detrimental that has been towards their overall gameplay of the day. And looking back here now at Fencing Fields, Acorn Cold, our current leading team of this Grands, and a little bit curious, MDF, because in EU we saw Malibuca Mustache. They won, sure, but guess where they won from? And if your guess isn't Fencing Fields, it might be a little bit more than meets the eye about this POI. And have to believe that it starts with that mythic striker. That weapon, too good for its own right, but also that...
We did say that yesterday too, when we were just looking at Muzz and Paper's dominant performance. They were coming out the gate, and one of the breakdowns on the desk was like, hey guys, I think Fencing Fields, like, there's just something up here. Like, everyone's playing so well out of this drop. I don't know if it's center or if it's just the weapons like you mentioned, but there is definitely something nice in the water over there, for sure.
Yeah, different kind of scene as well for Aviva and Booga entirely. Because Muzz Paper actually find themselves in a little bit of a predicament here. They made their usual rotation over to Ruined Reels, but TK Bacon, it's actually Rise. Yamzo also lurking, but Bacon especially trying to piece up Paper. Paper not going to be able to buy enough space. He will fall. So Muzz Paper, elimed. And now Rise Yamzo. So many shieldfish. Rise and Yamzo, they are just out for whoever. They want every elimination they can find.
Yeah, I think this is just the last hurrah right now for Yamzo and Rise. We already know Yamzo taking things a little tough right now, so for him, it's just a matter of finishing the day off strong, exiting on a solid performance, and honestly, just hope he keeps his head up alongside Rise right here. We already know.
Yeah, regardless of standings, Yamzo and Rise definitely solidifying themselves as #1 in the hearts of many. Hoping for the best for them in this final lobby, but they are certainly not the only team trying to make their last stand here. It's Noxy and Crisp doing what they can against the likes of Freeze and Suscript. Suscript having already been eliminated. Now it's down to just Freeze to keep his teammates' final lobby hopes alive. Doing his best to juke around, and it's coming every which direction. But again, Crisp, Noxy closing in. Chris gonna be able to hold off the side ramp position, and it's just too much pressure.
Super clean with it. Just take a look. Just making it look like a creative game right here. Sizes him up, boxes him up, cones him in, no problem. Nice and easy. Must be playing Zone Wars, no doubt. Let's take a look at Peterbot and Boya right now, who have to do, I don't know, a lot. They want to start closing the gap. Considering that no one landed on Acorn and Cold, just tells us that, in my opinion, you're playing for top 3. You have to do something incredibly well to outperform Acorn and Cold with this amount of, points separating the two.
But you also can't get too distracted because Peterbot Poyo, they know that it's within their grasp for that first place standing. They need a phenomenal final match. And honestly, for Acorn and Cole to suffer a slightly earlier departure from this lobby one, Peterbot is slamming shots like that.
Yes.
Reaper, Sniper, someone needs to get this man in check. Because Peterbot being an absolute menace to the lobby all day today. And some of the shots that he's managed to build up here.
I mean, what more do you want? He's got the aim, he's got this forecast tower, so he's got the zone. That's it. You just can't stop him. He's an unstoppable, unmovable force. No doubt. So entertaining to watch play and compete at a high level. As is Bugha and Aviv, man. These guys have continued to, you know, just kind of fly under the radar, stay consistent, nothing too flashy. But we're watching, you know, all the pizzazz of some of the other players like Ritual, Clicks, and Epic Whale. Man, Bugha and Aviv are just coasting right along the top of the standings here, straight up to the money. Let's look at it. I'm telling you, the flash is definitely there. Clicks is a special one indeed, but Epic Whale gets punished in the fight here, so it seems like Day must have turned and burned him with that auto shotgun, and I'm surprised Clicks hasn't finished the battle here, but it just shows you how much more important it is to go for the distance.
It's the placements. Clicks knows. They're teeter-tottering in that 5th place position, and something I was going to mention earlier when we saw Peterbot with the god-tier snipe. It's that top 5, especially 2nd through 5th place, they are all very much within overlap range of each other. And Clicks' main reason why he's willing to disengage against Redux and Day is because if even for a moment he slipped up while trying to initially recover Epic's reboot card, he knew that he was going to just find his tournament life. It was gone. It was over. But now, Skittles, Trashy, they spotted out a potential solo here. Clicks trying to take the zipline and get away. Has the grapple blade as well. Quick with the wall. And it's going to be just enough. He's trying to create as much space as possible right now, but he has been forced to the far northwest side of the map. Just completely out here on his own, no man's land. And without a soul in sight, Clicks has so much of a journey set in front of him now as he looks to get that reboot ban opportunity, bring Epic back into this match, and try and complete lobby number 12 as a team.
This lobby's cutting down really fast. Take a look here as we're in 70-player territory right now. Last game of the evening. Everyone's trying to do their best to make a hero's effort here to climb up the standings. And what you're going to notice right now is that, you know, battles are going to be worth, quite literally, in some instances, thousands of dollars, in others, tens of thousands of dollars. Because once you start ranking your way up that top 10, everything starts to change.
See, for Clicks and Epic Whale, though, that box fight up against Day and Redux, that has ultimately dictated how this final lobby is going to go for this team, because it's going to be just so, I don't want to say impossible, but definitely a lot more problematic, because even if Clicks gets that reboot ban, again, him and Epic Whale, they weren't really able to acquire that much surge damage initially.
I'm a little bit concerned about we just saw Acorn and Cold for a second there. They're in a low ground position, trying to stay out of the line of sight of other players, and they have not fought in the early game. I am extremely concerned about their adjustment to slowing down their pacing right now, and whether or not they're even going to have enough damage. Granted, the lobby's moving pretty quickly as the player count starts to cut down, so it might just be the best play for the situation. But mixing it up now can change everything for them.
This lobby is moving so fast, though, if you compare it to every other one so far today. I mean, the fact that we are down to 68 players, MDF, and we're just about to enter Zone 4, by the way. We might find this lobby concluding before we even reach the final zone. This lobby is moving so fast, though, if you compare it to every other one so far today. I mean, the fact that we are down to 68 players. And
Vive and Booga right now, just trying to get situated here. Zone's going to start to come in, and again, this is a team that's no strangers to playing the late side of the timer as far as the early zones are concerned. And for the first time now, we're really tuning in with seeing essentially what makes this duo successful. But right now, they do have a team that's waiting here just at the top. They're going to catch this sound cue as soon as Booga or Vive grapple hooks over. No, I actually haven't seen them turn around. They have no idea that they're above them, and never really know how close danger can be.
We know Booga loves to do these elaborate dead side rotations, but going to the literal peak of this mountain just to take advantage of the launch pad, it is a bit of a stretch there for Booga and Aviv. And as to whether or not they'll be able to collect enough surge damage, but good chance to check in, see how Clix and Epic Whale are faring since Clix's recovery mission went underway. And with Epic now being back in the game, it's just Baka and Pars who are going to be the next hurdle here for Clix and Epic. This is likely an engagement that Clix wants to try and take advantage of, but the issue is he just doesn't have enough white HP.
But he's got a sniper. He's got a sniper, and this is everything that could set him up for success right now. If Clix hits the snipe, honestly, I'll just have to bring back the mug of the day and do mods. Like, I'm putting it on the line at this point. I believe. Oh, there's a team behind him. Oh my gosh. I'm genuinely scared for a second. I was like, wait a second. Look at the map. And someone just goes rolling up, pre-fires the bush there. Clix must be thinking the same thing. Adrenaline is peaking right now. I'm putting it on the line at this point. I believe.
It's almost looking like a little bit of panic.
Oh yeah, he's pretty frazzled right now.
Clix won't be able to do a whole lot here out in the water, just hoping that he doesn't turn. It's essentially fishing bait, but
Team just left too. Another player over there.
They are getting sandwiched into X-Spawn Mew. They know they've got the advantage. They can tell just from the way that Clix is positioning himself, just from the way that he's disengaging, that this is a solo or a duo that is struggling super heavily. They're going to try to pin him down. Clix is really going to have to depend on Epic if he wants to make it out of that one alive. They know they've got the advantage. They can tell just from the way that Clix is positioning.
Look what's happening here. So many big pots here to work with. Wouldn't be surprised if Ritual and Reek go for some more bold exchanges here. They can afford to do so right now. And maybe that's part of the adjustment that they made, right? As they started gearing up. Fighting for these Rift Islands, fighting for some of these weapon cache. I mean, it makes all the difference once you have that many extra heals to work with. Acorn and Cold, ever so close nearby. And like we said, they position themselves in this kind of low ground area. I was concerned with how much damage did they manage to find, and maybe it was enough because Acorn has a sniper, right? That definitely determines and changes things a lot.
Usually, if at least one player out of the duo has that sniper, yeah, you can expect them to be taking on the bulk of that responsibility for managing the surge strategy and getting that damage threshold up to an ample amount, so that way you can just operate prioritizing solely on positioning. And that does seem to be the case for Acorn and Cold. They seem a little bit too calm, a little bit too relaxed. When you think about how fast-paced this lobby has been, and for Acorn and Cold to just kind of be sitting there, it's almost like watching the eye of the storm, essentially. So that way you can just operate. Clix and Epic. This is Oliver OG, Asian Jeff now. One team after the next for these two.
Important fight for them though to find a refresh here. They need the mats. They need the heals. They could truly do with a big pickup right now. And I'm just waiting for the sniper tag from Clix to come through and set things up, and he finds it right here. It's not the headshot he wanted, but the body tag is going to be more than enough. just a wall short right there would have been the difference of him fully committing in, and Epic Will's close and personal right now.
But the way that Clicks started to push Golden and Ozone inwards, for a moment there, it almost looked as if Golden and Ozone were going to get sandwiched between Clicks, Epic, and Asian Jeff, Oliver OG, but instead, Oliver OG, Asian Jeff, a little bit too separated from this current engagement. Now it could be potentially X-Pawn Mew. Have to keep in mind, they caught eyes of Clicks way over yonder when Clicks was still even making this initial rotation towards Classic Course. The fact that they followed him all the way here indicates that X-Pawn Mew, they also want elimination points, or at the very least surge damage.
What's insane is all those teams up there, minus Jeff and Oliver, have like either no shield, half shield, coming out the zone, look like they're in shambles. Like everyone on that dead side rotate is having a pretty tough game right now. And I talked about Acorn and Cold having this problem potentially with the damage that they've allocated to this game, and they are definitely below. But the monstrous shot that I have to assume is some ridiculous snipe by Acorn set them up to get a down body right here, but no, actually, never mind. No elimination credit. They might have just been gifted a downed body from someone else, and they find the tags that they need off of that. You know, sometimes you just need a little bit of luck on your side. A lot of skill, but a little bit of luck.
Almost feels like destiny at this point for Cold and Acorn, but they still want to take their fate into their own hands, still trying to have control over things. Peterbot, there's one thing that's been consistent with this Spanish day. It is the headshot snipes. We find where that supply drop came from. Dasha Rooney falling from the sky. Just the nastiest snipes on the day here from Peterbot. But they still want to take their
It's
fate
just,
into their own hands, still trying
what
to
do you
have
say?
control over things.
So good. Oh, the pre-fire to the wall. You love to see it. Look, with the sniper in hand, Peterbot is definitely in his prime right now. It just seems like things are lining up for him this season, and you know what? I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I'm talking about an insane story that's coming together right now. Clicks and Epic Whale putting together this game right here when just against all odds, Clicks have to play for the ridiculous save onto Epic Whale, and then absolute clutch disengages just to be in the run right now. So impressive. Clicks and Epic Whale have been so impressive this season. They have to be proud of their performance regardless of what end results come out of it, but I'm sure they wouldn't be too mad with a top or something. Look at the X-Pawn tag right there. Beautiful sniper shot from Clicks.
Like, it might not be a headshot, but body shots still count. Epic as well. Gonna take full advantage of this campfire. Very fortunate one as well, because Epic, Clicks, they don't have any white heals of their own. Depending on the map and what it naturally provides, can go a long way sometimes. Aviv and Booga, though, been a minute since we checked in to see how things have been shaping up for these two. In the final lobby of Grands. Crisp and Noxy, though, if Epic and Clicks saw that knock just now, probably hoping that Crisp won't actually be able to get the revive off. And it is going to be an unsuccessful attempt here. X-Pawn, Mew, they're going to force themselves into the box. So Crisp and Noxy now being knocked out of the count. This could be the chance here for Clicks and Epic to find themselves with a potential top 4, if not top 3 finish, depending on how things go for Aviv and Booga.
Yeah, definitely. Clicks and Epic had a good amount of points ahead of their 6th place, competitors. So this is a top 4 lining up right now for Clicks and Epic. Well, they can just start earning some placement points. For Aviv and Booga, though, they have to turn up the eliminations now if they want to stay on pace with Peterbot and Boyo. Placement points aside, because look at how light the lobby is right now. You have to assume performance is probably feeling pretty solid, but more importantly, this game's ending really quickly, and the placement points are just around the corner, right? So that means the elims are going to start to run light. Cold is going to find elimination in the feed there onto Tahi, so things are starting to add up right now for even Acorn and Cold.
Reading Ritual, though, hoping that they can find some of the same gift exchanges that Acorn and Cold have stumbled upon here today. But Cold, whether it's a supply drop via Peterbot, finding a snipe onto Dasha Rooney, or just taking advantage of Sentin and Tahi being pressured inside of their box.
So things are starting to add up right now.
Two exposed there on the side. Cold making quick work of Tahi. Big elimination as well to just continue building up their gap between first and second place.
Golden Acorn dead center right now as well. And there it is, finally. One of those eliminations that, you know, Clix really needed to kind of get him in the situation to have some material. Not the greatest amount from the pickup. So we're just gonna have to run this back and see exactly who it was that he took out. Oh, it's gonna be Rise here. He finds with a big tag there. Drops him down likely into this box here shortly after. There it is, the shock and the catch him. And then the full finish there. The situation to have some material. Not the greatest amount of
tough stuff for Yamzo and Rise, but again, their struggles today have been so unique and different in comparison to a lot of these other teams battling it out. Regardless of where Yamzo and Rise end up in the final leaderboard, they are absolute warriors for their performance here today. As now Peterbot, Pollo, they're actually trying to be the warriors of the low ground. Decent amount of tarp space already built out here. Good amount of builds still remain as well. And with no real high ground having been established just yet, it's all going to be about who can actually take control of front side zone.
Aviv and Booga right now staying active. Like you said, in control of zone here. But the material looking a little light. Heals, a little worse for wears. Could we be seeing Booga and Aviv come short right now as the team jumps in? It's Oliver OG, it's Jeff. But this might be a best case scenario. If they can win, of course, because they get delivered everything that Oliver and Jeff have to offer them, but Aviv gets knocked. Booga unfortunately slips off the side and the pressure from other players starts to come in, and very, very skilled disengage though. He drops straight down here and will likely be able to save his teammate, but no, those teams want more and they are down and out. This is prime time runway right now for Pollo and Peterbot, but more importantly, Clix and Epic Whale have more room to potentially jump up to top 3 now, as Cold and Acorn seemingly are uncatchable.
And not only that, but for Clix and Epic Whale, Clix's highest performance was all the way back Chapter 3, Season 3. He got a 4th place finish with Dukes. You know he wants 3rd or higher here on the day. With Booga and Aviv no longer being in that lobby, it's a very real possibility. High ground, but can they maintain it? That has been their struggle. Whenever they go for the height overtakes, getting some good pressure now into secondary height is Clix. Epic, they need to maintain their awareness though when they're controlling that high ground. Peterbot doing an excellent job to find the knock of his own onto LeBron James. Now grappling, trying to maintain pace with the rest of the lobby, trying not to get focused out either.
And I just want to say, if all games are going to go for high ground, the last one, when no one or everyone has everything to gain, nothing to lose essentially, as it's the end of the day, is so incredibly risky. Look at Peterbot, look at Pollo, they're moving up for a reason right now. And when you give them enough time, when there's not enough pressure and they can size up your position, it's all or nothing. Even Oliver OG decides to try to go for it. And I think Clix and Epic are really taking a bold move right here. And they will need a refresher if they want to maintain this, because other teams are going to start coming up here soon.
They've got their eyes set currently on Oliver. Big pickup find as well. That material going to be much needed. Ritual all the while on the low ground. Miro, it's Cooper. They're going to be eliminated. Cold Acorn now proving to be another set of foes here.
Oh
they just claim Chubbs instead. Bryce possibly still running around as a solo. Pollo, though, on the other hand, he is definitely a solo here. No Peterbot. Higher taken out.
Catching points, making noise here. Pollo is not giving up. He wants to hold this positioning for as long as possible right now. Epic Whale gets broken off of the high ground, though. Cold and Acorn are trying to make a superstar podium finish here with the win if they can help it. But Pollo's still in this too, holding on as he takes down Bryce right now. There is so much unfolding here. Reap gets hurt big time here, and he gets traded with Ritual there too. Vanilla's gonna finish off Reap. Pollo's gonna swing his way through. Top 5 now. 8 players remaining.
Threats being one of them. Pollo trying to stay incognito, but again, take a look. Clicks Epic in the ultimate high ground currently. Acorn Cold, secondary height, could potentially be looking to make a play. Pollo just slithering on by. Nobody recognizing the fact that this solo was located in the boxes directly underneath him. Can hear all that foot traffic moving around him, doing his best to stay undiscovered. Epic gets a big chunk out of Cold, but it's gonna be Cold who turns things around. Double elimination here onto Clicks and Epic Whale.
Oh! And another one! And now it's Duke and Threats on the low ground here. Acorn and Cold have fought their way all the way up to first place, and it doesn't matter how you cut it, they will be your grand finals champions here. But can they close it out on a win? They sure can. A huge tag there, of course. Cold's gonna hit it back to back, and they do it again here. A year later, from Chapter 4 to Chapter 5, we have winners.
Stole the words right out of my mouth there, MDF. The fact that Acorn and Cold are able to replicate their success from the very first major of Chapter 4 and now here in Chapter 5, starting things off with a bang.
Just incredible. Very rarely do you see your first place team ride it into a victory royale for an undisputable championship victory. That is the way you close out a game of Fortnite. And if we thought they had a lackluster performance here or there and they were barely holding on, well, guess what? They did it unarguably in clean fashion. Congratulations to Acorn and Cold as they do it again. You know Man City's happy with their most recent signing. You know Dignitas is going to celebrate today as they have another championship win under their belt. Just incredible.
Yeah, but also have to point out the fact that, yes, Acorn and Cold, they won it in Chapter 4 Major 1 as well, but if you think about what happened with EU, Merstache also, he won Chapter 4 Season 1 with Tayson. He also found his victory royale, his Axe of Champions lift yet again. So really cool stuff between EU and NA. Always love seeing the overlap in that storyline.
Well, we've seen a lot here today, and with that, for myself, Monster D-Face, and of course the best taco, we thank you guys for watching at home. We got to see the standings, so there's so much on the line, so we're going to send on over to Des to start wrapping us up.
Thank you so much, the best taco and Monster D-Face. Amazing cast this weekend. Wow, the competition comes to a close. We can definitively say Acorn and Cold have walked away your Major 1 champions, which also means they have claimed the first spot going to the Global Championships later this year. The double whammy, Axe of Champions held high and a confirmed spot. Now it's all about later on this year, the focus. Can they come back and win the Global Championship?
How in the world is this duo so consistent? Let's look at their placements from last year. First, 6th, 7th at Globals, and then starting off this year with a first place. How is that even a real stat line? Kelly, this duo, even sometimes solo performances individually, they are just so good on an entire another level. And then to do it with a victory lap, to win the last game, to stand on business. What?
They absolutely deserve the Axe of Champions, the money, and then of course the spot in the Global Championships later this year. And I mean, I heard you and Levin talking about it at the most recent Drop Spot show. You guys both said that Acorn and Cold were going to win the whole thing at Globals, and after this performance, it definitely looks like that is highly likely. But I do want to pull out some kind of crazy coincidental stats, like we heard talk about. Merstache also won the last chapter, or the last major, or the first major from Chapter 4, but Zago also did that for Asia, and then Suns also did that from OCE. Something about this first major of every year. But also, on top of that, Acorn won the first FNCS finals of the year for March 2021, March 2023, and now February 2024.
They have just created a dynasty. It's happening. Congratulations to the duo, but where did everybody else land? We went into that last game. Booga Booga and Aviv against Peterbot, Poyo. What about Clicks and Epic Whale? Let's take a look at the standings. They will tell us everything that we need to know. As we look up at the top, Peterbot and Poyo do manage to take out Aviv and Booga, and we did see Booga going down a little earlier in that game, so that gave Peterbot and Poyo the opportunity to just walk up and claim that second place. Congratulations to them. Second place, life-changing amount of money, and of course, the fact that I feel like this format really kind of favored them and their playstyle, well-deserved.
Oh, 100%. Peterbot bringing out all of the snipes, some of them that he was hitting, sometimes unbelievable. He is so good with that. Booga, Kelly, how in the world is he finding himself at the top of leaderboards after years of competing? He is so good, and it is awesome to see Clicks fans rise. What a performance, MVP-like out of him throughout the day, and Epic Will, of course. What a duo.
It was such an incredible 2 days of competition. I'm so excited that we got to see the caliber that we did. And the start of day 2, game number 7, was absolutely wild, and it definitely set the pace for the rest of the day. All of these duos that we see here in the top 10 should be absolutely proud of themselves. In fact, every duo that has made it here into the grand finals, fighting through the qualifiers, going through 3 days of semifinals, whether it was the upper bracket or lower bracket, they all fought to be here, and they deserve that spot. And I'm sure a lot of them are already looking forward to Major 2 and seeing what they can do and change to improve and potentially take on Acorn and Cold once again.
Yeah, I think that's what I've got my eyes on, right? It's like when we come back in Major number 2, we see kind of how this all unfolded. Well, now we have data. Right now we know the areas and the ways in which we can look to improve for Major 2, and with more spots available for Globals, then you know all these duos are about to come out swinging, Vivid.
Yeah, 100%. That's what I love so much about the majors, right? Like you just see these duos, if they decide to stick together or not, right? That's another conversation to have. Just develop as the year goes on, and we can directly compare some of their performances. But we just got to wrap the conversation back around to Acorn and Cold. I mean, finding consistency, not to mention between every single major. Let's not forget the amount of differences in the metas that we have seen, where this duo has been able to come out on top and prove time and time again that they are worthy of so much. I mean, we are just in the Acorn and Cold era. I mean, we just have to.
Yeah. It's, I mean, starting the day off in 3rd place, jumping up into 1st place. We're triple conned at Fencing Fields, and I think a lot of people are going to be looking towards Fencing Fields now, because I believe the EU duo also came from Fencing Fields. So that might be a POI that people look towards, but regardless of if they were on low ground or high ground, they found success. They had incredible solo clutches. I mean, both duos deserve praise, but Cold especially definitely might be the winning factor of this duo, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. We saw so many times where, I mean, that big gap that they have between them and 2nd place, the amount of times Cold was able to solo clutch, find a reboot, anything like that. I mean, Zeke, this duo, they placed top 25 in every single one of these games, all 12 in grand finals. How? Yeah, I mean, 100%. We saw
and they were uncontested. They had everything they needed. And even in those situations where they were just on the back foot, having to either play solo or even go for these reboots, they just had a plan, right? And guess what? Getting word, we actually have a member of the winning duo here with us for an interview. So first off, we just have to say a massive congratulations. I cannot believe it. Major number 1, walking away. Champions, Acorn. What's going on, man? How does it feel? Tell me what's going through your mind right now.
What's good? Hey, man. Another day in the office. That's all it is, bro. Come on. Come on.
Man, talk me through this weekend. So obviously you guys came in to day number 2 in that top 5, and then whatever it was, man, you guys just turned it on. What was your plan of attack coming into day number 2?
I mean, we're con, so like we didn't want to switch up too many things, and like we didn't want to over prepare like we've been doing in the past. So we kind of just played. We kind of played like a tournament, like a cash go.
So obviously, you guys came into day number 2 in that.
Oh, okay, yeah, just play a grand finals of an FNCS like a cash cow. Okay, that doesn't say enough, then I don't know what does. You guys, of course, placed top 25 in every single one of the games that we saw happen this weekend, while contested a little bit. How did you guys manage to do that? I mean, storm surge going on, changes to that as well. So many factors. How do you overcome all of that? Oh, okay, yeah, play a grand finals of an FNCS like a cash cow.
I don't know, man.
That doesn't say
You
enough,
did it.
then I don't know what does. You guys, of course, placed top 25 in every single one of the games.
Acorn, this isn't the first time we're seeing you here. This is, in fact, your third grand. And it looks like he's just, I mean, this is your third time coming in, grabbing a victory roar, or grabbing first place out of the Global Championships. What is it? How are you able to stay so consistent over all these years now?
I mean, I just put in like as much time as I can, and I always want to be the best. You know, I'm always striving for better. Like, never satisfied.
This is your third time coming in, grabbing
Yeah, so what can you tell me about Cold? Obviously, I have 2 questions. First question, if you guys, let's say we started Globals today, right? Do you guys feel like you're in a place where you could walk away and win Globals, or do you feel like there's still a couple things that you would want to work on to make sure you will win Globals?
No, I think we would win.
Yeah, so what can you
I think we're primed. We played 3 cash cups.
First question, if you guys...
Oh, sorry. We played 3 cash cups and we won all 3 of them. Now we're going to FTS Grands, winning FTS Grands 4 for 4 finals, first places. Like, this has never been done before. Like, we're really fully primed.
Make sure you will win Globals. Okay, okay. So talk to me about Cold. Where does he kind of fit into the equation? Because you guys, it's like back and forth. There's this like almost beautiful ebb and flow where just you guys are constantly firing on all cylinders. Like, talk to me about like what is his piece of this puzzle?
I mean, like he's just the best. Like, he's always listening to me. Like, he never questions a play. Like, he's on me all the time, and he's there to solo clutch when I need him. Like, it's perfect.
Back and forth, there's this like almost beautiful. Dude, that's awesome. Listen, man, congratulations again. We'll let you go so you can just keep up that voice. Really quick, before you go, where can people find you?
Like Acorn on all socials, Acorn FN on Twitter. I'll be streaming and making hella content now, so. And he's there to solo clutch when I need him. Like, it's perfect.
Let's go, man. Congratulations again. We'll see you at Global Championships, and of course, we'll see you next major. Keep up that voice. Really quick, before you go, where can people find you? Humble guy, right? Hey, listen, we want 3 cash cups. We want a grand. It's not a big deal. Just another day in the office, Viv.
Yeah, I think the telling thing there for me is, you know, comparing the grand finals of an FNCS to a cash cup. I don't even know how you have the confidence to kind of treat games like this like a cash cup, but hey, shout out to Acorn and Cold, it works for them.
Listen, when you're 170 points ahead of second place, you don't have to be humble. You deserve every right to be as confident and as cocky as we just got to see right there. I'm so excited to see what we're going to see from them in Major 2 and obviously the Global Championships as they punch their ticket for that. It's been an incredible 2 days. It's been an incredible 4 weeks now of having the first major of Chapter 5. I'm really excited for the meta. I'm really excited with North America. It really seems like a lot of the competition is starting to kind of catch up with each other. We've had some incredible games and we've had some incredible fights, and I can't wait for more.
That's right. Well, friends, that wraps up major number 1 of the FNCS. Thank you so much to all the players, to the fans. All of you make this all possible, and it is such a pleasure to just watch awesome Fortnite with all of you. We hope to see you guys for major number 2. Of course, don't forget about this outfit, but until major 2, as always, we love you. Keep yourself safe. We'll see you on that battle bus. Beep, beep. To the fans, all of you make this all possible. Awesome Fortnite with all of you. We hope to see you guys for major number 2. Of course, don't forget about this outfit, but until major 2, as always, love you. Keep yourself safe. See you on that battle bus.
File with a TurboTax expert for 100% accurate taxes guaranteed. File with a TurboTax expert for 100% accurate taxes guaranteed. File with a TurboTax expert for 100% accurate taxes guaranteed.
I had the best year last year out of any pro on NA Central.
We came 3rd and 5th in Majors 2 and 3, double qualifying for Globals.
My 2023 was good in the beginning because I was placing decently.
I qualified for my first LAN, which was pretty nice and fun, but I also didn't do as good as I thought I would.
I think towards the second half of it, I played really good.
The most disappointing part was the final major where I got 3rd place day 1 and then underperformed really bad day 2, and we were like a second away from getting that placement point we needed to qualify to the global championship. That's the point I look back on the most, and I think it inspired me for this year for sure.
I mean, I feel like at Global Championships, it was kind of a letdown. I really want to prove myself this time around, finish at least top 5.
The number one thing I do want to do this year is definitely qualify for every single grand finals.
I'm gonna win FNCS, go to Globals, and get a top 10 this time.
For someone like me to qualify to the global championship, I need to make sure I focus up.
I definitely should care and prepare more than I did for the last Globals. I got a reality check after getting dead last.
I feel like I have to win a LAN. Like, that's my main goal. I've accomplished kind of everything else, like online.
Qualifying in the first major is going to be pretty hard, but I definitely think I can qualify within the first 2 majors.
It's, everybody competing for that #1 spot to guarantee their qualification.
I just let it happen when it happens, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to put pressure on my shoulders saying, I need to win this one, I need to win this one.
It definitely feels more pressure since there's no last chance qualifier this time.
I'm going to put all my effort into the game, and I'm going to just make sure that when September comes around, I'm ready for FNCS Globals.
If I just grind the season and I actually, take into consideration that I can qualify through majors, it should be easy, it should be fun.
Even if we do, let's say, win the first FNCS and we qualify, I'm still going to try to win the next 2.
Whatever happens in grand is where you find the best duo.
I'm gonna try to make myself known as one of the best IGLs in North America.
I'm gonna go for the back-to-back wins, set some new records.
I have to be at the Global Championship. It's not a how badly do I want to, I have to be there. Say win the first FNCS and qualify. I'm still gonna try to win the next 2.
Whatever happens, man, is where you find the best.
I'm gonna try to make myself known as one of the best IGLs in North America.
I'm gonna go for the back-to-back wins, set some new records.
I have to be at the Global Championship. It's not a how badly do I want to, I have to be there. Say win the first FNCS and qualify. I'm still gonna try to win the next 2.
Whatever happens, man, is where you find the best.
I'm gonna try to make myself known as one of the best IGLs.
I'm gonna go for the back-to-back wins, set some new records.
I have to be at the Global Championship. It's not a how badly do I want to, I have to be there.
The Flowberry is one of the best mobility items in Chapter 5 Season 1, and today I'll show you how to utilize it in FNCS. Starting with number 1, the Flowberry Crash Pad. Perfect for rotating long distances in mid-game, the combination of the Flowberry's low gravity effect and a crash pad is a really effective trick to make your way into the zone. We've seen many different teams show us some, let's say, interesting ways to hop on the pad. However, the best way to avoid having egg or Flowberry on your face is to throw the crash pad down in the corner of an edited cone, then reset the cone to use it as a ramp to get on the crash pad. That way, you never have to deal with the awkward run back after mistiming the jump. Have you ever felt like the launch pads around the map just don't seem to take you far enough? Try combining the Flowberry effect with the pad and look at the height you get now. Mr. Savage did this in last weekend's Open Qualifier, and the reason why he loves it is that it gives him so much more height, distance, and visibility across more of the map. Having the ability to cover more distance in early game here allows them to be way more flexible with their positioning and can be applied to any lobby in Fortnite. Mongrel also had a go at it, but it took him a couple of tries. But we'll let him off, he just got back into competitive. The Grapple Blade is an excellent mobility item, and using it on its own is hugely popular amongst competitive and casual players alike. But as you can probably guess by now, it can be buffed by combining it with a Flowberry or Flowberry Fizz. Last weekend, we saw one of the best teams in Europe, Cami and Seti, using this combination so well that it actually resulted in them taking high ground in this endgame. The increased height and momentum that they get from the low gravity effect of the Flowberry means that once they grapple onto the front side of this 9th zone, they simply float up and claim height for themselves, which actually makes them win this game. Not bad for a small jar of fizz. Well, it's not actually that small, it's like half the size of the character.
I'm so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got a power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, a tower. I don't care when the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay. Energy, energy, energy. Honey, that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. Honey, that. Been here, done that. Wanna know what we came for? Been here, done that. Wanna know what we came for? Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy.
Find your rhythm with TD Clear, a whole new take on credit, with no interest and a simple monthly fee, so you always know what to expect.
With Asana, tasks and company-wide goals are in one place, so your teams understand how their day-to-day work connects to those goals, without struggling to find the latest plans. Try Asana, a smarter way to work.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? It's great to see all of you. Welcome to the FNCS. This is day number 2. And once again, we are finding ourselves in semifinals and the upper bracket. But there's a few little things that are a little bit different, like 30 new duos who are stepping up to play. What and how will this all go? Well, that's what we are here to find out. It's not just me who will be calling all the action. We also got Kelly, of course, Vivid. 2 of your favorites who will be kind of breaking things down because there's a few things to be broken down. Friends, welcome to day number 2. How you guys feeling?
Feeling good. I mean, the hype yesterday, it really got brought right. All of those games, the pop-offs were absolutely crazy. Saw some changes throughout the day as well. And like Zeke mentioned, the biggest change of the weekend going to be that switch out. 30 new teams coming in, Kelly, for their chance to qualify grand finals. I cannot wait to see how this goes.
Yeah, all the prep and VOD reviewing that the duos did yesterday kind of gets thrown out the window, and they have to research everything once again because a lot of teams have kind of picked up some new POIs, especially the ones from our winning teams from yesterday. Personally, though, I love that we got to see kind of a meta shift where we always see high ground teams win. However, as far as yesterday was going, it was all low ground. But I think we might see something a little different today.
I'm kind of hoping so because it's a little uncharacteristic. It feels a little different. I don't know how I feel like. I don't like change. Okay, let's go back to high ground being cool. Just kidding. We'll see how things go. Let's start pretty simple here. What happened yesterday? So in case you missed out, first, we're looking for the Victory Royale. We're going to have 5 games to play, and if you and your duo can get a Victory Royale, you're going straight to Grand Finals. No questions asked. You don't have to play anymore. You're good to go. Here is the list of the players that got Victory Royales yesterday. Wanted to kind of highlight 2 duos in particular, starting with Muzz and Paper. Basically, we have to ask the question, okay, what led to them getting that Victory Royale, right? What led to their success? So Vivid, break it down.
Yeah, I mean, Muzz and Paper actually had an extremely cool strategy that they were able to execute in game number 5. And honestly, most of it just revolved around the fact that they left their POI fencing fields within like 3 minutes of landing there. Somehow they managed to go ahead and pick up enough loot for pretty much the rest of the game outside of their mats. But the important thing to note here is that Muzz himself, he has a grapple blade, which is of course very, very good. We've seen that utilized throughout the weekend and throughout just the FNCS in general. Such a good mobility item, but in the early game, especially when you and your duo, like Paper right here, he has a grapple blade as well. Get one, you both can just traverse the map very, very easy. And that's the strategy for Muzz and Paper in game number 5. They left their POI extremely fast, didn't even take the time to go ahead and farm up many materials, and pushed for the forecast tower and found themselves an extremely important fight in doing so.
Yeah, mobility is obviously a very important part of the game. It allows you to traverse the zones a lot easier and also able to kind of control where the rest of the lobby is within those zones. But you know what else helps a little bit better with that, Vivid, is of course the forecast towers. These objectives in the game definitely seem to be a prioritization for all the teams across all regions, and there's a good reason. The forecast tower is absolutely incredible in what it provides these duos.
Yeah, and Muzz and Paper, they're so good at reading the field, right? Picking up on little things that happen around them. As you can see right here, Muzz and Paper, they're approaching the forecast tower, and they see a base up there, and then, of course, right there next to the forecast tower. In their minds are like, oh, okay, so somebody's already up there. They, of course, hit that snipe shot earlier on, but then this is where it comes into very, very important. They see Cam coming down off of the hill where the forecast tower was because his duo, of course, just got sniped. So Muzz is like, oh, this is the team that was up there next to the forecast tower. If we win this fight, we get the forecast, and that is exactly what happened. Paper and Muzz secured forecast in game number 5. But Kelly, remember, let's go back a little bit. They left fencing fields so quickly that they did not take the time to go ahead and farm up their materials. So another objective that they, of course, wanted to go ahead and secure was...
Oh, it's going to be that cash, of course. That cash giving them the med kits that they so deservedly needed at the very end there. Although they were prepared for a heal off, it's actually one of the only games that didn't come down to a heal off. In fact, it came down to them going up against one of the top teams, Peterbot and Pollo. However, that did go to the way of Muzz. So congratulations to Muzz and Paper for making their way into the grand finals. I can't wait to see how they perform next week.
For sure, and another duo I can't wait to see perform. Cooper and Miro, right? Bid was like, hey, this is a duo I could see winning the first game, and sure enough, just like he foresaw in the script that he wrote himself for the entire show in the world, that's real, don't quote me on that, they won game number 1. But what happened?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just going ahead and looking at their inventory here, the crash pads for Cooper, and then of course we go ahead and look at what Miro himself is carrying. He's going to be carrying those flow berries. These two items work very, very well together because of course if you use a flow berry and then jump on top of a crash pad, the distance that you can travel is oh so important. But Cooper and Miro, straight out of their POI, they go straight for this giant hill, and as a result of that, they have so much control over the rotates of any of the teams that are kind of rotating around them, and it allows them to get so much storm surge.
Yeah, and if you guys missed it in chat, Cooper actually joined us for a quick interview at the end of the show yesterday, and he really gave some incredible insight, mostly being on the crash pads and why they prioritize that over the grapple blades. Of course, as you can see here in the gameplay, they do have their grapple blades once they do run out of the crash pads, but we all know this season it's a little bit low mobility compared to previous chapters that we've seen in Fortnite, so any kind of mobility that you can get, these duos definitely seem to be going for.
Okay, I like that. Is there anything else that maybe led to their success, or, you know, you kind of talk about this insight. Is there anything else you guys felt like lent itself to them coming out and winning that game 1?
Well, I mean, I think Cooper kind of alluded to it a little bit in the interview. You know, this season, they've been kind of trying to find their stride, kind of trying to figure out what works best for them. And one of the biggest surprises to me was that just recently, Cooper was like, you know what? Let's make an adjustment coming into this weekend. Let's not actually go for the grapple blades. Let's go ahead and go for those crash pads. And I think they were able to find a lot more consistency, right, in those rotates with those crash pads, just because of the distance that they can cover. And sometimes those grapple blades are honestly a little bit dangerous to use, Kelly. I think their strategy just worked out very, very well, and other teams need to kind of follow suit, find out what works for them.
Like to see it. So, okay, you talk about them. Let's talk about today. Right now, we've had a day. We've had some duos kind of look. They've had an opportunity to kind of say, okay, well, how did they get themselves the Victory Royale? How can some of these duos look to replicate some of that, right? We kind of mentioned already 30 new duos. Now, keep in mind, though, this does mean that there's 20 that played yesterday. They've kind of got their own strategy. But now with over half the lobby coming in, and you have no idea what they're going to be doing. And keep in mind, they also had 10 matches instead of 5, right? So there's a lot of differences happening here.
Yeah, 100%, right? These teams, these new teams coming up from the lower bracket, let's not forget, they have yet to play in a set lobby throughout this FNCS so far. So that straight up is going to be new to them. And then, of course, Kelly, the fact that the Victory Royale is really the thing that matters here today.
Yeah, I mean, definitely these duos that are also going to be going for the Victory Royale are going to have to kind of look back to what teams did yesterday to learn from that. And something I think that they hopefully learn from is
Although we all know that high ground wins games, that doesn't necessarily seem to be the case, at least for the strategy that we're seeing here. A lot of fights were going on for the high ground. There was times we saw 3 or 4 different teams contesting each other. And when that happens, when this engagement goes on for prolonged periods of time in the high ground, you tend to use up those very vital med kits and heals. And unfortunately, that means that the heal off meta, which is obviously very prominent in the competition this weekend, tends to not go in your favor.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. And almost every single time throughout these highlights, we actually check in with the duo. If you take a look at their inventory, they're like never carrying any heals. This investment into trying to fight for high ground, straight up, it just worked for literally nobody yesterday. And, you know, Kelly mentioned it earlier, all of the victory royales that we saw happen yesterday, they were from the low ground. So all these teams coming in today, some of the teams returning from yesterday, I would be absolutely surprised to see if any of those teams invested a lot of time and a lot of their resources into just a straight up high ground take throughout the games today.
I do quickly want to note, though, that in Europe, it was kind of the opposite, where almost every single team was winning from the high ground today, which is a little confusing. And I'm kind of interested to see maybe if some duos learn from EU specifically, or if we're going to see more of a medkit heal off strategy.
Yeah, I mean, if you missed out on EU, go check the last game of the day. Pink had one of the craziest clutches I think I've seen to date. It was amazing. Make sure you go check that out. But as we kind of turn attention today, you kind of keep talking about, you know, low ground and high ground. You know, that's something Cooper actually talked about in the interview, is like, wow, you know, for the low ground just feels more flexible. And Kelly, something you said that actually kind of like had like a little light bulb come into my head was like, if there's more teams fighting on the low ground, that means you have more access to their stuff, right? These impact eliminations go way up in value if everyone's on the low ground fighting for the same thing. I take them out, I get their stuff.
And obviously, the low ground can tend to be very chaotic because there is just so many people running around you, people hiding around corners and everything. But of course, these are 50 of the best duos that North America has to offer, so they're all prepared for that. The real top play that comes into it is how they're able to control the low ground. Do they have the forecast tower so that they know where zone's going to be pulling? Do they have the awareness of where everyone else is in the lobby? And although it did come down to a heal off 3 out of the 5 games yesterday, every single game did one from the low ground. And I don't know if it's ironic or what the word would appropriately be, but the 2 games that weren't won from medkits were both from Peterbot and Pollo trying to take down the team that's going for the heal off, and unfortunately actually getting countered for that. So again, I'm wondering if Peterbot and Pollo are going to kind of do what Re and Ritual did in week 1, where they kind of hold a bunch of medkits and stay on high ground and then just hope that no one contests them.
Yeah, there's so many different ways we could play this, right? And I'm excited to get into it. Really quickly, I wanted to highlight this lobby list. So again, 30 duos showing up now in the upper bracket. They have to play completely different. So we want to just call out a couple names for you really quick. Flix and Epic Will, we saw them perform yesterday, and they had a very strong showing. They did not get themselves the Victory Royale, so I feel like they're very close to pulling that off, right? We see the mechanical play, we see the decision making is there. There's still just a little bit of chaos they have to kind of work through to like get that VR.
I mean, Epic, really, very experienced when it comes to these types of lobbies. And then Clicks, of course, he was basically just like made for this stage. So wouldn't be surprised if they were going ahead and get a Victory Royale today. But honestly, the only thing that I saw missing from their play style yesterday was the lack of Clicks hitting some snipe shots. Usually they're pretty reliant on getting a refresh off of one of his incredible snipes. And I'm just hoping to see him hit some of those today.
Yeah, their best performance yesterday was 5th place, which although is very good, it's obviously not in contention of that Victory Royale. And their worst performance was 30th place, which shows me that they're not having an issue on their drop spot. They're landing Lavish Lair uncontested, and they seem to be rotating through the mid game very easily. But it's when that end game fights and all the chaos happens. I'm wondering if it's a disconnect from communication between both the duos, or if they're just kind of getting unlucky in these fights.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how things go for them today, because there is something, right? There's just like one last thing they just have to shore up, and then I could totally see them getting that victory out and securing the spot to grand finals. Here's the second list of 25 players we'll be seeing,
And of course, if you thought we were not going to highlight Peterbot and Pollo, I don't know if you were watching yesterday. They hit second place twice.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, every time it was like, this is it, right? Nope, just kidding. Go a couple games later. Oh, second place, here we go again. Nope. So this day, I'm hoping they can get that Victory Royale. They've come so close so many times. And we kind of talked about it yesterday, Vivid. This is like the aggressive team.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's any other duo we could classify as more aggressive than them.
No, let's go ahead and just give them that title straight up. And, you know, honestly, listen, Kelly said it the best. This was the duo. In every single one of the games where, like, it didn't go to a heal up, Peterbot and Pollo were the ones trying to push the meta, defy the meta, take the fight to the other team, and that's what just makes them so good. Then Kelly, their ability to also learn from just like 4 games, right? In that 5th game, it seemed like they had taken everything that they learned from the prior games and applied it to that game, which is why I'm going to be 100% keeping my eye on them today.
I mean, yeah, Zeke, you already said it. They got second place twice, and then in 2 of their other games, they got top 10. They were able to control the high ground throughout almost every single game that we saw. They were really smart in when to take the high ground and then able to control it to the very final moments. But their issue, which is very surprising, was their final fights. It just seemed like they kind of expected the other duo to be preoccupied with heals, and then they could have just easily eliminated them, and then they weren't expecting them to actually be attacked back. So hopefully that changes here today.
Yeah, there's a lot at stake. Again, we're looking to play 5 matches. If you and your duo can get a Victory Royale, you're going to Grands, you're secure, you're good. Everyone else, we're trying to stay in the top 20 at the end of the day to stay in the upper bracket for tomorrow. But it's not just us. We also have casters standing by. We've got Monster D-Face and the best taco to prep us for game 1.
Thanks so much, Zeke, Vivid, and Kelly. Always appreciate that little bit of insight we get before the day gets rolling here. But Monster, we've got another 5 games here in the upper bracket to work through, but things are shifting a little bit because now we have some of those lower bracket teams from yesterday that managed to qualify for the upper bracket today. So what are some of your expectations of that?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the pressure's going to be on for all of these new teams starting to step in. If you had a little bit of a tougher day, hopefully you get to reevaluate what possibly went wrong, what went right. We'll find out, though. The battle bus is ready. Let's get here for game number 1.
When you write, your tone influences how readers respond. With Grammarly, just highlight your text and type how you want to sound. Get your message right every time. Download it for free at Grammarly.com.
And this is what it's really all about, because if you can punch your ticket to that grand finals today with 1 out of 5, that's all you need, just 1 Victory Royale. And if you don't get it, Monster, well, either the upper bracket or the lower bracket awaits, but a reduction in games as a possibility, given that you only get 3 chances for tomorrow, but tomorrow is not today. And right now, I think one of the primary focuses is the fact that we do have some new off-spawn engagements because of some of these teams being brought up from the lower bracket to uppers, and Creep, Hades, they've already got their eyes set onto Blizzard and Victor. A lot of pressure being applied with some of these shield breaker EMPs as well from Creep.
That's right. This is not like a 2-day tournament. No, these are 2 separate tournaments on, you know, across different days, essentially. This is going to be a completely new environment. There's going to be plenty of new opportunities now to fight these engagements that they haven't seen before for Creep and Hades right now. I mean, things are looking pretty good, but both sides have, like you can see here, accepted their punishment, and they're going to have to reset, bounce back, and so you can actually recover the fastest. But ultimately, we're going to see this unfold all across the map. We're going to see this unfold realistically all across tons of teams here today.
What I'm really curious about, though, is Creep. No shields, no heals. Hades definitely looking worse for wear. And things are just getting started here. So it's really going to come down to Creep, whether or not he can manage to connect. Doesn't have that much ammunition, though, to continue extending this engagement. It does seem as though Hades was able to find some shields, though, for the time being. That is still going to be enough incentive, though, for Creep to just pull back a little bit further, create a little bit more space here. And space is one thing, too, that Webster is definitely trying to control here with Hydra on the opposite end of the map, more towards that north side.
Yeah, and they've already picked up that singular elimination here, so Havoc is down and out. It's up to his teammate here to try to pull this one out by himself, and this is not an easy task to do by any means. But for Webster and Hydra, they seem to be content with the fact that they already have an elimination. Why throw the rest of this game? All that matters, again, is those victory royales. So yeah, sure, you can play consistent. Sure, you can, you know, try to earn points in the interim, but winning a game is the highest priority. And when you have a teammate alongside yourself still in the early game, you might as well play towards that win condition first as your highest priority. For Pikes and Stacky over here at the Classy Courts, I mean, there's fights happening everywhere. You can see that right now there's about to be 3 teams potentially engaging here. There's a team fighting to the southwest, and that's not including all the teams that have already been scratched out of this lobby with some quick and fierce early game fights ending pretty fast, and the toll continues to count here as the elimination feed lights up, Taco. So yeah, there's a lot of action happening right now.
And Bugha's just going to keep things going. Just immediately challenging. Stacky finds the instantaneous knock, will go for the finish as well. So 1 elimination credited towards Bugha and Aviv, and they just continue running down the likes of Pike as he's not going to be able to escape this time. Bugha, Aviv, just too much pressure. Now, Noxy seemingly going for a third-party opportunity, but Bugha, Aviv, it cost them next to nothing to find those quick 2 eliminations. So they could definitely look for this challenge up against Crisp if they so choose.
Yeah, it's one of those things like, why farm metal, why farm brick when you could just go find yourself a set of eliminations and take everything that, you know, generates from those down bodies, essentially. But they may have asked for more than they can handle here. There's a lot going on. Aviv's going to get punished here. Bugha's going to have to come to his assistance here shortly, but Crisp and Noxy all of a sudden, you know, constricting all of the air around this base here as another team starts to come in as well. So just danger on the horizon here as Bugha and Aviv had no time to truly celebrate their set of eliminations. Slumcho and Plur come in, and all of a sudden now everyone's like, yeah, let's get out of here. This is not the fight that I want to take. So for Slum and Plur, I mean, they're just getting started right there. They don't know who's below. They just want Surge.
And that's the most important part, because if you think about how yesterday went, we saw teams every single lobby 7th, 8th zone struggling with that Storm Surge damage threshold. And that's something that Slumcho and Plur continually trying to avoid that in game number 1. Make some adjustments to these Surge tech strategies, but Bugha, Aviv, they're certainly quite experienced when it comes to the Surge tech situation. They know with those 2 elims they've already acquired, looted out a house as much as they wanted at Classy Courts, now trying to find a separate area of elevation to look to challenge. But it's largely just about Bugha trying to refarm mats at this point. But of course, action everywhere, Monster.
And take a look at this. Edgy gets, looks like the drop here on Baka, as Baka was just trying to find the weapon. Okay, so that's actually his first shotgun he puts up. See, is it even going to be enough for him to turn things around? No, he's going to get tagged first, and it is very, very likely that this is going to be the end for Baka. So Baka and Pars had this same exact situation happen yesterday, don't forget, but look at this. He actually does end up getting the knock there first onto Edgy, so that's a crazy turn of events. Yesterday, Baka and Pars were first to fall in game 1. They're one of the earliest duos to get taken out. I'm happy they get to start off a little bit faster here today, and although they did, you know, turn out and turn some pretty wonderful end games, they did not get that victory out, right? That's what is up for grabs here today. It's, can you pull the victory out here today, get it out the way, and go straight to grand finals?
And it is tough for Baka and Pars as well, because they've just been so continuously contested for their drop because of the possibility of that forecast tower that spawns so close toward like the land near that reclaimed villa on that southwest side of the map. But this is actually one of our newer teams to the upper bracket, Snacky and Possessed, finishing in 8th place, I believe, from the lower bracket yesterday, now ready to continue their momentum here in the upper bracket today. Snacky and Possessed definitely seeming as though they're just trying to prioritize their surge damage for the time being, and for good reason. If you have any bit of elevation that you can utilize, all these hills, you need to make sure you're taking control of them, just like Snacky and Possessed are doing. They want to make sure that they have that little bit of aerial advantage to try and get some tags going for them.
Peterbot and Boyo, this is, again, that explosive duo. Our most, I would say, consistent, right? Clearly a team that belongs in the grand finals, but when the condition is get a victory royale, otherwise we have to play through the stages. Well, it just is what it is. I think it's inevitable that Peterbot and Pollo might pick up a win before this weekend's over. However, they still have to prove it, right? We've seen crazy things happen in the past where very deserving teams don't quite make it through the stages, right? But this is just one of those times where they're gonna have to continue to chip away at it. And same can be said here for Epic Whale and Clix, who also played very, very well yesterday, all things considering, but that elusive victory royale, right, continue to slip past them.
Yeah, because for a lot of these teams, I think consistency isn't the primary concern. We're more than fully aware of the fact that these guys definitely know how to hang, make sure that they can maintain at least that top 20 of the leaderboard. But yeah, it's really just about the victory royale, because you want that day off, that last day, day 3. You don't have to worry about competition, just get to scope out your competitors. But it all depends on how Game 1 actually pans out here. Rapid and Batman Booga, again, another lower bracket team now in the upper bracket, putting some decent pressure here onto Bryson Chubbs. It does seem as though Rapid's recognizing the fact that trying to play this from inside the ditch, likely not the most advantageous position, but uses a bush close by, and I like that initial strike force attempt as well from Batman Booga and Rapid. Hard to spot players out inside of these bushes, so it can definitely make for some good ambush material.
Yeah, look at this. They definitely have Bryson Chubbs lined up right now, so continue to find tags. They're spotted out. There it is. Chubbs puts some counter fire back onto them, and things should start to simmer down for a second. On the other side here, we have G-Money and Diego trying to situate up, and it seems like they're also surrounded by a couple of teams here. But you can see the markers already out. After they pick up this cachet, it's about getting to the next position to play for the surge tags.
Definitely a massive cache for them to find, though, because it certainly seems like they need a little bit more hard materials, and that cache hopefully to be able to provide what they're looking for. Agers, Kanata find themselves in a little bit of a box fight position here up against the likes of Shadow and Walkers. A good overview here from Majors, like this split off that he's done from Kanata to try and attack Shadow and Walkers from just one layer above, just making sure to put continuous pressure onto this duo. Meanwhile, Kanata just continues trying to strike from their low ground layer, and Kanata again just seemingly looking for a flank of some sort, while Agers is just here to play distraction from above.
And this is one of those things where we've seen this fight happen yesterday. We know that both sides have essentially bested one another in a different scenario or another. So for Agers and Kanata, it's either this game 1, they want to earn their respect all the way through and finish these fights because they're feeling very much confident, or they're going to take a tough lesson and ultimately end up earning the respect or getting the respect taken from them, right? From Walkers and company. But hold up, Clix and Epic Whale are in a fight here.
Doesn't seem, though, that Clix was able to get the finish there for the knock onto Day. Day will get a nice opportunity to practically refill his shields to full. And now Clix, Epic, they got some damage already online there up against the likes of Day and Redux. They don't want to keep testing their luck. Clix gonna take the pass off of that medallion from Epic. Always love the freebie shield regen up to 50, and now Clix, Epic also monitoring another team that's just slightly east of them from their current position. And once you start to approach that bridge, I think Clix and Epic, they really just want to control how the teams behind them are going to be rotating.
No Pollo here. It did look like Snacky ended up getting the best of Pollo. Peterbot has to play this one out solo at the moment. Blade's gonna go allow him to bounce all the way back, likely play for, I was just gonna say, better positioning here. Make sure you can gather as much information as possible. As long as he knows the opponent isn't watching, standing around, right? Likely gatekeeping the card, that's what he's trying to figure out. There is still that one lurking teammate, so there it is. Not exactly on top of the card, so Peterbot catches the opportunity here to back off. The marker comes out, they know exactly where the reboot vans are going to be.
And this with 2 medkits, and so Peterbot realistically should be able to get this reboot off for Pollo, and it's definitely still early enough that they can look to try and refarm out some materials, some better loot as well for Pollo. But what's really going to make things rough, Monster, is just that rotation up north. With the way that the zone is looking to pull towards that northern side of the map, coming all the way from Ruined Reels, it can definitely be pretty easy. You're looking a lot more susceptible if you're Peterbot and Pollo at getting held up on the edge of zone on that long rotation.
Yeah, I definitely agree. All the teams going to be looking to hold teams out, of course, as their first priority to the edges. Lavish Lair continuing to be a place of gathering. Every single time we've tuned into the Lavish Lair, I mean, it is just a hot spot for teams to not only situate up at the top of the castle, but just all within, inside, outside, around it. Oh, back to Peterbot, the safe pickup here for Pollo. He's trying to hit the vending machine, make sure he's got enough heals to weather the rotate here. And just think about the setback, the time setback here. That's what's going to be holding Peterbot back the most now for the remainder of this game. Here's the surge, the damage that he's going to have to make up for. I mean, it's just surely going to force them to take a battle.
But it's definitely still an effort from Peterbot. Curious to see how things pan out for him and Pollo as this match continues to progress. And as for Duke in threats, though, overlooking Rift Island for the time being. Duke's Reaper Sniper in tow. Heads, got to be careful when you're looking for those peaks outside of your boxes. Especially when you consider the fact that Duke threats have already got 2 elims. Looking for this next immediate fight. Threats trying to jump in, just go straight for the box. Tired of waiting around. Duke, much of the same mental here. Just gonna challenge on the backside there, Havoc trying to escape.
With the McDonald's app, you can get your favorite thing delivered to your door, so you can eat your favorite thing while you watch your favorite thing at home. Order McDelivery in the McDonald's app. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
At participating McDonald's, delivery prices may be higher than at restaurants. Delivery and other fees may apply.
Just a really clean sweep between Duke and Threats to really secure Rift Island.
Yeah, that's how they picked up their 3rd and 4th elims. So they're definitely fired up right now. For Day and Redux, a team that is, of course, entering into the set lobbies this weekend. They've already given a team their run for their money. We've seen them come across the, upper bracket team of Kanata, and now they're just, again, one of those teams that are going to continue to have their way. But the Lavish Lair, like I said, is going to continue to be a hot spot here. It's not going to be too center, so yep, it is going to be time to move. Dan Redux are going to try to play for dead middle here, and the high ground, the key positioning here not being taken this early, so it's going to be probably one of the better spots you can get this soon into the new zone reveal. And all things considering, this is a great find to get here nice and early. So this key positioning is going to work out very well. There's going to be so many teams that are going to be on the move, and the fact that they're here early, they shouldn't have any problems with Surge should they hit their tags. For Edgy and Tavern, Edgy essentially was downed very early. You saw from that Baka engagement. It's one of the first to catch a casualty, but Tavern, trusty with the quick save here, and look at this. They might just find their first elims. Edgy with a quick glance at the toes there. You know, he saw it for a second and it ends up working out as another team puts their influence into the mix as well. Shots raining into these boxes here make it even easier for Edgy and Tavern.
It just seems like Ilish had zero expectations, but that's the direction the crash pad was going to take Edgy and Tavern. It's so hard to escape too when you just suddenly have a duo immediately collapsing on your backside. But Peterbot, he brought Pollo back into this game once already. Question is if he's going to opt to go for the reboot card again. I'd say it's rather unlikely, but not impossible. Right now, Peterbot a little bit more prioritized on just getting revenge for his teammate. And it starts with this elimination onto Blizzard. Now Peterbot going to be able to work his way through some of these pre-existing builds. Pretty big fight that just took place. But Peterbot Pollo, this was the start of the end, at least for Pollo, but Peterbot was just getting things rolling. A nice knock onto Victor rather quickly as well. Just continuing to showcase what the Frenzy Auto can really do.
Yeah, you can see Victor had no idea what went wrong there. Everyone was landing, just trying to get situated inside the box for Peterbot. He found himself just a matter of moments sent back to the lobby. But Peterbot lost his teammate in the process too. It wasn't just an elimination. Of course, he picks up a casualty. Here's Reet and Ritual just continuing the pace from yesterday. This is another team that was on that, you know, Pollo train as well, just consistently finding themselves not only end game but eliminations, right? Trending towards the top as one of the better teams in the upper bracket. And now everyone's here as the chances are starting to run thin.
Reet and Ritual kind of just taking the focus of the lobby currently. All they're trying to do is just break into this edge of zone, but Snacky and Possessed, they're going to be the ones trying to prevent this rotate from Reet and Ritual happening super smoothly. Already Ritual down to 10 shield. Definitely going to cost him at least one of his shield potions. But the medallion definitely helps mitigate some of those resources that he might have had to use initially. Always love that feature of the... It's almost like a hot potato, essentially, when it comes to the medallion and some of these teams. Just making sure that the other is covered. But pretty interesting position right now for Reet and Ritual. Definitely looking to try and make more of an approach from the dead side of zone.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, they're keeping the zone right behind them, which is allowing them to save a little bit of material. I mean, every ounce counts at this point, and it does seem like the zone's going to pull their way. Back over to Baka and Pars, who are below the surge right now, having a very difficult time here maintaining. Now, they do have a lot of heals. They could spend more time here, but the sound cues are given away to Day and Redux, and you could just tell things are very chaotic right now for the professional players. As Day and Redux lose track of Baka, he does the damage, but it does seem like he's been singled out. It does seem like he's been cornered out. They know where he's at, but there's too much attention now coming from opponents here, from the rest of the lobby. And Baka is just on the move. Look at how much more metal and brick he still has left. So this is showing you he's not even building. He's just ratting his way through these existing builds, editing his way up and down, outmaneuvering Day and Redux, and the continued counter fire, right? That's very important to extending his tournament life right now.
Just can't help but wonder what things would be like if Baka still at Pars by his side. Given how much of a run for their money Baka was just giving Day and Redux, the fact that he managed to give them the slip entirely, the grapple blade is safety for the time being. If Baka can pinpoint Braids though, as a solo, will manage to grapple blade right over his head. Beautiful hammer pump for the elimination, and just gets him a little bit more materials. It's not like he was ever hurting in the first place for builds, but now he's definitely more than set. The damage threshold, though, still 32 below.
Yeah, even though he's only 32 below, that was just an exceptional read, and another exceptional read, finding players out of position. Diego Play should know better than to be sitting behind the edge of zone right here when you still have a couple of squares to move inwards, and Baka is taking full advantage of these chances here and making it look like he knows exactly what he is trying to achieve right now, and that is more bang for his buck. He knows he needs damage. He needs more and more damage. I think the eliminations are obviously a bonus here, and the fact that they're solos, even better. You just don't see that very often. That's what we can definitely call a clutch play right there to keep his tournament life alive right now, and the win potentially, you know, on the line here.
Bryce and Chubbs also, though, facing the end of their first lobby. If they can't find some tags soon enough, the damage just keeps pouring in. The amount of ticks they've already taken, and finally Bryce will manage to connect just a little bit, but still short until it finally ticks on over. A brief pause, but so many heals having already been expended for Bryce and Chubbs. They have no shields to function with. It is entirely up to them to just find the most perfect refresh and hope that the other players have resources they can utilize, but don't want to find themselves getting eliminated in the process. Clicks an epic will, for a moment, contemplated challenging Bryson Chubbs, but it's all about positional rotations right now, and Bryce Chubbs, they're going to go for the high ground.
Yeah, this is where you got to be really on point with your teammate right here. When you don't have any shields, I was going to say you guys got to move in unison, make the commitment together, but Chubbs get left behind, unfortunately, in the box there. And now it's up to Bryce, who's on the front side to rotate here. Tough spot to be in. I mean, he might be able to find something. Maybe there's some points awaiting him, but I have to assume that this is all but over for him. Meanwhile, Clicks and Epic Whale get taken out by Peterbot there. Did not see any, or really any sign of a resistance there, so GG's for them. Now on over to Kanata and Aegis, who are peeking out, just gathering information here. They're at the front side of this rotate here, so obviously in a key position here to continue to conserve maps. More importantly, just keep a low profile, right? We already know that low ground is going to be one of the better places you could be here if you want to keep your win condition alive. Now, you will have to fight for it, but it's not going to be the type of scrappy fight that is going to happen on high ground when you are going head-to-head, and it seems like Kanata might be making that decision to fight for height.
You can tell that Kanata and Aegis definitely want to look for a challenge up on the high ground, but right now, Peterbot, you would think that he's a duo with the way that this man is maneuvering through all of these pre-existing builds. Finds himself a nice section of mid-ground, but that is up until the boxes up above get opened up. Peterbot now in a fight for his life here, just build after build, walls getting tossed up, completely expended all of his materials though, but just manages to escape into the safety of a building. Peterbot, though, still looking, but it does find a small opportunity to possibly look to get a couple of mats.
And, you know, what Peterbot just did there is only possible if you are an incredibly mechanical player. There are some players that can do things that are just not average, right? And that's an above average player just doing above average things. You don't jump into a two-box, you know, by yourself. For Kanata, Aegis, you can see here, they're finally starting to find themselves some elimination, getting their feet on the ground here, but it comes at the cost of Kanata now, so Aegis gonna have to play this one out by himself. They could have had the refresher that they were looking for, but unfortunately there was the team right underneath them. And things are all starting to go south here for some of our vets. Meanwhile, on high ground, big battles going out here, decisions to be made. Possess the Snack, they decide they want to go up for it. They are taking no prisoners, though. Possess down to 11 HP here. And yeah, they're in control of high ground, but at what cost? It looks like everything. Rise comes flying down now too, and Yamzo and Rise here have a chance to be the high ground owners, but I don't know how I feel about it.
Oh, Yamzo definitely not liking eating those shots, just trying to get into the same box as his duo, but Rise gonna have to try and provide some coverage. Yamzo, though, doesn't have an opportunity to pop the shield potion. Beautiful knock, though. Great elimination. That refresh could be the chase saver that Yamzo needs. Aegis also gonna be forced to drop here after eating a massive tag. High ground, just not a possibility with Aegis being a solo. It's all Day and Redux now holding height.
I like this. See, so they managed to time the high ground take very, very late into the game here to try to be the last one to cause an issue, right? And force their way out of material potentially, but now no, they have plenty of resources. Meanwhile, on the low ground, this is the more, I'd say the position the veterans want to be in, right? Be the owners of the low ground, take full control of it, take care of the teams one at a time, and walk your way towards the end game. Yes, you're gonna have to be a little bit more aware. You're probably gonna have to work a little bit harder. However, if you can do it like this, and a win condition opens yourself up, I mean, you might just be the most positioned to actually win the entire game. Look at how Bugha and Aviv are dismantling everyone right now on this low ground situation. And could they have a little moment to breathe here, Taco? They could actually win this. They had the med kits. He must have dropped them. Yep, he did. He leaves it to Redux because he's actually the first one injured, and Redux jumps down too. So they're going all for it, but Bugha's already healing. This might be a huge mistake, but no, Bugha will have to come fight. It's not going to be given to him unless he finds the tag now, and he does. He actually turns things around in a 2v1.
Nah, the cool composure from Bugha to not even break for a second there. That man's focus is on another level. Sees Aviv getting pieced up by Day and Redux, and initially did look as though it was going to resort to a heal off their MDF, but Bugha truly taking matters into his own hands.
Yeah, he just knew. He knew immediately, I only have 2 med kits. If they're here, they're at the zone, there's too many seconds left. Like, I will have to fight for this if I want to win this game. And he couldn't have timed it better. But Redux, too antsy, too soon, right? This is his first appearance here on the mainstay broadcast in the set lobbies in quite some time, right? And he just made the biggest mistake ever. Day already dropped him the medkits, mind you. Now, granted, he may have had no material, and he probably didn't want to sit in the zone for longer, but you could see that taking the fight, clearly you start to leave it up to chance, and Bugha and Aviv take that chance, and they walk away with it. Congratulations on a huge win there. That was just incredible.
Yeah, Redux definitely probably not too happy as well with that final cone. He was just chilling there, and it got in the way as much as you could imagine, but massive congrats to Bugha and Aviv. Now, I'm more curious to hear what Zeke, Vivid, and Kelly have to say about what just went down.
All I have to say is Bugha does it again, baby. What the heck? 7 HP. This is why, like, once we started Major 1, they were a duo we had to highlight, Bugha and Aviv. And throughout, like, the first few weeks, we saw a lot of, like, back and forth, right? There were some situations Bugha would clutch. There were some situations where Aviv would clutch. And when they needed it, Bugha said, listen, Aviv, you said you wanted to go to grand final. All right, bro, let me hook it up. Hold on, just let me cook. Let me cook. That was disgusting, Vivid.
Never count Bugha out. Oh my gosh, the perfection that it required for him to make it possible to win that. I mean, you know, we saw him dancing around with just some one random cone out there in the middle of the low ground, dodges some shots from Redux, places a wall to also block one of the shots. You know, has the intuition to still use his shotgun against Day, who's like 3-4 boxes away, doesn't have that. I mean, Bugha, incredible play, well deserving of a grand final spot after that.
I mean, their domination started from beginning to end. They grabbed 2 early eliminations off of drop. The absolute incredible ending that we got to see right there. But honestly, it might have even started before the game started, where Bugha and Aviv changed their drop spot from yesterday to Yacht, where Cooper and Miro landed, who grabbed the first victory royale of yesterday. And I don't know if this is 100% true, but Bugha also said that he was going to be coached by Miro today.
Ooh.
So it looks like, you know, adjustments between days is just as important as knowing the meta as a whole, and it looks like they had some pretty big adjustments from yesterday.
That was just disgusting. Like, there's very few plays like that. Even just the crouch under the cone to make sure his left side was safe to react and come back around. The target acquisition, like, dude, Bugha is just something else. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm just like, that was crazy. We know. I know. Deep breath, Zeke. We still have got 4 games to go. So with that victory out, they're going to Grands. We will not see them for the rest of the weekend. We will see them next week. Now they have time to prep and, of course, figure out where are they going. Are they going that contest? Are they going somewhere else? We'll see next week. For now, though, what do those standings look like, right? Because remember, at the end of the day, if we end in the top 20, we stay in the upper bracket. Now, tomorrow, the top 25 will also go to grand finals. So we want to stay in that upper bracket if possible. Right now, Day and Redux, after that performance, after the second place, they're in that second place spot. But look at a couple names here as well. Iamzo and Rise, the dark horses themselves.
Yeah, good game out of them. But I do want to mention a little bit about Day and Redux. Listen, everybody knows the old trio that was Day, Miro, and Reverse. And yes, that is indeed that Day right there. So it is great to see him back on the main stage right there. A second place as well, putting him high up on the leaderboard. We cannot forget, yes, these victory royales throughout the day mean oh so much, Kelly. That grand final spot. But making sure that your top 20 on that leaderboard keeps you in the upper bracket going into tomorrow. So that is a good start for them and making sure that that happens.
Yeah, and then once we do get into tomorrow, the final day of the competition for semifinals, although a victory royale would be great, it's no longer just if you win a game, you automatically go to the grand finals. So again, if your favorite teams just don't seem to be grabbing a VR, there's plenty of opportunity for them tomorrow to make sure that consistency is key, of course, as we love to say here. But we kind of did see a little bit of a repeat performance of what we saw from yesterday, where these teams that finally claim height, there's so much action going on from zone 10 to zone 11. And then once Day and Redux do claim height, it unfortunately just doesn't work out for them. And they seem to be doing everything right. They knew that there was a potential heal-off opportunity going down. They both dropped down and were even able to take down Aviv, but it's Booga, man. You can't count them out.
Yeah, it seems like some of these duos really want this high ground. They are just willing to throw everything at it. Viv, I just, you know, when are they going to learn? When are they going to say, like, because if this is normal, like this is a normal Grands, this doesn't happen. You go up and they go, okay, well, we just can't fight this. Disengage. We keep everything in the ready to go and we keep moving. But it's like duos would just throw everything. All their resources, all their heals, doesn't matter. Like high ground, oh, well, we have nothing now. Even if we won and have high ground, we now have nothing.
Yeah, I mean, even that was a contributing factor right there at the end, right? Redux was not feeling comfortable in the sense that, you know, 4 medkits for sure, but they had no builds to where he could actually go anywhere that would have been a safe place for him to actually use any of those medkits. So the fact that some of those resources got used in defending and taking high ground right there came into play at the very end. But Kelly, we also saw, you know, Peterbot and Pollo, they were trying to put on their best Malabuka and Mustache kind of, you know, repeat right there that we saw over on EU. Peterbot was trying so hard to clutch up as a solo because we saw Pollo go down earlier on in the game, try to get the reboot as well. He ended up getting it, but they couldn't make much out of that game.
Well, that's okay, right? They still have 4 games. They can still make it happen, right? We had 2 second places yesterday. We just need to piece some of that together and go for the VR today. But I'm excited to see kind of the adjustments they have made because I feel like this duo could absolutely pick up the Victory Royale. But I'm getting word it's time. We have game number 2 on deck. So, of course, as we get ready to play, why don't we head on over to our casters? We got Taco. We got MDF. Friends, for you.
Appreciate it, Zeke. And, well, it is about to be game number 2, MDF. But after what went down in game number 1, we'll get to see what exactly team's planning on doing because the battle bus, it's already here a lot sooner than I thought it would be. And like I was mentioning, Monster, we saw Booga and Aviv, Booga specifically, with a massive solo clutch to punch his ticket to the grand finals. But for Day and Redux, it can definitely be a pretty big blow coming in second place in that first lobby, but they still have 4 more chances to do it.
Yeah, I mean, call a spade a spade. Day and Redux made a huge mistake. Redux should not have come down. He had 4 medkits. 4 medkits. Day had full HP, right? He did fine getting that first elimination, and he honestly would have likely stalled out Booga from healing any further. Like, he did exactly what he was supposed to do. Redux just should not have been on that layer. Neither here nor there, though. We're going to get right into the action for game 2. Revise, Ro Kane. We didn't get to see any of them last game, so definitely one of the few teams that were taken out a little bit earlier into the running, and this time you can see they are wearing their scars. Tough spot to be in. Aoxy and Flow here defending their drop valiantly. Both sides are going to back off for a second here and get situated. But you find amongst the top tier players, they will not really allow a team to extend this far out. Most will go and just fully commit. Like, this fight would have ended a lot sooner. So I am curious to see how this is going to play out if both teams completely back out. And on that note, Creep and Hades continuing the pace from last game as well. Another fight here. Once again, Victor finds himself as a solo. A teammate down. And the same thing, right? This should have already ended. This should not be getting drawn out like this. Victor shouldn't be having this much time to farm up material. This is how you lose your opportunity. This is how you lose your advantage. Small advantage that you may have had, right? And look at this. That block doesn't happen if you don't give him time to actually have the mats, right, to contest you here. So you've got to be super careful here. Look at this. No shields to work with other than what's on. And very limited material here, too.
If this turns against Creep and Hades,
it might.
I'm right there with you, MDF. They're giving Victor so much time to really gather his thoughts. methodical approach as well from Victor. Only 5 builds though, but he does have a small shield advantage. That is up until Creep and Hades managed to find a little bit of relief here, but still, the hesitation behind taking this challenge against Victor, you know it's a solo. You can just full dive Creep, trying to look for a different angle to approach, but part of the problem here is that Creep and Hades, they keep attacking from the exact same position. Finally gonna be a break off here for Creep, and he will find the elimination onto Victor, but definitely a much more extensive fight than what it probably needed to be.
And look at this. This is a worst case scenario right now for Roken and Revise. They had obviously a tough time on the drop. We already talked about that, but as they rotate out, Visuals and Braids are here with so much, and I mean so much material, ammunition, and arsenal to boot here. This is a tough spot to be in for any one team, but they do a great job. Okay, they put a lot of damage here onto Braids. Gonna cause a bit of a reset, gonna slow things down. The momentum now in Rokane's favor. Rokane is someone who has long earned his stripes. You can see they're coming up off the 2 Elam, so they actually ended up winning their battle, and this team moves on in onto them. So just not catching a break at all, but they do catch Braids, however, with a monstrous shot there. No grapple hook to disengage either, so they will just have to see how this plays its course.
Braids definitely not suspecting that floor was not his.
Not at all.
And now Rokane, crash pad up above with Revise. Revise though, definitely hurting a little bit here. Doesn't have any shields to replenish, but Rokane trying to even the playing field here using these shield breaker EMPs. Visuals, Braids still doing a decent job though at avoiding taking any damage from those shield breaker EMPs to their shields specifically, but Rokane seems like he wants to take a slightly more tactical approach, but Visuals, Braids, they've opted to just disengage. Will eat some damage though from teams on the other side from where they were currently situated. And now another pretty big box fight taking place here just outside of Reckless Railways. And it's Reet and Ritual trying to run down Jiven and his duo. But Piggle and Jiven, they're definitely making some good ground to get away from Reet and Ritual.
Yeah, they do enough to back off here. Clearly the more experienced team, Reet and Ritual, determining the pace of this fight, but the more that they do this, the more time that it's going to take away from them having to actually set up.
When enamel is gone, you cannot get it back. I recommend Pronamel Repair. It actively repairs acid-weakened enamel.
However, though, Peterbot and Boyo trying to pick up the pace, making up for what all went wrong last game. This time looking a lot better for them. Already a singular elimination. Already, is this for the forecast tower here? It does seem like they're trying to take full control here, get all the benefit just outside the ruin.
I love this switch up too for Peterbot and Poyo. They completely based up around the forecast tower here next to ruined reels. They wanted to make sure those NPCs wouldn't have a chance to escape, that they could secure that forecast key card, and also did a great job at pushing off the other team that was trying to challenge them for the forecast towers. That's what a lot of these second zone fights are about, because having that forecast for the remainder of the game and just knowing where every zone is going to pool just makes life so much easier here. And life is something...
I was just gonna say, we're seeing like a glimpse of what will be the grand finals. Like, that is gonna be so significant as we start leaning up towards the grand finals. Of course, you have to make it there. As Freeze just packs this player up. Was that Ducky and his duo? But yeah, seriously, those forecast battles for Peterbot, for Poyo, I mean, I'm sure we're gonna see them at grand finals, right? And when we do, it's just a matter of time if someone's gonna give away those forecasts every single game, right?
Yeah, and again, really cannot specify enough just how important these forecast towers are. Baka, Cars, slightly different strategy to Peterbot and Poyo. Didn't have a full base around the likes of the forecast here and near their drop over by Reclaim Villa, but Baka and Pars, now that they have the forecast secured, they're also going to take this opportunity from this slight elevation they have on the hill. Baka getting some really nice surge tags online up against Haji and Flexi, and now realizes that he's applied enough pressure. He's feeling comfortable with getting a little bit closer. Slowly, surely, Baka Pars moving up. Maintaining height, though, is Baka over Flexi, and Haji just wants to make sure that he has full tabs on where this duo is trying to go. But Haji, a little bit more damage to his shields. Baka punished slightly for how long he'd extended his peak over his ramp. From another team, it's closer to fencing fields.
It's just some of the little things from Haji and Flexi that were giving Baka and Pars all the, you know, confidence to really push them. Building in wood, forgetting the cone, right? Like little things like that. Sharing the one base instead of putting themselves in a position to have multiple angles on defense. That's just what's going to allow Baka to just walk right through you. Take an inch and turn it into a mile every single time when he's on offense like that. You can't allow a player that good to exploit your, you know, your weaknesses that much. But either way, other teams jump in, other teams start to fire in, and stuff does start to swing out of their favor for Cold and Acorn here. The story is getting to the zone, but Eclipse is in a bush. Teams are rotating all around them, so nothing safe just yet. What do we think about Acorn and Cold? I mean, we haven't quite seen them in a position to win a game just yet.
No, I think yesterday was relatively difficult for them. They were dealing with the likes of Yasir and Dorito in the off spawn just south of the fencing fields, and we often saw Acorn and Cold in a solo performance game mode.
Yeah.
The solo is something that Asian Jeff and Oliver OG are trying to avoid right now up against Freeze and Susscript, but does seem like Asian Jeff, Oliver OG, they have a slight advantage. A little bit of Flowberry Fizz going to come out from Oliver OG, just making sure that Jeff has enough shields to continue trying to challenge up against Sus. Decent peak. He's going to get a little bit of tag damage there onto Sus. Asian Jeff does eat some damage in return, though, towards his shields, and it's just such a direct approach, though. Asian Jeff going to try to fall back behind this cone, throws up the ramp here, and now Oliver OG looking to see if he can make a more side-end approach here.
Yeah, right as you call it, Oliver's already pretty much just ahead of you. He's like, yeah, no, I got that. I'm not feeling this direct line of sight that I'm giving up to the opponents. He already starts changing up the angles there, trying to play a little smart. Normally it is Asian Jeff, though, who's playing the clever angles. But a little bit standoffish here. Freeze already has 2 elims, too, so they're definitely screaming with confidence right now. This is not a fight they necessarily need, just one that they found themselves in, it seems, by design. Now they have another team here. It's actually Mew, next pawn. The tags come out. Nothing connects, though. Back on over to Acorn, who's got Snacky in his sight, Convict in his sight. Still haven't quite made it to the safe zone, and we talked about how much of a difficult time they had in day one. We'll take a look at this. Now in the lower bracket, the same issues continue to persist here. Cold is down.
It just seems like Acorn and Cold keep being plagued by this solo situation where if Acorn's up, Cold is gone. If Cold is up, Acorn's gone. It's tough because we're at a stage right now in the game where Acorn could definitely look for a possible reboot ban opportunity there for Cold, but then the time that you have to spend to look for that reboot, to get the materials, to get the resources, and we're not even factoring in the rotate, because that was something else that I noticed from game number 1, Monster. We saw a lot of teams actually doing significantly better today as far as their surge damage was concerned. Didn't see too many players falling underneath that threshold in comparison to what we saw in day 1 of uppers, and so some clear adaptations have been made, but the only adaptation for Acorn and Cold really is just trying to maintain being a team, and well, it's not easy, but they still have 3 more lobbies and possibly this one to get through.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see some major adjustments for sure. Clearly something's not quite connecting here, especially since we're past game 1. This is game number 2. Should have seen a much sharper execution here, but back on over to Rise and Iamza right now, who are
McCain, make it a Friday.
Playing deep into the storm right now here at the Hazy Hillside. Too many teams around them. For them to make a decision too soon, and one of the more dangerous ones, Baka and Bars. Say, nah, let's stay in the zone. Let's go all the way around here.
I'm almost curious if Baka and Pars might have heard the reboot van going off there for Yamzo and Rise, and that might have incentivized them to look for the challenge. Remember, the start of this game was a little bit of a doozy there for Yamzo and Rise, but Pars and Baka not going to be able to find an elimination punish for their troubles. Instead, just eat a little bit of damage from the zone, but nothing too problematic. Problems have increased, though, for Day and Redux. This Day under so much pressure, teams behind and in front of him. Vorteca trying to do his best to see if he can find the finish onto Day. The Thunderburst will eventually connect here, but it's actually going to be credit given to Ilush, who found himself also challenging Day at the exact same time. Just really nowhere left to run there. And Day and Redux case just pincered by the lobby.
Yeah, super unfortunate, especially after, you know, they're going to be still down from game number 1. So it's going to be a big setback. Kill any momentum that they might have had already built up.
Vorteca and Sigma, though, might have found themselves in a slightly problematic position. They're trying to get to the high ground now, see if they can avoid. They want to just go through dead side rotate. Vorteca with 2 med kits in tow. Also direly in need of some materials here. So it makes sense why he'd want to opt towards this dead side of zone. Don't want to have to worry about other players, but hopefully Vorteca and Sigma were able to finalize a surge tag plan initially, and that strategy has worked out so that if they do hang out in dead side long enough, they'll be able to refarm without the consequences of being underneath that damage threshold.
Yumi and Vert right now still hanging on to the Rift Island here. We'll of course have the launch pad to make the rotate. And notice they were shooting way outside the storm right there for a second. There's a team that's also utilizing the storm to their benefit. And this is one of the best things Rift Island, of course, has to offer, all that brick. So a little pit stop here to get them back in the game. Meanwhile, Cold reboots his teammate and has to fight for it in the storm. And this is likely that team that we saw them shooting at deep into the storm, out the sky. It was Acorn and Cold. Just shows you all the troubles that Cold is having to go through just to get his teammate back in the game, but more importantly, how many teams are that aware of like what's happening in the storm right here.
Well, that's the thing. Acorn, all he was looking for was a reboot van opportunity. Goes for it and is immediately pressured by G-Money.
Holy
Bit of a desperation attempt. It's always more favorable, though, for Acorn and Cold now that they've eliminated that player. Have a chance to try and get a move on from Reckless Railways, but they are going to be so late with their rotation, Monster. It's good that they have at least a couple hundred damage above that damage threshold. Might be able to alleviate some of the pressure, but
look at this.
Look who it is. Pump and Sphinx, they're still hanging out.
In the zone, by the way. Like, in the zone. Not like, oh, they're in the zone. No, in the zone. I'm going to emphasize that. We are so far from the safety. What are they doing?
What do you think are the odds that Pump and Sphinx, well, actually hold that thought. Sphinx in a whole world of hurt right now. Cold, accurate as ever. He's often regarded for his mechanics for a reason, and that knock onto Sphinx, definitely a massive punish here on Sphinx and Pump for sticking around as long as they did in their little sky base. But yeah, Monster, in the zone, I was gonna ask you, what are the odds? They might have just heard the reboot van, but so much action just continues to take place. We didn't even get a chance to think about it, because we gotta worry about Rise and Yamzo just looking to survive inside of Grand Glacier.
No, I mean, I think it all makes sense now. Now seeing like what all is happening, the surge is active, things are getting super chaotic, right? The servers all fighting one another. They're like, hey, let's just sit back for a second, right? Let things simmer down and then we'll rotate in. But mistake, Cold and Acorn just so happen to be there. So you could maybe call it unlucky for Pump, but either way, the lack of awareness to have a team fully moving in behind you like that while you're based up, I mean, what are you doing? Like, not gathering information, essentially, at that point. For Yuumi and Vert, though, they're just continuing to play defense here, and look at how much space they've managed to take control of, and the extra material just sitting inside this base, so they're very well off. Meanwhile, Aegis and Kanata have the zone already on the move here. Haji down. Flexi forced to abandon the save here. And there it is. They know Flexi is gone.
You know, Aegis and Kanata were never going to let that knock get away from them. Flexi, Haji, just seemingly no idea. Aegis just poised so quietly with Kanata.
Have you lost Medicaid or CHIP? At healthcare.gov, 4 out of 5 customers can find a quality plan for $10 or less per month with financial help. Enroll in a plan today at healthcare.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Immediately, these are not your builds. Haji.
We talked about it earlier. Talked about how Haji and Flexi were doing things that was putting them in positions to make it very clear that they're, you know, not quite the best duo in the lobby. And that right there, having the wall not close while you're in the box and a duo below you, that is a huge mistake. And a deserving set of eliminations there for Kanata and Aegis. I mean, they only got one, so Flexi got out of there ultimately, but what a mistake.
And a very heavy punish as well, which is what you would expect from a team with as much veteranship as Aegis and Kanata. And talking about veterans inside of this lobby, Peterbot, Poyo still trying to find their victory royale in the upper bracket. And it could start here at the Grand Glacier, but with the zone having pulled towards this side of the map, the elevation could definitely be problematic once these moving zones come into play. And Peterbot content with their current damage threshold, but likely always going to look for more. Wonder if he's going to try and stick as well, more towards the left side.
I was just gonna say, this is uncharacteristic for this team. They normally have a lot more, so, you know, this lobby needs to be a little careful of them. They're gonna be looking for a fight. Meanwhile, Asian Jeff tried to medkit in the storm here to buy himself a little chance, and he's gonna jump down and defend himself very well there. That's far north, so he was trying to wait, see if the zone ends up moving towards him. Here's a look at Clix and Epic Whale right now. We're at this bottom right side of the storm right here. Sniper
really
in
like
hand.
this. They're not overly committed to the high ground, but they're also not so far down that they couldn't just find themselves reestablishing into the safety net of that mid-tier base that they had built up. But Clix right now just has his priority set on getting his shields back to full. 2 limbs though onto Epic and 420 damage above. Definitely a big deal here. This team can just continue to try and focus almost entirely on positioning. And you were talking about how uncharacteristic it was for Peterbot and Poyo to not have more damage. Well, they certainly seem to make some more happen. Acorn just gonna be one of the first victims.
What are the chances? Like,
they heard you.
We talked about Acorn and Cold just, you know, pulling a little short on luck, and then you just have Peterbot and Poyo, who, again, uncharacteristically are only 100 above the surge. Normally they're so much further ahead, and they just single you out. It's gonna be a problem for any team they single out, and it just so happens to be Acorn, and they break through those metal builds as if they were wood structures. Acorn is trying right now, by the way, to fight. Meanwhile, Chubbs is trying to just defend. Very different stories. Cole ends up getting taken out either way there by Kanata, by Aegis. Chubbs successfully defends here with Bryce, buys himself a little bit more room. Grapples start to come out. Rotates are good. This is going way up the mountain, and it's good that you do it here early before the extra builds come out, and this is an excellent spot for Chubbs to be in here. However, there are teams on the layer. Yup. So good on him to open up, give him a little bit of room, but Bryce has got to get here, and he's got to get here quick.
And that was my concern, is whether or not Bryce was able to follow Chubbs as effectively, but now that they are in the same box, it's clear. They're both able to make their way up the mountain phase for the time being, and now just applying some pressure onto the layers below. It's going to be TK, though, with the knock onto Eclipse. Bacon trying to see if he can hang tight there, but with Chubbs and Bryce just doing a great job at making sure to prevent any teams from challenging their current box while still putting so much pressure onto the low ground.
I like it. Like the angles. But look at this. All the way at the top of this mountain here, Re and Ritual, the first to claim the territory. However, it's going to be short-lived here. The zone's going right back out and over this mountain. They do have a launch pad. Oh, look at that. They're going to actually set up for the launch pad. So they want to utilize the launch pad here. As opposed to just walking down the builds, they're going to go for the scenic route, if you will, for a second there.
It's always so funny when you're just seeing every single one of these teams that were at the very tip top of that mountain steadily work their way down here. For some of these teams that were already situated on this mountain phase, you have to remember a decent amount of boxes already having been established. Peterbot and Poyo, one of them, looking to see if they can find another elimination below. A little bit of
Shopify helps you sell at every stage of your business. Like that, let's put it online and see what happens stage.
And the site is live.
That we opened a store and need a fast checkout stage. Thanks, you're all set. That count it up and ship it around the globe stage.
This one's going to Thailand.
And that, wait, did we just hit 1 million orders stage? Whatever your stage, businesses that grow with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 a month trial at shopify.com/YouTube audio.
Pressured for time here, 24 below that damage threshold. Super unconventional Peterbot and Poyo, but all of these builds getting chopped in front of Reek, clearing the pathway for his glider, and now immediately overtaking the high ground. And he's got Ritual right behind him.
This is very, very high up. I was going to say, this does not look right. Why is there such a huge structure here? It should not be like that. There's nothing supporting this foundationally, like it's in the middle of nowhere. And there it is. Finally, it all starts to break. I'm not sure why anyone would have thought it was a good idea to try to base up that high, even if it meant you secure high ground. It's just too tall for it to be in the middle of nowhere.
Hey, Possess doing what he can to try and hold things down. Lost Snacky, but Possessed doing a great job of just chopping all these teams that are attempting to look for that overtake on height. Still, though, Baka, Pars, they want to be the ones that establish themselves up high. And a decent job. Looks like they're trying to find a potential section that they could look to connect to. But it does seem as though the lobby, there's just so much congestion on the mountain face.
That's a great shot to show you just how far out that tower of a structure was, by the way. Not supported by any foundation. The mountain's still quite a ways off. Meanwhile, Epic Whale just obliterates someone who's trying to stay alive there in the storm for a second. This is down to placement for Epic at this point. Meanwhile, all the way up top, Baka has to fight for it, loses Pars in the process. He had the high ground for a moment, but it was so short-lived, and now it all comes crumbling down here. Loses everything in the process. There's new controllers of the narrative up top. Rokane and Revised back at it, but so is Peterbot and Poyo.
Keep in mind, Peterbot and Poyo as well with that forecast tower this game, and look at how far it's made their run. But Revised, Rokane doing an excellent job to push back the likes of Peterbot and Poyo, although Revised incredibly low on builds. Now it's just about sabotaging these other teams underneath them to prevent them from challenging, since they don't have builds. But Peterbot absolutely tearing through Ritual here. There is no safety net inside the zone.
Peterbot and Poyo doing a great job this game, playing with one another, sticking with their teammates. They finally get a moment right here. This is a very important moment for them to analyze the situation, do the math, and they say, okay, it's a 2v2v1, but one's already down. It's a 2v1 now. We have to go for this. And Peterbot's looking for an angle, but he doesn't have the build. He has to build all the way around, tries to break the structure. Pollo's here to back him up. This is where they do it best, and they turn this game around and finally secure a victory royale.
Yeah, if you were wondering about our forecast towers worth the engagement in that second zone, 100%. Peterbot and Pollo finally get control of the forecast tower, and now they find themselves with Victory Royale. But of course, forecast does not control your maneuvering over that mountain face. Peterbot and Pollo just did such an excellent job at staying towards the front side of that moving zone.
In that game, like, that was just game 2, but that felt like 2 or 3 end games worth of like experience. You know what I mean? Like, that was a crazy end game. I don't know about you, but I felt like time just slowed down. Like, it got so difficult, so fast, so early in the transition towards the end game that for a team to win it, you needed to have the forecast tower. Like, it's no surprise that Peterbot and Pollo take this one away. All that additional knowledge is the difference maker for them right here.
Slick little mantle cover there as well from Peterbot when he was looking for that final challenge. It just love the fact that Peterbot going for the direct approach. Then you've got Pollo just toggling even more pressure from underneath. Not capable, or at least for the teams on top, that you can't keep track of where Peterbot and Pollo are moving when they're just so in sync like that.
Yeah, well, listen, that was a great game for Peterbot and Pollo. They finally done it after a crazy first performance of the upper bracket. So let's go get caught back up with Zeke and the crew.
They finally do it. After so many second places yesterday, this is why we had to highlight them. These guys are so insanely aggressive. And just like the casters pointed out, with the help of the forecast towers, they finally make it happen.
Third time's the charm. That's how that saying goes. The third opportunity that Peterbot and Pollo have to close out the game in 2v2 fashion. And this is the one where they make it happen. And Kelly, oh my gosh, just the way that they maneuver sometimes when it comes down to these 2v2s, you really see the mechanics start to shine. It's like every single angle that is possible, they find it, they deal the damage, and they win out that 2v2 so clean.
Yeah, I feel like we honestly saw a different Peterbot and Pollo here in this game, and it all started going for that forecast tower where they kind of bullied another team away, able to claim it for themselves. And then they were actually below Storm Surge, and I'd be interested to seeing the early and mid game there if they prioritize objectives over grabbing those eliminations, which we know they're for, and that's why they may have faced that. But we can see here, they're kind of going for height. This is something that we saw them do time and time again. But something we talked about at the start of the show is the absolute chaoticness that this high ground is. And at one point, Vivid, we saw, who was it? Rocane, Peterbot, Pars, Clicks, Snacky, Revised, and Threats all trying to take high ground at the same time. And it might even be a blessing that Peterbot and Pollo weren't able to claim it, because once again, it was the low ground team that was able to take the victory royale.
Yeah.
Just crazy. Just crazy. I just don't even know. Like, you know, it's funny that Monster D-Face says, like, man, that game felt really long. And it did, because it was so, like, terrifying. You know, we're watching this game and Vivid's just quiet. And then he just like, what if the zone goes back up the mountain? And the sure enough's like, yep, there it is. It's going back up the mountain. It's crazy. It was like a chess game, a game. And listen, I'll say it, Vivid. I'll let the audience know. I looked at the high ground. I said, Bach and Pars, there's no way they don't win this.
You did say that.
And Vivid quietly said, I don't know, man. I don't know. I said, okay, Vivid, you don't know what you're talking about. All right, Vivid. You know, you're right again. My bad, Vivid. I didn't, you know, my bad.
Now the insight there comes, you know, when we were checking out Baka and Pars, they did, of course, have the high ground, right? They looked like they were so high above the rest of the lobby. But of course, you know, when we were looking at them, I saw that they had like 15 builds each, and that just was not enough to go ahead and finish out the game, especially when it comes to defending off all of the teams that were grappling up on top of them, trying to take the high ground from them.
Yeah, I want to look at the standings real quick and kind of put this in the context. Remember, because Pollo and Peterbot got the Victory Royale, they're done, right? They're going to Grand Finals. We don't have to play anymore with them. So now suddenly, Kelly, this hyper aggression we've seen in these games is gone. What does that mean for everybody else?
It means opportunity. It means that there's probably going to be a forecast tower available for another duo to take. The other duo that Baka and Pars almost won in that game also had the tower. So I think a lot of teams are going to start prioritizing these objectives, like Vivid talked about at the start of the day. But we can see right here, again, everyone, it's not just the top 5 teams that we're looking for, but the top 25 teams after that stay in the upper bracket. And we obviously have some big names in here. The biggest name that I can see right now is Clix and Epic Whale, but of course, Acorn and Cold right below them. Day and Redux, which had a great game 1, dropping all the way down to 11th place. These duos, if they can't grab a victory royale, they want to make sure that they're in that top 25 spot.
Man, some of these rotates have been so tough throughout the day, as well as like we saw Acorn and Cold, right? They got the reboot off in the storm and they were coming in. There's this team still hanging out in the storm, making their rotate that much harder. We were like, how in the world are they running into teams out here? Just the little things like that make all the difference. But hopefully 3 more games left on a day, they can clean it up.
It's interesting that games feel a lot more frantic, right? Like, obviously, it's not quite week 1 and 2. But how many people are just trying to throw everything and say, look, we just need the victory royale, versus just saying, like, what if we just coast and we try and make that top 20? And if we get a VR, sweet, right? It just feels like everyone's saying, like, no, it's victory royale or that's it. I can never play Fortnite again. It's all over.
Yeah, I mean, all in is necessary, right? In this type of format, victory royale gets you into the grand finals. You got to go for it.
But can they do it? There's only 3 more games today, and then tomorrow it's even more action.
Yeah, I know. I want to talk more. There's so many things to break down, but we have to get back into the action. So MDF Taco, back over to you.
That is the intention here, Zeke, Vivid, and Kelly. We want to see all of the action that these teams still have in store for us here today. 2 lobbies down, 3 to go, Monster. And it's feeling like it might just be anybody's game.
Yeah, definitely. Anything can happen at this point. You saw that last game that, again, the forecast towers was the difference for the team to still have it, be alive, and, position themselves to make it to the end. But when you have a zone like that, truly, truly anything is possible. Any team could have walked out of there alive because of just the nature of that zone. Going up and down the mountain is so difficult, regardless of whether or not you know where the zone's going. So, who knows what's next at this point? No 2 Fortnite games are ever going to be the same, and that was one for the ages. That was one for the books.
Yeah, it's definitely not the first time we've seen a moving zone pull over the mountain face, but here in game number 3, we're going to hope for the players' sake that it's not the case again. And just like that, we are right back at technically the halfway point. I feel comfortable calling game 3 the halfway point and 5-match format. Keeping in mind, all these players are looking for here today in the upper bracket is that victory royale. 5 possible games. We've already established 2 winners on the day. Booga and Vive, game 1. Peterbot and Pollo able to claim game 2 finally. 3rd time's the charm, though. And who's gonna look to take it as Possess Snacky trying to start things off hot here at Snooty. And also keep in mind, this is a format that is definitely very punishing towards teams that aren't able to be successful in these head-to-head off-spawn battles, Monster, because if you get elimed 1 game too many early on, you don't accrue any points. Lower bracket's not where you want to be, and Victor sending his teammates' hopes a little bit further here as he gets the revive onto Blizzard. A nice double elimination in the head-to-head battle we've been seeing time and time again here taking place by the Lovely Lodge.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time. We already know that, the WCJ duo that was landing here, like, they weren't finishing the fight fast by any means. It was gonna happen eventually if Victor and Blizzard came out on top here. But look at this, Edgy and Tavern continue to do this. Baka Pars landing idea. I mean, I don't even know what to call it. Just throw Baka right off the mountain, blaze, Pars out the sky, done and done. Look at this. We jump on over to Tex here. Bylocks, they take down TSM Snacky as well. So, again, matter of time, like we chatted about. This is where all the other teams that have been contested now seemingly have their chance to play a little bit of Fortnite here.
I think what we're also encountering, though, is teams that are already making some of those adjustments in terms of where they want to drop. Because if teams haven't been able to find success in games 1 or 2, I can't blame them for wanting to maybe take their chances elsewhere. And for Tex and Bylox, switching things up, going for the snooty steps maneuver. I like it because they found the plays that they needed to with the eliminations, and now Cirrus stuck, honestly, as a solo, just waiting for those two to leave first.
We have here peaks and threats. Encrypted sitting inside the building. Another player just seemingly waiting it out, you know, doesn't want to play his hand, can't move, make a sound. Otherwise, he'll get collapsed onto. And this is a battle I feel like we saw in the upper bracket as well. So they're taking it right on into this lower bracket conversation. So Threats knows, you know, there's no fooling Threats at this point. Encrypted, they've likely seen it all already, right? Many, many times over the course of the weekend. Likely prepared for everything. If anything, this closed door is probably the giveaway at this point.
But at the same time, Threats and Duke definitely a little bit more preoccupied with trying to deal with Grand Glacier, getting that medallion and the mythic online first, probably before looking to see where exactly Encrypted is hanging around at, because Encrypted and Ducky were challenging Duke and Threats all day yesterday. Flexi, though, by Pleasant Fiazi, eats a massive shot, and it's going to be Jezzy immediately trying to follow things up here. Just taking full advantage of that first fire shot onto Haji. And that full elimination now, it's up to Hayes to figure out if he wants to continue fighting this or if he's just going to opt to retreat, recognizing that there's just too many teams, too many players in the area for him to handle as a solo.
This is a good disengage here. That other duo coming in, although he likely would finish the fight, did have the advantage already, turning things back around onto Flex. But he peels out of there, and it does seem like that was the fresh two duos. And another set coming in. TK and Bacon being one of the few that's quick on the move, but we jump in with Jiven here. Threats loses Duke while picking up Encrypted. Okay, so things definitely developed while we stepped away here. Eliminations were picked up and teams have moved in now. And Piggle surely got the full finish there onto Dukes.
And Jiven and Piggle, they don't drop too far away from Grand Glacier to begin with over by Dumpenhausen. So makes sense that their next method of attack would be to challenge the team that's potentially looking to establish the medallion for themselves. And we saw this strategy in the last match from Peterbot and Pollo, just full base around the entirety of the forecast tower. And Ritual now on patrol to see if he can get some tags online, just try to create the damage opportunities for himself while waiting for these NPCs to spawn to take advantage of this forecast tower. He's anxious, he wants it.
Created here, absolutely ready. We're gonna make quick work of this here. Waste no time. And this is it. This is the key, right? And you're just seeing how this is going to affect grand finals, right? That's what's going to really come into play when we start gearing up for next week. Now we already know Peterbot, he's going to be there. Polio is going to be there, right?
For sure. But the other thing I kind of want to keep tabs on, and it could be difficult to track throughout a match, but these players that are hanging out near the forecast towers, Edgy and Tavern, looking to confirm, if they haven't already, their forecast tower. But it's teams that might be able to recognize these teams that are actually getting the forecast online for themselves and just maintaining a safe distance from behind, because if a team has forecast, they're going to know exactly where to rotate for zones. Just curious to see if anybody chooses to trail along behind them. It's Clicks and Epic. They don't want anybody following them. It's one elimination onto Sigma's duo, and now Clicks Epic just want to refarm their brick and honestly keep it moving.
Yeah, it is interesting though, in the grapple blade meta, you know, forecast tower is extremely powerful. You just have so much mobility. They're able to position up perfectly.
I think it's also just the case here for Clicks and Epic. They're not really in any sort of rush to depart from Lavish Lair. Just continuing to spend their time. Epic's gonna be looking to farm out his resources. After that last engagement, you can imagine some materials having been expended, but Braid's visuals, a little bit of a rough spot here at Rebels Roost. User and Havoc trying to hold their own, but it's gonna be Braid's first to back off here. Create a little bit of space from those boxes, likely just to give Visuals the opportunity to try and regen some of his shield. Nobody wants to find themselves playing out game number 3 as a solo already, if not fully elim. So Braids and Visuals just making sure to keep surveillance on the team behind them while they push forward.
Ooh, and that almost is the case here for Ritual, but he does pick up Reet. Reet falls in the exchange here against Pump. Now you have Eclipse down low and Pulp Feet. Look at that, Ritual gonna lead the push here. He's gotta be careful though. Definitely has the disadvantage here, so for him to jump in, makes sense to try to take control of things for a moment, get a more favorable angle. Still weird terrain, pretty tough to play off of. It's gotta be careful. Proceed with caution.
Looks like there might be another duo moving nearby, a little bit west of where this engagement taking place, but Kanata, Azure still hanging out by their forecast tower. Will start to make the move now though. Close to Ritzy Riviera still, but Ritual and Reed, this engagement's not done just yet. Ritual finds his opening, puts a little bit of pressure onto Victor's backside, but again, continuing to try and wrap around. Wants to see if he can get some finalized tags with this Thunderburst onto Victor. Just getting the Surge tab damage alone would be nice, but a team even further west from Ritual and Reed are gonna force Ritual to pay a little bit more attention their way. Reed still trying to see if he can maintain visuals of Victor, but unfortunately it does seem as though that opportunity for another elimination has just managed to escape. But Ritual and Reed bound to have gotten some decent damage still in the process.
Yeah, and such just a great position to be in on the mat to recuperate all that material loss. They're right back at max stone like, like it never happened. Essentially all the brick in the world there. All right, Cold and Acorn, I mean, listen, you know, the cameras are on you guys. We really need to see something start clicking here for this team. Again, you know, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt that Peterbot in Pollo's situation where they needed Surge, you know, doesn't happen very often, right? That was a tough game too. But this game here now, game 3, fresh slate, picking back up. Can they just really dig deep and turn something at least into an end game, right? See some life out of them in the end game together is what we need to see how they play it out.
And that's the thing, right? I don't feel like we've really got an opportunity to see them as a duo much.
Not at all. In
the end game, but if they make it as a duo into the end game, they are 1000% a team that we could definitely expect to have a high possibility of getting a Victory Royale. Yamzo and Rise, much on the same note as Acorn and Cole, just had some difficulties. I mean, they've done consistently well at maintaining their spot in that top 25 of the leaderboard, but again, these guys, they want a Victory Royale. They don't want to have to play through the entirety of all 3 days of competition, especially when they see so many of their respective peers having already qualified to Grands.
Time in the game, everyone is really going to start playing for positioning here, start playing for the surge to start turning online, giving those warning signs out. Every rotate is so critical right here. You could be moving right past a player like Siren who's just sitting in a bush. You wouldn't even realize it. So Chubbs is, I was just going to say, walking his way towards danger. Little does he know. And this is the same situation for most teams here. The Rift Island does start to come up now. Visual and Braids are going to be some of the first to jump up towards it. Whoa. Someone already positioned just nearby.
It's a lot of
Tag them
teams.
before they even get up there. I don't even think they're at the top of the Rift Island. I'm not sure what exactly happened there.
It's just all these teams boxed up on the hill surrounding Rift Island. The moment that Visuals tried to connect and went up into the Rift, it was the moment that he pulled the intention of the lobby. But he will manage to make it safely back to Braids. And once they capture Rift Island, that surplus of materials that's going to come out in their favor. Visual's probably not concerned about the couple of tags he ate. It's more so a priority focus here for Braids or Visuals. One of them just needs to be patrolling, needs to be ensuring that they get their surge tags online. And that does seem to be the prerogative right now for Braids. Got a slightly higher layer from this mini base that he's put on the top of Rift Island. Will opt to move to another rooftop here, see if he can get another angle of approach. Visual, same idea on the opposite end of the island. So these two splitting their focus to try and attack two different angles, see if they can get some search tags online. Because it is a relatively flat area where Rift Island happened to spawn, just a handful of hills, so definitely really easy for Visual and Braids to get a good idea of where exactly these teams are trying to position and rotate.
Take a look at this. Threats is holding this down by himself right now. Definitely raising the, I was gonna say, the danger levels, and Dukes tries to get to Threats and gets hit with a sniper shot by Piggle. Luckily, they're not gonna be overly aggressive for the opportunity right now. Jiven and Piggle are content with the damage and they back off. This could have ended really badly for Threats and Duke, who are down in this low ground area. And keep in mind, they're inside the top 10 as well. They're playing exceptionally well overall at the moment.
But for Piggle to not want to push after hearing that shield break, it is definitely some strong discipline. You've got to imagine they're set as far as their surge tech damage is concerned. But now Rapid, Batman Booga up against the likes of Kyux and Decay. Rapid left that edit open just a little bit too long. Loses about half of his shield from the likes of Decay and Cooks, and it does seem as though the opportunity here for Rapid and Batman Booga to try and find an elimination or two won't necessarily pan out in their favor. But on another note, a player like Yamzo, yeah, he wants this up against Victor, and Victor, a very disadvantageous position. Nowhere left for him to run. Yamzo and Rise, sure, they get the elimination, but might still be looking for a little bit more Storm Surge damage, and they might have just found it up against Evigus and Ponder, but no, Yamzo, Rise, trying to make sure that they don't eat too much damage from teams that are starting to rotate from their east, while still maintaining a line of sight here on the duo directly west of them.
Look at this, they definitely don't really need it. And this is showing that right now, all they should be focused on is moving to the new zone, but wood builds, tempting, very, very tempting, and they find a player there, and this is why you go back for it. They even end up recycling the crash pad and Ponder. I'm sorry to say it. We already saw what he did to the last player. It's about over, buddy. Sorry you missed the crash pad the first time. Yamzo and Rise make quick work of Ponder there. And now they're definitely set up. All they need to do here is make it to endgame. For Day and Redux, they're trying to find that glory that presented itself to them in game number 1. As they let that win condition just slip away, but shots come in from behind, shots come in from in front, and Redux goes down. Plur gets the last laugh here as he finishes off Day and gets to save his teammate. And this is all because there was a team shooting on the heels. And we'll see if this is going to be a short-lived celebration here. What team is that? It's Kanata, it's Agers.
And now, as far as Day and Redux are concerned, maybe kicking themselves. This engagement just outside of the zone. The cost of their third lobby performance, definitely a steep price to pay, but for Plur, probably just happy that he was able to get that revive onto Slumshell, because those 2 eliminations now, I think, are the exact reason why they don't feel the necessity to actually take this challenge that Kanata and Agers were trying to initially present. Instead, they got to rotate sooner.
I was going to say, keep in mind, Kanata and Agers don't even get any elimination credit for that. They just get damage out of that, which is equally important. The fact that they were shooting, I was just going to say, shows us that they weren't that comfortable. They weren't happy with the last Storm Surge revealing the damage that they had done so far in the lobby, because they wouldn't have otherwise been so active in such an odd position with so many teams nearby, generating that much attention. Cold and Acorn also in a bit of a problematic situation here, but for Cold and Acorn, I mean, it's kind of like, you know, hot. I was gonna say hot and cold. That's just terrible. Seriously, it's like a light switch. It's just on or off, right, when it comes down to Surge. And honestly, when it comes down to the performance overall of what we've seen so far, they have been so offline. But with this rotate here, with the duo in front of them, with the, you know, the target in sight, this is gonna be everything right now. How they turn this situation around is so important here, because they need damage. They need to get active right now while they have this zone. They have so much going for them so far in this game here.
Decent investment from Cold as well for his middle materials. Gonna opt to box up for the time being, and they have plenty of options surrounding them. In fact, the opposition making themselves known here as Bacon desperately trying to dive into Cold's box. Almost makes you wonder if he might be below that surge threshold. In fact, it's going to be the immediate knockdown. Bacon breaks through the wall, but Cold more than prepared to put him right back down for it. And Cold and Acorn as well, again, just barely managing to maintain above that damage threshold. And they're not the only team feeling a little bit of pressure here right now, MDF, and definitely still need to be looking for more damage.
And you can tell Cold and Acorn are just really not trying to make any mistakes whatsoever. Cold could have easily made that edit by himself. He's like, hey, Acorn, are you ready for this edit, by the way? Like, I'm not making no mistakes here. They wait until they are both fully disciplined, fully, you know, lined up for the shot there, even though they had that player boxed up. Just, yeah, you could feel the pressure on Cold and Acorn's shoulder, how much this particular game means to them, how much this opportunity right now, is they are center zone right now. They really have a chance, but hold up, Revise and Rocane, a lot of pressure on them. 60 below. It's just teetering back and forth here, so a fight will continue to break out between them, Visuals, Braids, and the other duos nearby, but nothing seems too settled just yet.
There's a lot of congestion, though, starting to build on the left side of this zone. Revise, Rocane, not able to break away from it just yet either. Too much focus currently from Revise. He's trying to see if he can find any gaps, any window edits opening up for some of these other teams, so he can look for a moment to punish. Nearly gets punished himself in the process of looking for tags onto Epic and clicks. But at least for right now, 7 above, it's still 7 above the damage threshold. You've got room to breathe, but for just how long? Revise, Rocane certainly not trying to find themselves smothered by the rest of the lobby. Is now clicks, Epic, still the priority focus, it would seem, from Revised.
You say they have room to breathe, and I'm just thinking like, nah, man, he's got like a medium t-shirt on. Like, it's a little, it's kind of tight. Like, we could use a little
but it still
bit of room
fits.
here.
It still fits.
It still fits. It still fits. He's doing just fine. Cold and Acorn back to 2 damage above. Very, very tumultuous rotate here. Shots coming in. Damage happening everywhere. That's not your duo. Cold realizes that for a moment there. and gets the full finish, and that actually might be the perfect delivery for him. Now, Acorn is hurt here. They will have to stop. They will have to pop their shields. But they get the damage that they need, so honestly, it probably worked out just the way it was supposed to here. But Cold really has to get a grip of this situation. He's not too sure if this is safe, if this is unsafe territory. And you can see he loses his teammate once again in the process here.
Wait.
Oh, saves him though. Oh my gosh.
Beautiful play there from Cold.
Wow.
Just breaks the box that Acorn had been stuck in a layer above. And now Cold going for the revive. I think he's going to get away with it as well. No one nearby feeling comfortable with trying to pressure, probably because they don't know exactly which boxes Cold and Acorn are actually situated up in. But now, with Acorn back online, Monster, the dream is still going here in game number 3.
No, seriously, like, now we could really root for Cold and Acorn here. However, I'm not crazy about how they keep breaking up. These grapple hook plays just seem super all over the place, a little bit scattered. It's almost like we don't know who's leading this duo right now. If it's Cold, is it Acorn? Like, where is the plays? Where is this team trying to go right now? It's like they're trying to figure it out. Still get into the groove. Find their footing here. Clix and Epic are doing a much better job sticking with one another. They seem to be super in sync. You jump on over to Ritual. Ritual forced to play this one out by himself, opting to go for the ultimate low ground. I like this spot. He's on the outskirts here. He's got options in front of him, but plenty of dangerous territory in front, and recognizing that danger here. Look at this, all these old builds. Likely this is Reed's old loot there.
But also, Ritual in this kind of situation, waiting for the zone to move. He's gonna probably try to hang. I was gonna say a little bit more to that backside, but no, instead tries to tackle front of this moving zone, but not going for the high ground just yet. That'll be Clix and Epic looking to take down Crisp and Noxy. Clix just so aggressive here. And alongside Epic, they do successfully push off Crisp and Noxy from the high ground, but Clix having some trouble with targeting out in front of him. And again, just not much to support these builds that Clix and Epic have going for them currently, MDF.
He doesn't care. They just finally want to see the end, the light at the end of the tunnel. Meanwhile, Cold is still up and running things right now. Meanwhile, Agers also goes for high ground. Oh my gosh. So this is just an exchange of hands here. Clix and Epic Whale had a moment, right? You know, they thought they had it, then all of a sudden Agers and Kanata are like, nope. They have continued to fight for this over and over again. It's almost like a repeat of Peterbot and Boyo just banging their head against the wall, trying to find different results. On the low ground here, Iamzo and Rise continuing to fight for their lair, but they need that refresh. They want to do it while they still have something to work with. But Rise gets caught out by himself. He does end up finding elimination. Another set of duels in front of him. A huge tag here onto Havoc. And User is extremely hurt. So there goes all that loot that they wanted. There goes a potential win condition in front of them. But no med kits. This is what they're looking for right now. Kanata does have 2.
Everybody is just looking so incredibly low, though, in that mid-ground layer. Iamzo, Rise, they could come up massive. Certainly a team that knows how to control some of these lower layers. And Iamzo, Rise doing a great job at making sure to stick next to each other. We've seen so many duos getting split up, and that second of isolation is all it takes sometimes to lead to a pickoff. But Iamzo, Rise, 7 eliminations, possibly still going, doing such a great job at continuing to tarp out this low ground, trying to see if they can find anyone else to pick off here in the process. It's gonna be Iamzo with 3 medkits in tow. The heal up has started. Sphinx and Pump will find Rise. Unfortunately, Rise unable to distribute the damage he was aiming for, while Iamzo continues to sit in the back, waiting for these medkits to go off, hoping that he's going to be able to outlast the likes of some of these other teams. Kanata very much the same intention, as well as Pump. It's really just a matter of who's got more medkits.
Yeah, and I think Kanata's got this. He definitely was the last one to pop his med kit. It seems like he's found out where Iamzo is. So long as he doesn't take damage here, he'll be just fine. And Pump swinging around the side here. So wait, pressure is on for Kanata right now. He gets shot. He gets caught out. He doesn't make mistakes like that often. And it seems like he may have just let his guard down.
Let Sphinx and Pump work. And I love that you mentioned letting the guard down, because we saw what happened to Sphinx and Pump in the last lobby. An unfortunate circumstance that led to their demise, but no mistakes were permitted in this one as Pump clutches out the Victory Royale here. Just couldn't think of a better way for them to grab it, because Kanata really thought he was going to have the advantage there with those medkits.
Yeah, and I thought he would have had it at this situation right here when he built up. He was protected. I mean, ultimately, he still would have had to find the tags, but for him to give up the positioning right there, he literally had it. But congratulations to Sphinx and Pump. They end up pulling through at the semifinals, day 2. And that was no easy win by any means. You saw how difficult it was. It was a well-fought battle.
Yeah, and a smart heads-up play as well, though, from Pump. He probably saw the audio cues, knew that there was a little bit of movement taking place, and that might have been what gave him confidence to actually charge out from that position, try to take the matter into his own hands, found the Victory Royale for it. So, Monster, fantastic. Game number 3. Couldn't have asked for much more, but maybe there's something that Zeke and the analyst might have to say for the next one.
Man, oh man, comes down to that single interaction. It's crazy we don't often see this happen in this way, right? Typically, a duo will go in, they'll start that heal off, and they'll be nice and protected, right? Even if they don't have builds, they're sitting there hiding deep in the storm, just healing off, saying, "Where you will never find me." But for Kanata, in the situation he was given, for Sphinx and Pump to just say, look, all right, again, we know we have to do, we want to close it out, we have to just track them down and we can land our shots. And now they're going to grand finals.
Yeah, honestly, what it came down to right there, Pump and Kanata actually had the same amount of med kits, but Kanata just started to use his just a second earlier, and we saw the difference at the end there. Pump had 13 HP, which just those couple of seconds is exactly what mattered. You'll see Pump ride out the storm all the way until the very end and stay within the zone to make sure that he is able to pop it at the very end there. Well played by Pump and Sphinx. Go ahead and claim the low ground to make sure that that was actually possible.
Yeah, and to do that against Iamzo and Rise, who were kind of on a tear on those low ground teams, but also I think Pump's positioning right here and what Taco said, being able to hear those audio cues is what was able to catch Kanata out. A lot of these duos, once they do go into this heal-off condition, they tend to try and hide themselves and not run around. Unfortunately, Kanata, I don't know if he was looking for another medkit or looking for another player, but that movement is kind of what sold him out.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at our standings. Remember, we're trying to end the day in the top 20. If your duo gets a victory out, you're going straight to grand finals, which means at the end of the day, the top 5 will basically move up, and then everyone else shifts upward as well. Agers and now Kanata still, they're in that 5th place, right? So basically, they're kind of like 2nd, if you want to think about it that way. But also Iamzo and Rise jumping up 8 placements after that game. Again, we're trying to still be somewhat consistent, right, Viv? Because once we go to grand finals, we're going to kind of go back into the Fortnite we're kind of used to seeing.
Yeah, still placing at the top of the leaderboard today, regardless of a victory route, is still extremely important. You definitely want to do that so that way you are in the upper bracket tomorrow, where top 25 will actually go to grand finals. A lot easier than grabbing a victory route in one of these games, a lot would say, but still so close for Kanata and Agents, right? 2 second places now in this upper bracket format. Oh man, they're getting so close.
It feels like it's Peterbot and Pollo all over again. But hey, if history repeats itself, then we're going to see them grab a victory royale tomorrow. And obviously, with consistency, they'll easily be able to make it in. And there's a lot more opportunity with new duos coming in and old duos leaving as well. So, again, your favorite duo doesn't make it today. Do not worry.
Yeah, we still have 2 games, right? So we could see them maybe pull out this next game or the last game of today, right? It's just if you get the victory route, it's kind of like a quick pass, right? Hey, you're good. You're going to grand finals. Otherwise, tomorrow you have to end the day in the top half of the bracket. So it's very, very interesting. A lot of these duos, they just want to punch their ticket and go, right, Viv?
Yeah, I mean, punching their ticket would be very, very easy. Honestly, I'm still looking towards toward a lot of teams throughout this competition right now to actually get a win. And with only 2 games left, I have no idea who's going to do that, right? We have Re and Ritual. I'm surprised that game didn't end up working out with them. They got the forecast tower early on, of course. We still got Acorn and Cold, who, Cold was putting in his best effort towards the end of that game to go ahead and pick up some eliminations, some refreshes that they would have needed to carry into the later parts of the game. Just so many big name teams still left in it, Kelly.
Yeah, and once again, there is just so much chaos going on in the high ground. It's really costing a lot of these teams. I think a lot of us thought that maybe this was finally the opportunity for Clix and Epic Whale to make it to the final 2, the final 3, and they held high ground, and they held it with quite a distance, but those grapple blades, especially with the Flowberry Fizz on top of it, just shoots you up so high. You really don't confidently have high ground, even if it's zone 11.
Yeah, normally you'd be able to defend yourself, right? But it's not just a duo that's looking to contest. It's everybody, right? But that's enough from us, at least for right now. We have 2 more games left to go. Let's get back into all the action with MDF and Taco.
Thanks so much, guys, as usual. And Monster, you heard it best from Vivid right then. So many big name teams that are still seeking out that qualification in day 2 here from the upper bracket straight to grands.
Yeah, and you know what? This is it, right? You have 2 more games to do it now. The standings are starting to shake up. It's very clear. We can start to see who are really good, really consistent teams that are gonna maybe have to play the gauntlet out, right, and go through all the stages, but they're gonna be there. They're gonna be that monumental task you have to overcome. However, to win a game is going to be very, very difficult. You can even see that Kanata with another second place is proving that mistakes can happen even amongst the best of the best.
And Kanata and Agers, arguably one of the most cursed teams, I would say, with the fact that they haven't found their qualification just yet. Day number 1, a little bit heartbreaking. Day number 2, it's tough, but this is a team that you definitely expect that if they take a few punches, they're still going to get up and keep running.
Yeah, and they have to, right? Like at this point, it still is a confidence boost, but there it is. The battle bus is ready. Let's go into game number 4 now.
And with the start of game number 4, and another team having been taken out of the lobby, out of contention because they already found their qualification. Possibility of some drops opening up, possibility of some rotates becoming slightly easier, but one thing that's for sure is Pars and Baka, Edgy Tavern, these two have been 50-50 in their drop all day long. Baka with the Ranger pistol, gonna try and get some more pressure applied onto Tavern. Tavern still yet to find a weapon. Baka just needs to connect with one more shot. Finds a flopper, a lock-on pistol, some minis as well. Tavern just continuing to try and keep running. Pars will find the elimination though onto Edgy, which gives Baka the opening to just pick off Edgy. So a little bit tragic there for Edgy and Tavern.
I'm now so curious. Like, the first 3 games, they were landing on the mountain. Sure, maybe the battle bus determined that, but then for both of them to decide this game, they're gonna go for the island and like perfectly as well. That's just crazy for them to just essentially throw the semifinals away. I don't know who's like targeting who at this point, but it's neck and neck as far as the exchanges go, and Bak and Pars continue to win more often than not, so they do seem to be the better duo on the day. Anyways, Blizzard and Victor end up winning their second game back-to-back, so now this is a 2-2 engagement as well for Hades and Creep versus Blizzard and Victor, and the tallies continue to add up here for contested drops.
Yeah, but going back to what you were mentioning with Baka, Pars, Edgy, and Tavern, it's
yeah,
almost
I just don't know. I don't.
It feels personal at this point for those two.
Somebody's coach is just ratting them out. Like, someone's giving away the juice to where this team's landing. Like, what is going on?
Certainly some pretty crazy stuff, but now you just got to hope that Pars and Baka, they're able to convert that successful off-drop fight into something like a victory royale here in game number 4. Guess it'll mostly depend upon whether or not they're able to secure a forecast tower this match or not. But just kind of keeping tabs on some of these teams. We just checked in with Duke and Threats over at Grand Glacier. Again, another team On the north side of the map is Epic and Clicks. Having all of Lavish Lair uncontested is it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's a massive draw spot. I mean, I talked about in game number 2 that so many teams tend to rotate towards that area as the zone starts to close because it's just that big, and there's usually something left over there. Take a look at this. We get to celebrate QX and Decay's first set of eliminations on broadcast here. Congrats for them actually winning the drop, taking down Moo and company.
Did cost QX his teammate though, but with it being so early on, you can hear the reboot band going off already. So Decay will be brought back into this 4th match. As far as G Money and Diego are concerned though, they're hanging out just on the outskirts of Lavish Lair. Keep in mind, Clicks Epic bound to have already gotten into the vault by now at Lavish. Could just be Diego and G Money looking to try and maybe set up a little bit of height to try and get some tags into Clicks and Epic. Freeze and Sus have the same idea here, challenging Asian Jeff and Oliver OG for control of the mountainside.
So far, so good for Suska from Freeze here. Oliver OG and Asian Jeff got their work cut out for them right now, as they're getting forced lower and lower down the slope here. Not sure how I feel about them allowing Suska and Freeze to just demand this much respect. Finally, Asian Jeff starts to shoot back. Ends up winning the better half of the exchange there.
I was just gonna say, part of the problem might be the fact that Sus and Freeze could potentially just have more materials to work with than Asian Jeff and Oliver. This is such a early engagement. Can't expect Asian Jeff and Oliver OG to have had much time to farm other than those initial essentials. And now Asian Jeff, he's got that blue frenzy auto, wants to try and find some cracks through the floor there onto Sus and Freeze. Freeze eating some decent damage by Oliver OG now. And Freeze isn't careful. Asian Jeff still holding this angle from the underside. Oliver OG, Asian Jeff rejoining momentarily just to pop a couple of flow berries, get their shields up. Now the Flowberry Fizz comes out. Both players, max 200. It's up to Sus. Even the playing field here. Asian Jeff will lose 50 of those shields immediately. But he still continues trying to work with this downward angle, but down to his final 2 builds, MDF. Now Asian Jeff, Oliver OG, they essentially have to commit to this fight because if anything, they need the siphon materials.
Yeah, this is just all types of bad. Not only do they not have the mats here, but this has gone far too long. There's another team already moving in. And more importantly, like, why would they fight from like this such a disadvantageous position for that long, you know? Especially when they had that many heavy material. Like, they used brick and metal and worked their way down and down and down this base. And it just makes you wonder why not just go like lateral? Like, you know, it puts them in probably the worst position we've seen them as far as the fighting position goes. And Asian Jeff and Oliver OG have had so many moments of greatness throughout the weekend. This is for sure one of the worst spots that they could have asked themselves to find themselves in now. And they're still there. There's nothing they can do. They can't disengage first. They just don't have the luxury to do so just yet. Meanwhile, this other team's just listening, watching, waiting for their moment. And now Asian Jeff finds himself even lower on not only material, but ammunition as well. Suscript and company might be the first to break here as they also run out of mats. So a battle over attrition essentially plays out here. And